Chapter 3504. At the same time, Yang Kai had already used the divine technique of space. With a few flashes, he had quietly arrived 500 kilometers away. Although the lives of Boya and Tukrabeza were in his hands, and there was no risk of their secrets being leaked, he still had to be on guard. He didn't plan to let these three know that he was going to the Eternal Heaven continent. Leaving them there was just a ruse. After preparing for so long, the results were about to be revealed. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel somewhat nervous. He didn't know whether the great emperors of Bright Moon were in the Eternal Heaven continent. According to the information he had obtained, the great emperors of Bright Moon were very likely to have fallen in the Eternal Heaven continent. After all, 3 of the realm gates of a continent couldn't suddenly disappear for no reason, unless something major had happened on the continent. The battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was enough to change the situation of a continent. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had already arrived on the plateau. Along the way, he carefully avoided the native demon race of this continent. After arriving here, he used his divine sense to sense with all his might. There was originally a realm gate here that was connected to the Eternal Heaven continent. It was also one of the 3 realm gates that had disappeared. However, it hadn't disappeared for a long time, so if he didn't find the wrong location, he should be able to easily sense some traces things were progressing smoothly. Yang Kai had already sensed the remnant aura of the realm gate in less than an incense stick's worth of time. He flew to a high altitude. Under the surge of the spatial law, he inserted his hands into the void, took a deep breath, and suddenly tore it open. As if a piece of cloth had been torn, a crack immediately appeared in the void, big enough for one person to enter. Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment. His figure flashed, and he plunged into the crack. Without waiting for his eyes to adapt to the new scenery, Yang Kai had already used the Nihility's secret technique at the same time, banishing himself into the void. At the same time, he restrained his essence, energy, and spirit, not revealing the slightest bit of aura. But soon, he discovered that he was a little too nervous. There wasn't any aura of living beings in this place. At least, there wasn't any within the range of his divine senses' perception. Originally, he had guessed that if the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had really fallen into the hands of the Eternal Heaven continent, then this place would definitely be heavily guarded. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be the scene before his eyes? Such a situation meant that either his guess was wrong, or the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire had fallen into a deeper location, and the demon race had not set up any defenses here. However, no matter which possibility it was, since Yang Kai had already arrived at the Eternal Heaven continent, he had to find out what was going on. He turned around and glanced at the void that he had torn apart. It was healing at an extremely fast speed, and it would not take long for it to completely recover. Yang Kai didn't have the time to wait for it to close up again. After identifying the direction, he randomly chose a direction and flew out at a low altitude. He didn't dare to fly too high, so as to avoid being discovered. He also didn't dare to fly too fast. Even Yang Kai had to do his best to restrain his aura, so the speed of his investigation was naturally very slow. After flying for a full 2 hours, Yang Kai still hadn't seen even half a living person. This inevitably made him feel very strange. Where the hell did the demon race of the Eternal Heaven continent go? However, such a strange situation gave him some confidence in the Bright Moon Empire. Great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire had fallen into this place. A trapped beast would still fight. There was no safe place in this entire continent. The demon race naturally had to evacuate in advance. After another half an hour, Yang Kai finally found something. It wasn't the traces of the demon race, but the remnants of the battlefield after a great battle. The earth below was a mess. Mountains had collapsed, rivers had flowed in reverse, and traces of extremely destructive power could be felt everywhere. Gullies that were tens of thousands of meters deep and extended for an unknown number of kilometers were crisscrossed, as if they were scars between heaven and earth that would never heal. The chaotic power of the laws of nature was endlessly surging around these scars. Even though Yang Kai hadn't approached them, the waves of terrifying aura still made him tremble with fear. There were also cracks in the void that couldn't be closed up. They had arranged the entire heaven and earth into a net of slaughter. Anyone who dared to trespass would certainly die without a burial place. Those cracks in the void weren't as orderly as the ones torn by Yang Kai. Instead, they were irregular. Some were long, some were round, and some were like funnels. However, no matter which one it was, the surroundings were filled with the destructive power of the laws of nature. These laws were like the toxins on an abscess, preventing the heaven and earth from self-healing. The reason for this scene was naturally because an expert had taken action and shattered the void. And the only experts who could cause this effect, apart from the great emperors, were the demon saint. The great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire were here. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Yang Kai could finally confirm that his previous guess wasn't wrong. The Eternal Sky Continent was definitely the battlefield where the great emperors and the demon saint had clashed. Otherwise, the mountains and rivers wouldn't have undergone such shocking changes. And this place was very likely the place where the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire first clashed with the demon saint. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head. His deep gaze seemed as if it could penetrate the hundreds of millions of kilometers of territory and see the deepest part of the battlefield. Without stopping, he flew inside in a flash. The further he went, the more chaotic the battlefield became. From time to time, a huge hole that seemed to lead straight to the ground would appear on the ground below. The whole earth seemed to have been turned over several times. It was truly barren. The more Yang Kai looked, the more shocked he became. He really didn't know what kind of enemies Bright Moon had faced back then. What kind of situation would she be in now? Following the traces left behind by this incomparable battle, Yang Kai flew forward for a full day, but still couldn't find any trace of Bright Moon. Another day later, Yang Kai, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped. He promptly descended to a height of 3,000 meters, restrained his aura, and looked forward. He saw a large group of people and horses 100 kilometers ahead. They were crossing the mountains and ridges, crossing the chaotic battlefield and moving forward in a winding manner. Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a stunned expression. Although the distance was too far and he couldn't see clearly, wasn't the number of demon race in front of him a bit too much? He roughly estimated that there were at least 1 million of them. Moreover, this was only the ones within his field of vision. Those demon race were almost lined up in a long line, as if they were on a pilgrimage somewhere. The ones outside his field of vision were probably even more innumerable. He had thought that the demon race of the Eternal Heaven continent had retreated because of the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. The demon race hadn't retreated. Instead, they were converging in a certain place. Unable to understand the situation, Yang Kai slightly concealed his aura and cautiously approached that place. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any powerful experts there. Even if there were some demon king, they wouldn't be able to discover Yang Kai's existence with their divine consciousness. After approaching a certain distance, Yang Kai was finally able to clearly see the situation of the demon race. Their numbers were indeed incomparably large. Previously, he had only seen about 1 million, but now it seemed that there were more than 1 million demon race in front of him. There was no end in sight. There were both young and old people in the demon race, and many of them seemed to be dragging their families along as they migrated to a certain place. However, the majority of the demon race had very strange expressions on their faces. They were solemn, stirring, and resolute. Although there were so many demon race troops moving forward, there was strangely not much noise. There were only a few demon kings in charge of supervising them, loudly urging and shouting. What exactly were they doing? Yang Kai, who was hiding in the dark, tightly knitted his brows. He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He vaguely felt that all of this should be related to Mingyu, but he couldn't figure out where the connection came from. The demon race couldn't possibly be relying on human wave tactics to kill a great emperors, right? If they really did that, the demon race in the Eternal Heaven continent wouldn't even be enough for him to kill. Since he couldn't figure it out, and didn't feel like thinking about it, Yang Kai glanced at the direction in which the countless demon race were moving, and also rushed forward in that direction. The further he flew, the more apprehensive Yang Kai became. The demon race troops seemed to be endless. Now, it seemed that the demon race troops of the entire continent were all gathering in one place. After another day, a little change finally appeared in front of him. The sky was blood red, as if it had been drenched in blood. There was even a certain place that was emitting a fiendish and evil aura that soared to the sky. Even though he was very far away, Yang Kai could still smell the strong smell of blood coming from that place. His complexion couldn't help but change. He was at least 1,500 kilometers away from that place. If he could smell the smell of blood even at such a distance, how many people had died there? Even if the people who died were members of the demon race, they were still fresh lives. Could it be that the demon race really planned to use human wave tactics to exhaust Mingyu to death? This was too much of a joke. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless now that he had reached this place. If Mingyu was really in the Eternal Heaven continent, then the place where he had fallen was definitely 1,500 kilometers away. There must be a demon saint guarding that place. His divine sense was indeed powerful, and no one had discovered his tracks along the way. However, it was still wishful thinking to get close to Mingyu under the surveillance of a demon saint. I have to think of a safer way. Yang Kai's mind was spinning rapidly as he cautiously approached Mingyu. However, he couldn't think of a feasible way no matter how much he thought about it. The gap in strength was an insurmountable chasm. If there was really a demon saint guarding this place, he would be exposed before he could even get close. How should he answer if he was asked later? Could he say that he was curious and came to take a look? What's more, the other party might directly kill him, and he wouldn't even bother to ask. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai could only place his attention on the demon race. That demon race team was approaching the bloody land. Mixing in with this huge team and waiting for an opportunity to enter should be the best way. The only thing he needed to worry about was that the end of this team might not be some kind of dead end. After making up his mind, Yang Kai didn't delay. He dressed up a little, making himself look more like a demon race member. Only then did he approach the team of demon race. After observing the surroundings for a while, he found a suitable opportunity and directly entered the team with a flash. It was naturally impossible to directly teleport over like this. Although these demon race members were solemn and resolute, and had a silent appearance, they would definitely be suspicious if another person suddenly appeared in front of them. Therefore, Yang Kai teleported in a squatting position. Then, he slowly got up and moved forward with the team. Chapter 3505. In this way, even if the nearby demon race felt something was strange, they would not be suspicious and would only think that he had just climbed up after falling down. Sure enough, when Yang Kai straightened up, the demon race behind him glanced at him, but did not ask anything. The team was huge and quiet. The demon kings rode their majestic demonic beasts and ran back and forth, urging the demon race to pick up their pace. Yang Kai, like the other demon race members, did not say a word. He lowered his head slightly and used the hair on his forehead as cover to quietly observe his surroundings. The further they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. The air was filled with a nauseating smell, and Yang Kai could faintly hear the sound of waves crashing. This made him puzzled. Could it be that there was an ocean in front of them? The distance of 1,000 li was not far, but it was not near either. Yang Kai walked with the team for more than half a day, but only halfway through the journey, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a huge blood-red pillar. This pillar was dark red in color, and its surface was engraved with extremely profound and complex patterns. Yang Kai only looked at it for a moment, but he felt his heart palpitate. It was as if countless demons and ghosts were rushing at him. It was as thick as dozens of people hugging it, and it was unknown how long it was, connecting the sky and the earth. Just the part that was protruding from the ground was at least several thousand zhang tall, not to mention that a large part of it was buried in the ground. And the reason why this pillar was dark red was because there was blood surging on it. It was unknown where the blood came from, but it was gushing out from the complex patterns on its surface and slowly flowed down, as if it would never be completely drained. It was filled with an evil feeling. A formation base. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know what this pile was, it was definitely a spirit array base. In other words, there was a shocking spirit array here, and such a sensational spirit array definitely had more than just this pile of piles as its base. He raised his eyes to look into the distance, and he noticed that it was just as he'd expected. In the surroundings of the blood world, there was a pillar like this every 50 kilometers or so. It was like a nail that the gods had hammered down here with the intention of nailing something or someone to death here. And Yang Kai alone saw as many as 5 of these pillars, and he was afraid that there were even more that he did not see. Who else could such a shocking formation be used to deal with other than Mingyu? The demon saint of the demon territory had really spent a lot of money. Just to create such a formation base would have to consume the wealth of many continents, but now, they were using it to deal with a single person. But if they could really use this formation to kill one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, then any price would be worth it. Ming Yu's situation. Yang Kai's heart sank. They were originally fighting in a way battle, and they were even outnumbered. Now, they were trapped by a great formation. It seemed that the demon territory was determined to kill Ming Yu on the Eternal Heaven continent. And once Ming Yu died, the gap between the top fighting power of the Star Realm and the demon territory would increase again. The Star Realm, which was already in a precarious situation, would be even worse. At that time, if all the demon saint from the demon territory came out, the Star Realm would definitely not be able to resist. The reason why the demon saint did not take action now was firstly because they wanted to use this war to reduce the population of the demon race, and secondly because they were afraid of damaging the Star Realm too much. They already regarded the Star Realm as their possession, so how could they allow their future home to be destroyed because of a war? As his thoughts fluctuated, Yang Kai followed the team and kept moving forward. Finally, at a certain moment, he saw the source of the blood world. It was simply a sea of blood. It was boundless, and it was surrounded by the huge formation base he saw before. It was constantly rolling, and the sound of waves crashing was not an illusion. It was real. In the sea of blood, countless corpses and bones were rolling, resentful spirits were wailing, and baleful auras were soaring to the sky. Around the sea of blood, there were demon race members emitting dark red blood auras. They had solemn expressions on their faces, and their eyes were tightly closed. They were making different hand seals, and the demonic yuan in their bodies was surging. It was unknown what kind of secret technique they were using. These demon race members were all blood demons. In the demon territory, their control over blood was hard to compare with the other demon race members. These blood demons were separated from each other by hundreds of meters. Their strength varied, but they had all reached the level of the Demon King. Just as Yang Kai was observing, the demon race members who had walked to the edge of the sea of blood threw themselves into the boundless sea of blood without any hesitation. They melted without a sound and became a part of the sea of blood, increasing its power. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He finally understood how this huge sea of blood came to be, and why those demon race members were all gathered in one place. This was a blood sacrifice. A blood sacrifice for the demon race below the Demon King of the entire Eternal Heaven continent. Although Yang Kai did not know the principle behind it, such a huge scale of blood sacrifice was obviously aimed at Mingyu. Coupled with that extremely terrifying formation, this blood sacrifice would definitely play an unimaginable role. What was Mingyu's current situation? He had fallen into this place alone. He had fought against many demon saint before, so he definitely would not have come out unscathed. Even though he was a great emperor, he was bound to be injured. Now that he was trapped in this place by the demon race using a blood sacrifice and a formation, he was afraid that things were not looking good for him. Yang Kai secretly clenched his fists, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. One by one, the demon race members threw themselves into the sea of blood without any regard for their own safety. Most of them did not hesitate. Although they were somewhat unwilling, it seemed that they did not have the courage to resist. 4 hours later, it was almost Yang Kai's turn, but he still had not come up with a good plan. With his current strength, he would not be able to save Mingyu if his identity was exposed. Although he did not detect the aura of a demon saint, there were quite a few half-saint here. The demon race in front of him had all jumped into the sea of blood. Yan Kai stood in front of the sea of blood and could feel all kinds of evil contained within. Perhaps sensing his hesitation, the nearby demon kings all looked over, their faces gloomy. At this point, there was no other way. Although this sea of blood was evil and terrifying, Yan Kai believed that he should be able to deal with it. Therefore, even if he really jumped in, nothing would happen. As long as he quickly hid after entering, there might still be a chance. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and jumped in, then quickly sank down. The blood was viscous and extremely corrosive, so Yan Kai did not dare to resist it too early. Without any protection, even his half-dragon body was being corroded by the blood, causing him to feel a sharp pain, as if he was being burned alive. After sinking for more than 1,000 meters, Yan Kai felt that it was about time and slightly circulated his Emperor Qi to resist. In the next moment, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept over his body. Yan Kai's expression stiffened, his face turning ashen in an instant. He had been careful enough, but he had not expected to be exposed in the end. Although this divine sense was unfamiliar, Yan Kai could sense how powerful it was. This was definitely the divine sense of the great emperors or demon saint. What should I do? Should I fight to the death? In front of a demon saint, Yan Kai was afraid that he would not have the strength to resist. For now, he could only hope that he would be of some use in repairing the realm gates so that he would not be killed immediately. Just as Yan Kai was letting his imagination run wild, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the depths of the sea of blood. At the same time, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, causing the entire sea of blood to roil as if it was boiling. Yan Kai turned pale with fright and hurriedly stabilized his body, but he still felt like a small boat in a storm, without the slightest sense of security. For a moment, the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. Just when he thought that he was going to lose his life here, a burst of wild laughter suddenly rang in his ears. Good timing! Just as he finished speaking, another terrifying energy fluctuation came from above his head. Yan Kai raised his brow, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. The energy fluctuation coming from above his head was definitely caused by the demon saint guarding this place. Then, it was self-evident who was the one who made the first move. Inside the sea of blood, Yan Kai could not see anything around him, nor did he dare to use his divine sense to probe, so he had no idea what was happening outside. He only heard a series of rumbling sounds, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The violent energy fluctuations suddenly spread out, causing the sea of blood to boil incessantly. Muffled groans came from all directions, and with those groans, life was extinguished. The aftermath of the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was something that even the demon king could not withstand, causing countless casualties in an instant. Just as Yan Kai was trying to adjust his body, he suddenly felt his body lighten, and the sticky feeling that had been wrapping around him all this time disappeared. Surprised, Yan Kai opened his eyes and saw that the sea of blood around him was being pushed away by an invisible force, and in front of him, a passage large enough for one person to pass through appeared, leading straight to the depths of the sea of blood. Slightly startled, Yan Kai revealed a look of pleasant surprise, and while the unknown demon saint was distracted, he hurriedly rushed forward. As he ran, the sea of blood behind him collapsed and was once again filled with blood. The aftermath of the battle between the two powerhouses was slowly dissipating, and the boiling sea of blood calmed down once more. Yan Kai had already passed through the sea of blood and reached an unknown depth. In the boundless sea of blood, there was a world filled with a soft white light. This world was less than 100 feet in radius, and in the center of this world, there was a man with a red face and white teeth. He was as gentle as jade and was sitting there cross-legged. This man looked a bit too young, only around 17 or 18 years old. He seemed like an elegant youth. Behind the young man's head hung a waning moon. It was this waning moon that was exuding a bright moonlight, resisting the invasion of the sea of blood and creating a pure land in this chaotic world. The bright moon great emperors. Yang Kai had seen him once before. Because he had returned the key to open the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had been able to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda to gain experience. When he left Star Soul Palace, the great emperors had deliberately come out and said a few words to him, but at that time, the great emperors did not reveal their identities, but Yang Kai was well aware. Now that they met again, Bright Moon's appearance had not changed at all, but his condition was far worse than before. His hair had grown white and was as white as snow, and there was a huge wound on his lower left abdomen, through which Yang Kai could even see the squirming of his internal organs. Around the wound, pitch-black demonic chi was surging, constantly eroding his vitality. His snow-white clothes were covered with dried blood and dark red spots. Chapter 3506. Beside the boundless sea of blood, an imposing figure stood on a blood-colored pillar with his hands behind his back. His appearance was devilishly charming, and his fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. His scarlet beast-like eyes stared at the depths of the sea of blood, emitting a mystical light, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of the sea of blood and see Mingyu's condition. Although Mingyu was injured and trapped, she wasn't completely powerless. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't see what was going on inside. The gentle light emitted by the sea of blood blocked his vision and divine sense, making him feel slightly helpless. The great emperors of the Star Realm were indeed not to be trifled with. He had a slight advantage in the fight just now, but it didn't play any decisive role. The only thing that made him feel strange was why Mingyu suddenly attacked him. Was she fighting like a trapped beast? Great emperors wouldn't be so irrational, but what was the reason for her to do so? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out. He couldn't help but slowly shake his head. Raising his gaze again, he stared at the boundless sea of blood and lightly snorted. Mingyu was injured. With him personally overseeing this place, and the 12 Citadel Great Demonic Formation activated by the demon race of the entire Eternal Heaven continent, they could definitely keep the person in the sea of blood here forever. Even if he was a great emperor's, he wouldn't be able to do anything. With this thought, he waved his hand. The blood of the demon race that had died tragically nearby due to the aftermath of his fight with Mingyu gushed out and gathered in the sea of blood like spirit snakes. When the bloody light flickered, the person's figure had already disappeared. Inside the sea of blood, in the pure land cast by the gentle light, Yang Kai absent-mindedly stared at Mingyu's abdomen with a face full of shock. Although he had already guessed that Mingyu's current condition was definitely not good, and that she was even injured, he didn't expect her injuries to be so serious. There was a huge hole in her lower left abdomen, and her flesh was completely gone. Although there was no blood flowing out, the terrifying demonic chi was still constantly corroding her body, making her look terrible. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine, but Mingyu was one of the great emperors. Looking at her injuries, it could be seen how fierce the battle was. At this moment, there was still a trace of blood at the corner of Mingyu's mouth that hadn't dried up yet. There was no doubt that she suffered a small loss when she fought the demon saint just now. In terms of strength, she was on par with the demon saint, but the other party's advantage. And Mingyu was not at her peak, so it was natural that she couldn't win. Are you Yang? Just when Yang Kai was observing Bright Moon Great Emperor, Bright Moon suddenly asked with a look of surprise, as if he didn't expect to see someone from the star boundary here, let alone someone he knew. Calm. Yang Kai, greets Yang, greetings. Great Emperors. Great Emperor. Mingyu was the protector of the Southern Territory, so Yang Kai naturally used his Southern Territory identity to greet her. Mingyu nodded slightly and asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai quickly said, "This junior was entrusted by the Master of Heaven's revelations to come to the demon territory to inquire about the whereabouts of the Master." After a pause, he continued, "Many thanks to the Master for saving my life." At this time, he also understood what had happened. He was certain that Mingyu had sensed him circulating his Emperor Chi after entering the Blood Sea, which was why she had suddenly taken action to disturb the perception of the great demon saint guarding this place. Then, she had opened a passage in the Blood Sea to lead him here. If it weren't for Mingyu's means, Yang Kai estimated that he would have been discovered by the demon saint, and it would have been difficult to predict his fate. Mingyu smiled gently. "You're a little too bold," Yang Kai said embarrassedly. "Fortunately, my luck was good. If it wasn't Mingyu who discovered him first, but the demon saint." Yang Kai's scalp went numb just thinking about it. Mingyu nodded and said, "Heaven's revelations, old man called you here. Although I know he must have his reasons for calling you here, this king is still a little curious. How did you safely enter the territory that became the demon race and come here?" Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "This junior has betrayed the star boundary and defected to the demon territory. In the star boundary, this junior is now notorious and everyone wants to beat him up." After saying so, he raised his eyes to look at Mingyu and found that not only was she not angry, but she also had a look of interest, so he quickly explained the reason. A moment later, Mingyu clicked her tongue in wonder. "In other words, Ru Ming sneaked into the star boundary and hid by your side, but because her strength was greatly reduced, she couldn't force you and could only use gentle means to bring you to the demon territory. But you already saw through her intentions, so you beat her at her own game and had Iron Blood cooperate with you to put on a show? Then you naturally betrayed the star boundary and came to the demon territory?" Yang Kai nodded somewhat embarrassedly and said, "The general situation is like that." Mingyu couldn't help but praise. Amazing. This was indeed an amazing achievement. It was basically impossible for a human to come to the demon territory, but Yang Kai did it. And the reason why the great emperors of Heaven's revelations let him come to the demon territory was probably because he had grasped a trace of Heaven's will. Although he wasn't clear about the process, he definitely expected the final result. Otherwise, why didn't he find someone else, but Yang Kai? "Master, you flatter me. It was just a chance encounter," Mingyu said. "Are you safe in the demon territory now?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Master, don't worry, I'm very safe here. Ru Ming doesn't suspect me at all, and because of my space divine technique, the other demon saints seem to be very interested in me. They want to borrow my strength to repair some of the realm gates in the demon territory. It's been hard on you." Mingyu sighed and pondered for a moment before saying, "But since the heart seal secret technique was used by a demon saint, it must be very powerful. You have to be careful. This little one understands." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that the heart seal's secret technique didn't restrict him in the slightest, but he couldn't say it out loud. After all, if he could break the secret technique used by a demon saint, it would be a bit sensational. Changing the topic, Yang Kai said, "Master, how are you now? I see that your injuries don't seem to be light." Mingyu smiled slightly and said, "It's not life-threatening, but the array outside is a bit troublesome." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Before I came, I saw that all the demon race on this continent were gathering here, and there were countless demon king-level blood demons presiding over the blood sacrifice. The boundless sea of blood, the blood cage, and the blood-red pillar that connects the sky and the earth. Master, do you know what the demon territory is trying to do?" Mingyu chuckled. "What else could they be trying to do? They just want to digest me." "Digest?" Yang Kai frowned and thought, "You can't eat or drink, how can you digest me?" Mingyu looked at him and said, "Why do you think they haven't killed me yet?" Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, not to mention you are a great empress. If they want to do anything to Master, they will have to pay a terrible price. This is only one of the reasons." Mingyu smiled indifferently. "Since you have successfully become the demon race's territory and gained the favor of a demon saint, you should know some information about the demon territory. What is Master referring to? The demon territory has more peak experts than the star realm. There are 12 demon saint. If they join forces, do you think I can resist them?" Yang Kai thought for a moment, and couldn't help but have a serious expression. He shook his head and said, "I'm afraid not." It wasn't that he was looking down on Mingyu, but the difference in numbers was too great. If the 12 demon saint joined forces, Mingyu would die without a doubt. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. If it was really so simple, why would the demon territory waste time and energy to trap Mingyu here and sacrifice the demon race of the entire Eternal Sky continent? Although the Eternal Sky continent was shattered and the Realm Gate disappeared because of the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint, it wasn't to the extent of completely giving up. Why would the demon race of the entire continent be sacrificed? Indeed, I can't. Perhaps if I were to fight with my life on the line, I might be able to cause them some trouble, but I can forget about dragging anyone down with me. In other words, if they really wanted to kill me, I would have died long ago. Yang Kai said in astonishment. Don't tell me the demon territory wants you to become the demon race? Since they could kill her but didn't, the demon territory's plan was definitely not small. If they could make Mingyu become the demon race, it would be equivalent to having a demon saint level expert. But was this possible? Mingyu said with a smile. How can I become the demon race? I just said that they don't want to kill me because they want to digest me. Let the demon territory digest me. Yang Kai looked at her blankly. Mingyu explained. The so-called great emperors and demon saint are all existences recognized by the heaven and earth of their respective great worlds. They themselves represent a part of heaven and earth. Therefore, if I die, the star realm will be in turmoil and many strange phenomena will occur. The reason why that old guy from Heaven's Revelations can be sure that I'm not dead is because of this. Yang Kai nodded. He knew about this. At your level of strength, you must have heard of the bottle of heaven and earth. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Mingyu continued. I and the other 9 are the 10 biggest stones in the bottle of heaven and earth in the star realm. The rest of the stones are innumerable. But if I, this stone, die in the demon territory and be assimilated by the heaven and earth of the demon territory, then the bottle of heaven and earth in the demon territory will expand to its limit. There will be a chance to give birth to the 13th demon saint. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. If what Mingyu said was true, then the demon territory's goal was not to take Mingyu's life. Killing a great emperor would greatly change the balance between the two worlds. But if they could also absorb the power of heaven and earth of this great emperor, then that would be the best. That was why Mingyu was able to live until now. On one hand, the demon saint was not willing to force her too much. Even if the 12 of them could kill Mingyu without worrying about anyone dying with her, but if Mingyu resisted with all her might, then there was definitely a chance to heavily injure 1 or 2 of them. This was a risk they were not willing to take, so they used the blood sacrifice and laid down a great formation. Once they succeeded, the bottle of heaven and earth in the demon territory would expand to its limit and give birth to a new demon saint. On the other hand, the star realm would have 1 less great emperor, and it would be a permanent loss. There would never be a 10th great emperor again. Chapter 3507. With his explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what Mingyu meant by digesting. Killing him was only a means. The demon saint's ultimate goal was to digest the power of heaven and earth from the star world. Then what should we do? Yang Kai frowned. This matter involved the great emperors, the demon saint, and the structure of the two worlds. He couldn't think of any good ideas at the moment, so he could only hope that Mingyu had some ideas of her own. Unexpectedly, Mingyu slowly shook her head. There's nothing I can do. Not to mention that I'm currently injured. Even if I were completely unharmed, it would be difficult for me to escape from the demon territory. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank. He asked seriously, Master, if you use all your strength, you won't be able to leave this place? Mingyu pointed outside and said with a smile, The demon saint guarding this place is called Shueli. He was born a blood demon and is quite powerful. Before you came here, I tried many times, but with him guarding this place, I didn't have any opportunities to take advantage of. Shueli was born a blood demon, and now that countless demon race had been sacrificed here and gathered into a boundless sea of blood, Shueli was like a fish in water in this environment. Mingyu had tried many times to escape, but all of them had ended in failure. In the end, she could only hide in a corner and preserve her strength. If she hadn't sensed Yang Kai's aura this time, she definitely wouldn't have wasted her energy to take the risk. Yang Kai blurted out, Master, if I take you out. Before he could finish, he shook his head and rejected. No. Although he was proficient in the laws of space and could teleport, it was still a bit of a fantasy to take Mingyu away under the watch of a demon saint. He was afraid that Xueli would catch up to him the moment he teleported away. He couldn't rely on the sealed world bead either. Naturally, he could put Bright Moon into the sealed world bead, but once Bright Moon disappeared, he wouldn't be able to fight against Xueli alone. He would only die even faster. Mingyu smiled faintly. This queen appreciates your kindness, but this queen is now at a dead end, so you don't have to waste your efforts. Being able to see you at the last moment can be considered fate between you and me. If one day you can return to the star boundary, tell Sun Air for me that this queen can no longer take care of her, tell her to take care of herself. It's not the end yet. Why should Master be discouraged? Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Although he was comforting her, he knew that since Mingyu had said such words, it was obvious that she had foreseen his future. Although he wasn't like Heaven's revelations who could see through the mysteries of the heavens, at his level of strength, he could faintly sense the will of the heavens. Before coming here, I met with junior sister Lan Sun. Junior sister told me to bring you back no matter what. If you give up at this time, how will I explain it to junior sister? Mingyu smiled. This queen isn't discouraged, it's just that a person's strength is limited. If this queen was still at her peak, she might still have a chance to escape from this place, but now... She lowered her head and looked at the wound on her waist, and slowly shook her head. Her injuries were caused by the demon saint, so the consequences were great. If she could meditate for thousands of years, she might have a chance to recover. But at this moment, she was trapped in this place and had to resist the power of the Blood Sea and the Great Array. How could she spare the energy to heal her injuries? She had stayed here all this time only to accumulate strength and prepare for the final desperate struggle at the last moment. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he excitedly asked, If Master's injuries are completely healed, what are the chances of escaping from this place and returning to the star boundary? Less than 10%. Yang Kai was stunned. Wasn't this chance a little too small? A 10% chance was the same as none at all. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. The Blood Sea had formed outside, and there was the support of the Great Array. Even if he completely recovered, he might not be able to defeat Xueli in a one-on-one battle. As long as Xueli could delay him for a few days, the other demon saint would definitely rush over from all over. At that time, with the power of the 12 demons saint against Mingyu alone, how could he escape? However, a chance was better than no chance at all. After hesitating and struggling for a moment, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I might be able to help Master recover. Mingyu looked at him in shock and frowned. It's not that this queen doesn't want to believe you, but do you know what the situation is with this queen's injuries? Her injuries were not something that could be cured with pills. There were no pills in the world that were effective for such injuries. If she wanted to recover, she could only rely on herself. Yang Kai suddenly told her that he had a way to heal her. How could Mingyu dare believe him? She subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was a little too young and frivolous. However, young people all had this kind of problem. After all, the flaws could not obscure the beauty of the jade. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know how serious Master's injuries are, but as long as Master still has a breath left in you, this little one can help you recover. These words were a little too big, but Mingyu actually believed him a little. After all, no matter how she looked at it, a person who could successfully become the demon race's territory without being suspected by the demon saint definitely wouldn't have any problems with his head. Since Yang Kai dared to say this, he definitely had some confidence. Then this queen would like to see how you can help me recover. Please wait a moment, Master. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. A bead suddenly fell from where he was standing. Mingyu raised her eyebrows. She reached out with her hand and caught the sealed world bead in her hand. After sensing it for a moment, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Although she wasn't proficient in space principles, she could still see some clues about this bead and couldn't help but be a little moved. She was sure that this bead was definitely a treasure Yang Kai wouldn't show others, but now, he had easily exposed it to her without the slightest bit of precaution. It could be seen how much trust he had in her. Inside the sealed world bead, in the medicine garden, Yang Kai stood in front of a small tree that was half the height of a person. It was crystal clear and exuded a dark green light. His eyes were fixed on the only 3 green leaves left on the small tree, and he couldn't help but feel a little sad. It had been many years since he obtained the immortal tree. The immortal tree didn't have many leaves to begin with. Over the years, he had plucked a leaf from time to time to save people. Now there were only 3 leaves left. The reason why he dared to make such an answer in front of great Emperors Mingyu was because he had the immortal tree to rely on. The wood bead and wood spirits were floating on the left and right of the immortal tree like 2 fairies, but at this moment, they were looking at him with vigilance and nervousness. Yang Kai's sudden appearance in the medicine garden and directly in front of the immortal tree had already made them guess. For the 2 wood spirits, the immortal tree was a true divine object in the world, and nothing could compare to it. After submitting to Yang Kai, they had been diligently taking care of the medicine garden and taking care of the immortal tree. Now that Yang Kai was looking at them with such a dangerous gaze, how could they not be vigilant? After a while, Yang Kai sighed and looked at Mu Na with a wry smile. I want to save people. It's coming, it really is like this. Mu Na and Mu Zhu both showed distressed expressions. This was the first time they had thought of driving Yang Kai out, but how could they, 2 little wood spirits, do such a thing? What's more, the immortal tree belonged to Yang Kai, so they couldn't control what Yang Kai wanted to do. Do you really need it? Mu Na bit her lip and asked pitifully, as if Yang Kai wanted her to do something. Yang Kai nodded and sternly said, It must be it. Mu Na's face instantly turned ashen, but she also knew that if they needed to use the immortal tree, Yang Kai's situation would most likely be extremely serious. After exchanging a glance with Mu Zhu, Mu Na raised a finger and said, Is 1 leaf enough? She naturally knew that what Yang Kai wanted was the leaves of the immortal tree, so it was impossible for him to really take the immortal tree out. However, there were only 3 leaves left, so if 1 was taken away, there would only be 2. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I want all 3! It wasn't that he was underestimating the healing ability of the immortal tree's leaves. According to Yang Kai's calculations, an injury like Ming Yu's could be healed with just 1 leaf, so 2 was an absolute guarantee. But even if he recovered to his peak, he would still have to face a fierce battle, so it was inevitable that he would be injured again. Leaving a leaf of the immortal tree for him might be able to save his life at a critical moment, allowing him to escape from the demon territory and return to the star boundary. So at this time, he couldn't be stingy at all. Mu Zhu couldn't help but look at Yang Kai with some curiosity. Which woman is worthy of you doing this? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you think of me? Why are you talking about a woman? This misunderstanding was a bit big. Mu Zhu sneered. If it wasn't a woman, why would you be willing to pay so much? Yang Kai sighed. It's the bright moon great emperors. I'm now in the demon territory, and the great emperors are in prison with injuries, so I can only rely on the immortal tree's leaves to treat them. It has nothing to do with a woman. The bright moon great emperors. Mu Zhu and Mu Na both look serious. The specifics are a bit complicated, so I don't have time to explain too much to you. If you have time, you can ask the embodiment. Mu Zhu nodded. In that case, you can take it. While speaking, she and Mu Na moved to the side. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he have invited 2 helpers to cultivate spirit medicines? This was more like inviting 2 ancestors. If he wanted to use something of his own, he would have to ask for their permission. Reaching out and plucking the 3 green leaves, Yang Kai took out a jade box and placed it inside. Nodding to the 2 wood spirits, he left the small sealed world in a flash. Reappearing next to Mingyu, Mingyu reached out and handed the sealed world bead back to him, smiling slightly. Originally, I was thinking about how to safely send you out later, but since you have this thing, everything will be much more convenient. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly understanding the meaning of his words, but now was not the time to talk about it. Yang Kai took the sealed world bead and handed over the jade box in his hand. Master, this thing should help you recover in a short time. Mingyu looked at him with interest. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as she couldn't figure out where Yang Kai's confidence came from. She took the jade box and was about to open it when Yang Kai suddenly said, Master, it's best to use some kind of barrier to prevent any aura from leaking out. After all, there is still a demon saint outside. Chapter 3508. This place had been isolated from the outside world by Mingyu's technique. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to talk with such ease. Xueli would have discovered them long ago. At this time, Yang Kai still made this suggestion. This meant that the item in the jade box was no small matter. It was very likely that once the jade box was opened, it would have a great impact. Mingyu stared deeply at Yang Kai. When she nodded slightly, she formed a seal with one hand. The waning moon behind her suddenly shone with an even more dazzling radiance, illuminating this small pure land as bright as day. Only then did Mingyu gently open the jade box. A wisp of dark green light immediately entered her eyes. At the same time, an astonishing vitality surged out. Even though Mingyu was one of the great emperors and had seen everything from the past to the present, she couldn't help but be slightly moved. She really couldn't figure out what it was that contained such an enormous amount of vitality. When he focused his gaze, he saw 3 emerald green tender leaves placed within the jade box. Every single leaf was only 3 inches long, and they were sparkling and translucent as if they were carved from gems. The veins on the surface of the leaves were clear, and they emitted a faint fragrance. Smelling it actually made one's entire body feel comfortable. Her pupils shrank as she compared the item in front of her with the various information she had. After a while, Mingyu was moved and said, It's actually this item. He clearly recognized what it was. After all, he was one of the great emperors. Even if he hadn't seen anything that existed in this world before, he would have definitely seen it recorded in some ancient book. There was no reason for him not to recognize it. Yang Kai said, Can this item help Master recover? It can. Mingyu closed the jade box and looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. No wonder Heaven's revelations allowed you to come to the demon territory. You have such good fortune that no ordinary person can compare to you. Because of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had investigated Yang Kai a little and was clear about Yang Kai's background. A young man who came from a lower star territory could stir up a storm in just a few decades. This was enough to show that he had the potential to be a dragon among men. Now it seemed that this young man's luck was indeed good. He was actually able to obtain a treasure like the immortal tree. These 3 tender leaves were obviously just harvested. If Yang Kai didn't have the immortal tree's main body, where would he have harvested them? Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's face filled with joy. Since that's the case, Master, please quickly consume them. I'll stand guard for Master. Mingyu shook her head and laughed. There's no need to rush this matter. Even with this item, it won't be easy for me to recover. I'll need at least a year. To return. His task. And to be. To be. Mingyu smiled slightly. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you in a hurry? Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Mingyu's expression suddenly became solemn as she raised the jade box in her hand and said, This matter ends with me. The meaning of these words was obviously to tell Yang Kai that the news of him possessing the immortal tree would never spread. After all, this news was too shocking. Once it spread, it would bring Yang Kai some kind of trouble. It was rumored that if one refined the immortal tree, they would become immortal. This was something that even the great emperors yearned for. Yang Kai took out the immortal tree's leaves to heal her at this time, so how could Mingyu repay his kindness with ingratitude? If I didn't trust Master, I wouldn't have done this. Master's safety is of utmost importance to the star boundary, so I hope that Master can recover as soon as possible and escape from this sea of bitterness. Return to the star boundary and preside over the overall situation. At that time, this junior will be able to retire with success. Mingyu's smile was still the same as before as she hesitated for a while before saying, After a year, pay attention to the news here. If there are any changes, remember to come here. This king still has some things to tell you. Yang Kai stared at her, and suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. Mingyu seemed to be explaining her last words, as if she was certain that he would not be able to leave the demon territory alive. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. Comforting a great empress was stupid, so at this time, it was best not to say anything and just hope that Mingyu would be blessed. You should go, Mingyu suddenly said. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before nodding. Master, take care! Mingyu smiled lightly. You too, in the demon territory, you must be careful, especially that Ru Meng. Don't trust her too much, she should have a way to get rid of that secret technique's suppression. This was already the second person to tell him this. Bailey Mo's previous words could be explained as Mingyu trying to sow discord, but since Mingyu also said so, it meant that Ru Meng really was capable of such a thing. It was just that the time had not come yet. However, this was meaningless to Yang Kai. In any case, he had already escaped from this secret technique, but he still needed to be on guard. I'll keep that in mind. Yang Kai nodded, stared deeply at Mingyu for a moment before flashing into the mysterious bead world. Mingyu's previous words let him know what method Mingyu would use to safely send him out of this place, so at this time, there was no need to say anything, just leave everything to her. Before the sealed world bead could descend, it was caught by Mingyu, and with a flick of her sleeve, the crescent moon hanging behind her suddenly became round and full, releasing a soft white light that spread out in all directions. A violent power swept out, and the blood sea, which had not been calm for long, once again began to boil, the waves tumbling, and the aftermath shaking. Around the blood sea, the many blood demon kings all paled as they madly pushed their demonic chi to protect themselves. But how could they resist the wrath of the great emperors? The blood sea's waves slammed down, instantly killing several dozen demon kings. Fortunately, the nearby half-saint reacted quickly and took action to suppress the situation, preventing it from worsening too much. But with the strength of these people, it was impossible to suppress a great emperor, even if this great emperor was injured. In just 3 breaths of time, the few half-saint kings showed signs of difficulty and panic. At this moment, Xue Li's imposing figure appeared once again on the blood-red pillar, his red hair fluttering in the wind as he raised his hand and slammed it down. It was as if an invisible mountain had pressed down from the sky, and the boiling sea of blood instantly calmed down without the slightest ripple. Only then did the group of half-saints and demon kings fiercely heave a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had escaped death for no reason. On the blood-red pillar, Xue Li's scarlet eyes flashed with doubt, his brow furrowed as he stared into the depths of the blood sea. 2 strange movements in one day was a bit unusual. Mingyu was not an idiot. Resisting so stubbornly would only waste his strength for no reason. Not only would it not be of any use, it would make his situation even more difficult. So what was the reason for all of this? Could it be that Mingyu had given up and was prepared to fight to the death? Just as he was thinking this, Xue Li's expression became serious again. This was because hundreds of bright rays of light suddenly shot out from the sea of blood that had just calmed down. The thick sea of blood was unable to stop the assault of these rays of light at all. Wherever the rays of light passed, the blood water was cleansed, revealing long and thick passages. And wherever these lights pointed, all the demon race would die upon contact. They did not have the slightest ability to resist. The white lights shot tens of thousands of kilometers, piercing through the heavens and the earth, before gradually disappearing. Including the unforeseen event just now, hundreds of demon kings had died. The other demon race were even more numerous. It was as easy as cutting vegetables. Xue Li was furious and shouted, "Mingyu, you're courting death!" With a shake of his arms, countless blood beasts instantly appeared in the blood sea. They were all grotesquely shaped, yet lifelike. Every one of them exuded a ferocious aura as they swam through the blood sea, pouncing towards the center of the Pure Land and suppressing the area of the Pure Land. Mingyu used his arts to resist and sneered at the same time. "If you, Xue Li, really have the ability to kill me, then just use it. Who can stop you?" Xue Li snorted coldly. ignoring the fact that he did not have the ability to kill Mingyu one-on-one. Even if he did, he would not do so. The goal of the demon saint was to have Mingyu die just within the demon territory. How could they kill him so easily? However, Mingyu had provoked him twice today and killed so many demon kings. This undoubtedly angered Xueli, so he did not hold back this time. Mingyu was not that easy to kill, but it was not a problem to add to his injuries. As long as he was completely beaten down, today's situation would not happen again. For a moment, separated by the boundless blood sea, the great emperors and the demon saint fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Within the blood sea, the pure land filled with pure white light constantly expanded and shrunk, changing repeatedly. With Xueli personally taking action, the demon race was finally stabilized. More blood demon kings filled in the gaps, activating the blood sacrifice and assisting Xueli in his arts. This battle did not last for long, only half a day. Mingyu only stopped after half a day had passed. Xueli did not plan on pursuing him. After all, he did not really want to kill Mingyu here. Although he did not know how Mingyu's current situation was, Xueli was certain that he was definitely not having a good time. The most direct manifestation of this was that the pure white pure land in the blood sea had shrunk by half compared to half a day ago. The blood sea's area had also shrunk by almost a tenth. A tenth was at least the amount of blood sacrificed by billions of demon race members. In other words, this half a day of battle had caused the billions of demon race members to die for nothing. Xueli's expression was dark as he snorted coldly. "You're asking for trouble." In order to prevent Mingyu from causing any more trouble, he did not disappear this time. Instead, he stayed on the blood pillar for a few days until he was certain that Mingyu had truly calmed down before leaving. Chapter 3509. Within the boundless sea of blood, Mingyu's face was pale, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked terrible. Fighting with Xueli for half a day had caused his already injured body to be unable to bear the burden. If Yang Kai hadn't taken out that item earlier, he wouldn't have done this no matter what. After all, he had accumulated so much energy for this final battle. If he used it prematurely, all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Fortunately, Yang Kai had brought him new hope. He opened the jade box and took out a leaf from the immortal tree. Twirling it a few times, he put it in his mouth, held it under his tongue, and silently circulated his profound arts. After a short while, the millions of pores on Mingyu's body bloomed with green light. Surging vitality flowed through his flesh and meridians, healing the hidden injuries in his body. The flesh and blood on the giant hole in his lower abdomen wriggled as pitch-black demonic chi spread out, gradually showing signs of healing. Feeling the powerful recovery ability of the immortal tree's leaf, even Mingyu couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. While he was fighting fiercely with Xueli, somewhere tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly appeared with a serious expression. Hiding inside the sealed world bead and borrowing Mingyu's power to shoot the sealed world bead out had taken some risks. If Xueli had discovered the existence of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would have been exposed. However, at that time, Xueli couldn't have taken care of everything, and Mingyu finally found a suitable opportunity to send the sealed world bead out. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers couldn't hide from the perception of a demon saint's consciousness. After Yang Kai appeared from the sealed world bead, he turned his head to look back and saw that the wind was blowing and the clouds were rumbling. He knew that Mingyu was drawing Xueli's attention, so he didn't hesitate and rushed back in the direction he came from. There were no twists and turns along the way. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned to Bailey Mo's territory and met up with Tu Qiao Luo and the others. The following days were uneventful. Yang Kai had already achieved his goal of sneaking into the Eternal Heaven continent to search for Mingyu's whereabouts. Now, he also knew her condition. What he needed to do now was to wait for a year to pass and inquire about Mingyu's whereabouts. At that time, he would wait for an opportunity to take action. Therefore, he didn't bother to waste any more time. He was quite cooperative in dealing with the matter of the Realm Gate in northern Li Mo's territory. He repaired what needed to be repaired and maintained what needed to be maintained. Of course, if there was an opportunity to search for those missing continents and let the sealed world bead devour them, he wouldn't waste this opportunity. This situation continued until 2 months later, when all the continents in Bailey Mo's territory had been dealt with. Then, everyone returned home and set off for the proud snow continent. Yang Kai didn't really want to see Bailey Mo again, but he couldn't refuse Bai Ye's invitation. Moreover, he was in her territory, so he should say goodbye to her before leaving. He hurriedly returned to the proud snow continent, and once again entered the proud snow ice palace under Bai Ye's lead. After waiting for a long time in the side hall, Bai Ye came back with an awkward expression. Yang Kai looked at him, a little confused. Bai Ye said, "Brother Yang, the Holy Master has something important to deal with. I'm afraid she won't have time to see you today." Yang Kai sneered in his heart. What kind of important matter could Bailey Mo not have time to see him? She obviously didn't want to see him. It just so happened that he was too lazy to see this woman. Everyone could be said to have hit it off, so he cupped his hands and said, "In that case, this king will take his leave. Brother Bai Ye, please wait." Anyway, he had already done his part, so Bailey Mo wouldn't have any excuse to blame him in the future. "Brother Yang, wait!" Bai Ye hurriedly stopped him. "What else?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Ye said solemnly, "Brother Yang, I'm afraid you can't go back." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Bailey Mo couldn't be thinking of keeping him here forever, right? She was too naive. If she really did that, Yu Meng would definitely not agree to it. Bai Ye saw his expression and knew that he had misunderstood, but there was no other way. After all, Bailey Mo also had a criminal record. Last time, she threw her into the cold ice prison and locked her up for many days. She couldn't be sure that she didn't have any resentment. She hurriedly explained, "It's like this. Yang Kai has the ability to repair the realm gate, and the other holy masters also need help, so Brother Yang has to go to the Red Flame Holy Master." Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard this. Although he already knew that he wouldn't have peace for a long time in the future, he didn't expect that the demon saint in the demon territory wouldn't even give him time to rest. How anxious were they? He didn't know why they were so anxious. In any case, if there were problems with the realm gates, there would have been problems long ago. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Then I have to go back to the Dream Holy Master and report to her about the situation here." Bai Ye smiled. "This is also Dream Holy Master's intention. Dream Holy Master's intention is that Brother Yang doesn't need to go back. First, he needs to deal with the realm gates in the demon saint's territory." Yang Kai was a little speechless when he heard this. He confirmed, "Dream Holy Master really said that?" Bai Ye nodded. "Dream Holy Master has a connection with my Holy Master." He reckoned that Bailey Mo wouldn't lie to him about this kind of thing. Since she said so, then it must be true. Yang Kai was annoyed. He was unknowingly sold out by Yu Meng. It seemed that his weight in her heart wasn't as heavy as he thought. She might really be able to resolve the suppression of the heart seal's secret technique. It seemed that he really had to be careful of her in the future. He nodded with a calm face. "Since it's the Holy Master's order, then this king will naturally obey." Bai Ye stretched out her hand. "I will send Brother Yang off." As if he was afraid that Yang Kai would refuse, he added, "Brother Yang's safety can't be lost. Someone from the Red Flame Holy Master's side will come to hand over to me, so I have to come forward." Since he said so, Yang Kai could only agree. He thought to himself, "Why am I acting like a prisoner under house arrest?" Hand over, leaving the proud snow continent, he rushed all the way to Red Flame's territory. Red Flame was a flame demon, and his territory bordered Bailey Mo's territory. Their relationship was the same as Bailey Mo's and Yu Meng's. They were all neighbors, so it didn't take long for them to arrive. A half-saint was dispatched from the other side. He also looked like a flame demon. Even his skin was dark red. However, this unknown half-saint was different from Bai Ye. He had a serious look on his face. After the handover and confirming Yang Kai's identity, he directly threw him a space ring, turned around, and left. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't know what this guy meant. Didn't he invite him to repair the realm gate? Why did it feel like he was sending a beggar away? He wanted to ask for an explanation, but the other party had already disappeared. As expected of a flame demon, his actions were swift and decisive. He didn't even give him a chance to say a word. In desperation, Yang Kai could only check the space ring and found some jade slips inside. He took them out and looked at them. The jade slips recorded information about the disappeared and unstable realm gates in Red Flame's territory, as well as the disappeared continents. It was estimated that Bailey Mo had leaked the information, so she had already prepared this information in advance, which saved Yang Kai a lot of effort. In addition to these jade slips recorded information in the space ring, there was also a token that was either jade nor stone. There were no words, only a burning flame, and he didn't know what it symbolized. However, Yang Kai guessed that this was most likely the Half-Saint's token. He understood that this token was given to him to facilitate his travel between continents, so that he wouldn't be questioned and tracked down. Interesting. Yang Kai's face showed joy. Originally, he was a little dissatisfied with the arrogant attitude of the flame demon, but now it seemed that it was exactly what he wanted. On the contrary, Baya, who smiled all day but always guarded against him like a thief, was very annoying. Now that he was in Red Flame's territory, there was no one to interfere with him at all. He could do whatever he wanted, and he could completely let loose. After ordering 10,000 troops to repair, Yang Kai took the jade slips and checked them one by one. How many realm gates needed to be repaired and maintained was not the main point. What he needed to pay attention to was how many continents had disappeared from Red Flame's territory. In Yu Ming's territory, the sealed world bead had swallowed 3 continents, and there were still 3 that Yang Kai didn't have a chance to search for. In Bailey Mo's territory, the sealed world bead had swallowed 4 continents. A total of 6 continents had disappeared from Red Flame's territory. If no one interfered, Yang Kai could find all 6 continents and swallow them all. After studying for more than 2 hours, he planned the route a little, and ordered the troops to start directly from the continent under his feet. His days in Red Flame's territory were smooth sailing. Even if some continents of the demon race felt strange about him and came forward to question him, he only needed to show them the token and they could leave. In less than 2 months, everything had been dealt with. Until now, Yang Kai still hadn't seen the flame demon Half-Saint. Since that guy showed up on the first day, he hadn't seen him again. His token was still in his hands, and Yang Kai couldn't take it away. In desperation, he could only go to the continent where Holy City was located. On one hand, he wanted to return the token, and on the other hand, he wanted to ask where he should go next. He had a hunch that Red Flame's territory was not the end. He definitely had to go to the next Demon Saint's territory. In fact, he found the previous Half-Saint in Holy City. After returning the token, the other party didn't say a word and asked him to follow them all the way to the nearby realm gate. After passing through a few continents, they arrived at the territory of another great demon saint. There was already a half-step saint waiting for them. Once the 2 sides met, the Balrog half-step saint turned around and left. This new half-step saint had a good attitude. They exchanged a few words and got to know each other. He also gave him a lot of information. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Yang Kai muttered in his heart. He couldn't have met another Baya, right? However, if the other party wanted to follow him, then there was nothing he could do. After all, this was his territory. Studying the information, planning the route, the same old routine. After 2 hours, they started work. That half-saint had indeed followed Yang Kai for a few days. Yang Kai was prepared to deal with him the same way he dealt with Boya, but who would have thought that after a few days, that half-saint would actually take the initiative to leave? Before leaving, that half-saint left Yang Kai with his own token and told him to go to the Holy City after this matter was over and return it to him. It turned out that the half-saint had followed Yang Kai for a few days just for the sake of novelty. After the novelty wore off, he naturally left. Chapter 35:10. Day after day, Yang Kai led his 10,000 troops across the various continents like a tinkerer, repairing the world gate in the demon territory. All the demon saint were extremely keen on this matter, so everywhere he went, a half-saint would appear and arrange everything for him. All he needed to do was to plan the route step by step and repair the continents one by one. After a few demon saint territories, Yan Kai's small sealed world had already swallowed nearly 20 missing continents. The territory of the small sealed world had expanded to an incredible extent. Even Yang Kai had obtained several thousand myriad demon pills. The number of pills required for his embodiment to become a half-saint was more than enough, but it would take some time. One day, while his 10,000 troops were marching, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked up. Everyone behind him also hurriedly stopped and looked over curiously. Tu Qiaoyuo observed for a while, but after seeing nothing unusual, he could not help but ask in confusion. "Great King, what happened?" Yang Kai ignored him and just frowned as he stared at a certain spot in the void, his gaze deep, as if it could penetrate the barrier of space. "Oh, you can actually find me?" At the same time as this voice sounded, a figure suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away. This person was male, but he was somewhat different from the other demon race cultivators Yang Kai had seen so far. This man had a single horn on his forehead that was about the length of a finger, and the thickness of 2 fingers. It was curved upwards, like the horn of a rhinoceros. This man was also quite burly and had a large waist. This appearance surprised Yang Kai a little. Although there were hundreds of races in the demon territory, and each race had different appearances and characteristics, this was the first time he had seen a guy with a horn on his forehead. Where did this guy come from? However, no matter what the other party's identity was, his strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Just now, Yang Kai only felt that there was something wrong in front of him, but in fact, he did not find any trace of this guy. If he had not taken the initiative to expose himself, it would have taken him some more time to see through it. This guy is definitely a half-saint. Yang Kai was at a loss, but Tu Qiaoyuo, Yin, and the others were on guard. They pushed their demonic qi and looked at him vigilantly. Boya also instantly drew her bow and nocked an arrow. With a surge of her divine sense, she locked onto the half-saint in front of her with a solemn expression. Yang Kai looked around and felt more and more strange. What the hell are these guys doing? I've seen many half-saints these days, but I've never seen them so nervous. Could it be that this guy has a special background? Just as he was thinking about this, Boya secretly sent him a message. Be careful. This guy is from the 100 Spirit Continent. 100 Spirit Continent? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment. He remembered that he had seen the existence of this continent on the map. He nodded slightly and said, "Which demon saint's territory does the 100 Spirit Continent belong to?" The 100 Spirit Continent was still some distance away from here. He would need to pass through at least 5 world gates to get there. At this time, a half-saint from the 100 Spirit Continent suddenly came to intercept him. Yang Kai could not help but think that the demon saint from the 100 Spirit Continent was too anxious. Anyway, he would definitely go and repair the world gates sooner or later, so there was no need to do this, right? Boy glanced at Yang Kai speechlessly and replied, "The 100 Spirit Continent is not the territory of any demon saint." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He turned his head and asked, "What do you mean?" Boya said with a serious expression, "There are holy spirits in your astral realm, and there are also holy spirits in the demon territory. These holy spirits have a long history. Some of them were born before the demon territory existed. They are all very powerful and unwilling to be left behind. Although the holy sages have divided 90% of the demon territory, there is still a continent that is occupied by these holy spirits. It is not under the jurisdiction of any holy sages. That is the 100 Spirit Continent, and the master of the 100 Spirit Continent is an existence that is not inferior to the 12 holy sages." Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. In the demon territory, there was a powerhouse comparable to the 12 demon saint? But it was not strange when he thought about it. There was Dragon Island in the astral realm. The Great Elder and Second Elder of the dragon race were also comparable to the Great Emperors. The growth of holy spirits was not restricted by the bottle of heaven and earth because they had their own bloodline inheritance, and did not need the recognition of the power of heaven and earth. This guy should be a holy spirit. He must have come for you. There is also a problem with the realm gate in the 100-spirit continent. Yongkai nodded slightly and said, Then I guess the relationship between the master of the 100-spirit continent and the holy sages must not be very good. If they were on good terms, there would be no need for them to send someone to stop him here. They only needed to greet the other demon saint, and he would naturally go there. Boya could not help but roll her eyes. You are still in the mood to joke at a time like this. Do you want me to cry in front of you? Yongkai sneered. It was just a half-saint. Although it was powerful, he did not need to be too afraid. Although his Dharmakaya was still some distance away from becoming a half-saint, if he joined forces with him, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he would still be able to fight back. The battle between him and Sengemo in the astral world was the best example. Sengemo was also a half-saint, but in the astral world, everyone called him a fake emperor. Boya continued, It is hard to explain the uniqueness of the 100-spirit continent in a few words, but you are right. The relationship between the master of this continent and the holy sages is not very good, but it is not to the extent of falling out. You are holy sage's dreams man, so he may not dare to do anything to you. Yongkai glanced at her faintly as he secretly cursed his bad luck. After coming to the demon domain, he had become a gigolo who lived off a woman and had to borrow Yu Meng's prestige everywhere. While he and Boya were talking, the one-horned holy spirit opposite them did not disturb them. When their divine thoughts calmed down, he asked with a smile, Are you that human? Yongkai laughed. If there is no other human in the demon territory, then it would be me. Very good. Come with me. The one-horned holy spirit nodded and said in an indisputable tone. Yongkai immediately felt disgusted. If the one-horned holy spirit had spoken nicely, he might not have refused to go. After all, he had been to so many continents during this time, so it would not matter if he added the 100-spirit continent. However, the one-horned holy spirit continent made him feel a little repulsed. Helping you repair the realm gate is a favor, but not helping you is a duty. Why should I go with you? Since they were not on the same page, Yongkai slowly shook his head and said, I am a prince under Holy Sage's dream. If you want to invite me, you will have to talk to Holy Sage's dream first. I can only go after Holy Sage's dream has spoken. Otherwise, I am powerless. Yongkai was too lazy to talk to him anymore. He raised his hand and said, If there is nothing else, please let me pass. I still have important matters to attend to, so I cannot delay for too long. The one-horned Holy Spirit naturally would not let him pass. He grinned at him and said, I advise you to come with me obediently. The less resistance, the less pain. What do you think? Yongkai narrowed his eyes and said, Are you saying that you want to start a war with me? I wonder if you can withstand Holy Sage's dream's anger? The one-horned Holy Spirit chuckled. The name of Holy Sages can intimidate anyone, but it cannot intimidate the people of the 100-spirit continent. This is a rebellion. No wonder the master of the 100-spirit continent did not have a good relationship with the other demon saint. No demon saint would like such a disobedient group. Why don't the demon saint join forces and destroy this continent? Even the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent were forced into a corner by them. If the demon saint really joined forces, the 100-spirit continent would have been destroyed long ago. But on second thought, Yongkai understood why the 100-spirit continent could survive in the cracks of the other continents. Not to mention that the master of the 100-spirit continent was not inferior to a demon saint. Even the 12 demon saint would not really join forces. Even if 3 to 5 of them joined forces, they would not be able to eat this fat piece of meat. Instead, they might force the 100-spirit continent to fight like a trapped beast. If this continent joined the other demon saint, it would only strengthen the strength of others. Of course, there were too many things involved. Yongkai could only think of this at the moment. But no matter what, there must be a reason why the 100-spirit continent could exist in the territory of the demons. The one-horned Holy Spirit did not seem to have any patience. After he finished speaking, he shouted, 10 breaths. Think about it carefully. Don't let me down! Yan Kai rolled his eyes and looked at him with his nostrils. This made the one-horned Holy Spirit's mouth twitch, but he was a man of his word. He said 10 breaths, so 10 breaths. When the time was up, rich devil chi rolled out from his body. He chuckled and said, Since you don't want to cooperate, I can only use force. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to grab Yang Kai. As he moved, the origin energy of heaven and earth surged. A big hand formed by black devil chi leisurely took shape and grabbed at Yang Kai. Boya and the others' faces changed greatly. They all attacked together. Evenly Shurqing gritted her teeth and scattered a rain of petals. Each petal contained a terrifying killing power. However, although they had many people and were quite strong, they were still not strong enough to fight against the half-saint. All their attacks fell on the big hand of devil chi, but they only caused ripples and disappeared. Kai Yan was completely defenseless, his mouth curling into a sneer. He took the initiative to take a step forward, as if he was ready to die. The one-horned Holy Spirit was startled. He did not know what Yang Kai was doing. Although his attack did not mean to take Yang Kai's life, it was still somewhat powerful. If it really hit Yang Kai, with his cultivation level equivalent to a mid-tier demon king, there was no way he could survive. This time, he came to bring Yang Kai back to the 100-spirit continent, not to kill him. If he really killed Yang Kai, it would definitely anger most demon saint. He could not bear the responsibility. As this thought flashed through his mind, he hurriedly withdrew some of his power. However, Yang Kai did not have any intention to resist. Instead, he opened his arms and looked like he was going to welcome death. Was this guy crazy? The one-horned divine spirit was dumbfounded. At this moment, it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. Just as the human race cultivator in front of him was about to be hit, a shocking aura suddenly filled the air and a slender figure instantly appeared in front of Yang Kai, raised a white palm, and gently patted him. The pitch-black devil essence hand vanished in an instant. Looking at Xiaowu standing in front of him, Yang Kai smiled. Chapter 35:11. If Yang Kai joined forces with the embodiment, he would be able to deal with the one-horned Holy Spirit for a while, but he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Instead, he would rather use the power of Yu Meng's soul descent to deal with the one-horned Holy Spirit, saving him time and effort. When Boya and the others saw Xiaowu flash in front of them, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. The soul descent of the Holy Senior had come again. Even a half-saint would have to temporarily avoid it. Unexpectedly, the one-horned Holy Spirit didn't retreat. Instead, he looked as if he had expected it. He gritted his teeth and said, I knew it! As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch forward, and the power to shatter the void burst out. You're courting death! Yu Meng's eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and clapped 3 times in a row. A terrifying and irresistible power swept forward, directly dissolving the one-horned Holy Spirit's attack. Not only that, but the aftermath of the attack also caused a big dent in his chest. The one-horned Holy Spirit opened his mouth and spat out blood. Even if it was only a wisp of the divine soul, the power of the demon saint wasn't something he could resist. A trace of horror flashed in the one-horned Holy Spirit's eyes. He quickly retreated. How could Yu Meng allow him to be presumptuous in front of her? If the master of the 100-spirit continent was here in person, she might be a little afraid. However, he was just a half-saint. If she killed him, so be it. The master of the 100-spirit continent couldn't settle accounts with her. In the end, it was their fault for being rude first. So, Yu Meng's figure swayed, and she directly chased after the one-horned Holy Spirit. She opened her mouth and let out a scream, which shook the Holy Spirit, who was frantically retreating. He almost fell from the sky. This was obviously a divine soul attack, and its power was not to be underestimated. The one-horned Holy Spirit suddenly bled from his 7 orifices. He looked miserable, but he grinned wildly and said, You fell into my trap! Yu Meng's complexion changed. She seemed to have realized something. So, she quickly turned her head to look. She saw two silhouettes suddenly appear from the left and right sides of Yang Kai. Then, these two silhouettes grabbed him from both sides. They didn't give him any opportunity to resist. They wrapped him up and ran away. In fact, they had covered a distance of 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Yu Meng was furious. She turned around and wanted to chase after him, but the single-horned Holy Spirit's hands moved quickly. He pressed his palms against the void. At the same time, the light of a formation lit up under Yu Meng's feet. It enveloped her and concealed her figure. Violent fluctuations of power surged out from the spirit array, but in less than 3 breaths of time, Yu Meng had already escaped. Her beautiful eyes were cold as she looked around, but she couldn't see the semi-saints of the 100-spirit continent. Taking advantage of the short time she was trapped by the spirit array, they had already run away. Boya, Tukialio, and the others didn't react until this time. They all looked at Yu Meng in horror. They knew that Saint Master Yu Meng must be furious at this moment. She had personally used her soul descent, but she had still let people kidnap Yang Kai. At this time, no one dared to speak, for fear that she would vent her anger on them. Yu Meng was indeed furious and full of murderous intent. But now that things had come to this, she had no other choice. Her soul descent couldn't exert its full power, so it was impossible for her to kill the 3 half-saint. Fortunately, she also knew that they wouldn't do anything to Yang Kai. They must be here to repair the portal. But in this case, she had to go to the 100-spirit continent in person. Gritting her teeth secretly, Yu Meng turned to look at Tukialio and the others. You all go back to Cloud Shadow first. Tukialio and the others naturally agreed. They couldn't intervene in this kind of matter. Without Yang Kai, it was meaningless for them to continue to stay here. They could only go back to Cloud Shadow and wait for news. On the other side, after Yu Meng finished speaking, she directly fell down. After all, Xiao Wu's strength was not very strong. Every time she suffered from her soul descent, she had to sleep for many days before she could recover. In the void, Yang Kai was speechless. He looked left and right, but all he saw were the same faces. He never thought that the 100-spirit continent would send 3 half-saint just to bring him back. He was a little fearless at first. He could join forces with his Dharmakaya, and Yu Meng could use her soul descent. A mere one-horned Holy Spirit couldn't do anything to him. But now, he was being held hostage and couldn't move. Even if he released his Dharmakaya, he couldn't defeat these two. He had no choice but to be safe. Anyway, his life wasn't in danger. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, the two who were holding him hostage were twins. He didn't know what kind of Holy Spirit they were, but Yang Kai couldn't see any difference between them. They were very beautiful, and even had a bit of a foreign territory. They had high noses, bright big eyes, slender eyelashes, full red lips, and snow-white skin. But then again, at their level of strength, all of them were beautiful. Their figures couldn't be seen for the time being, but their breasts were very majestic. If you dare to look again, I'll dig your eyeballs out. The woman on the right suddenly glanced at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai immediately looked straight ahead. On the contrary, the woman on the left said to Yang Kai with a smile, "Don't be afraid, we don't mean you any harm. We just want to ask you to come with us." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How can you invite me like this? Fortunately, I'm brave. If I was a little timid, I would have been scared to death." The woman on the left said with a smile, "Your courage is indeed not small. Even in such a situation, your face doesn't change." Yang Kai thought to himself, "I was also like this when I faced Bai Liemo, so you two half-saint are nothing." Of course, he only dared to think about it in his heart. If he really said it out loud, he wouldn't have a good ending. So, he laughed at himself and said, "Actually, I'm afraid, but I can only pretend to be calm." He paused for a moment, then said, May I ask how to address you two ladies?" No one answered. Yang Kai felt awkward, so he could only ask again. "Are you twins? Who is the elder sister, and who is the younger sister?" The woman on the right frowned and said, "Why are you talking so much?" Do you believe that I won't pull out your tongue? Yang Kai was speechless. This is a violent madwoman. We just met for a while, but she already wants to gouge out my eyes and pull out my tongue. What did I do to provoke you? You were the one who wanted to kidnap me, not the one who wanted to go with you. With a face full of displeasure, Yang Kai didn't open his mouth to speak again. The other party may have just said it casually, or they may be serious. Without knowing the other party's background, Yang Kai didn't dare to act rashly. Who knew that when he didn't speak, the woman on the left suddenly poked him with her arm. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a look of inquiry. The other party asked excitedly, I heard that you are Ru Meng's man? When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was true that good news didn't leave the door, but bad news spread for thousands of miles. Even the people of the 100-spirit continent knew about this matter. He was afraid that in the entire demon territory, there was no one who didn't know that he was a gigolo. However, this woman was quite gossipy. She actually asked this kind of question. She was not as cold as the one on the left. He didn't want to explain more about this kind of thing. Who knew that the other party would be so persistent and keep asking? Yang Kai was helpless. He could only point at his mouth and then at the woman on the left. He meant that he didn't dare to speak when she told him to shut up. The woman on the right smiled and said, I am the elder sister. She listens to me. Don't be afraid. This also answered Yang Kai's question. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at his sister. He saw that his sister was looking straight ahead with an indifferent expression. It seemed that she really listened to her elder sister. However, Yang Kai still coughed tentatively. His sister immediately rolled her eyes and glared at him with a look of disdain. Tell me, there is a rumor outside that a human has taken Ru Meng. Is it true? It wasn't that she was gossipy. The main thing was that this news was too shocking. Ru Meng was one of the 12 demon saints. It was really unbelievable that she had gotten together with a human man. Sort of. Yang Kai shrugged. What do you mean, sort of? The elder sister was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Yang Kai said, It's hard to explain. Anyway, it's just what you heard. Hey, aren't you being too perfunctory? How do you want me to explain this kind of thing? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The elder sister pursed her lips and suddenly asked, Then have you guys? As she spoke, she revealed a meaningful smile, and her slender eyebrows twitched. She had a look that said, You know what I mean. Yang Kai almost cursed. You have the nerve to ask this kind of thing? Do you have any shame? He immediately said with a dark face, Do I know you that well? It was clearly the first time they had met. Moreover, they had been kidnapped. Why was this woman acting so familiar? As soon as he said this, the elder sister didn't say anything. Instead, it was the younger sister on the right whose face sank. Be careful with your words. Otherwise, I will sew your mouth shut. You fucking just can't get along with my facial features, right? If it's not your eyes, then it's your tongue or your mouth. Do you want me to let you deal with my ears and nose too? Yang Kai's lungs were about to explode. Just then, a flowing light came from the right side. Seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He thought that Ru Meng had come to rescue him. However, when he sensed the aura of this person, he found that it was actually the one-horned Holy Spirit. When the one-horned Holy Spirit arrived, he found that it was indeed him. However, this guy didn't seem to be in a good condition. His face was pale, and there were still traces of blood on his 7 orifices. Obviously, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Ru Meng. Yang Kai looked disappointed. However, as things had come to this, there was no turning back. He was afraid that he had to go to the 100-spirit continent. As soon as the two sides met, the twin sisters nodded at him. The one-horned Holy Spirit also didn't say a word. He flew directly in front and led the way. They didn't stop and passed through several realm gates. During this time, Yang Kai suggested that the two sisters put him down. He promised that he would follow them and wouldn't resist. However, they didn't care about this suggestion at all. They probably knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space. If they really let him go, he would disappear in a flash. A few days later, the four of them came to a realm gate. There was a half-saint guarding the realm gate. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be a holy spirit of the 100-spirit continent. He was guarding this place to guard against something. However, it could be seen that the relationship between the 100-spirit continent and the demon saint was not very good. Otherwise, why would a half-saint be guarding the realm gate all year round? Chapter 35:12. They had been in the demon territory for quite some time. They had passed through countless realm gates, but none of them were guarded, unless they wanted to seal off a certain continent. However, the realm gate leading to the 100-spirit continent was guarded by a half-saint, so the problem was obvious. When they met, the half-saint guarding the realm gate just nodded slightly. He glanced at Yang Kai and let them pass. After passing through the realm gate, the four of them successfully arrived at the 100-spirit continent. Yang Kai was not familiar with this continent. Before this, he didn't even know that this continent was special in the demon territory, but he had seen the existence of this continent on the map, so he knew that it was very vast. The area of the Cloud Shadow continent was not small. In the entire demon territory, it was above average. However, the 100-spirit continent was at least 5 times bigger than the Cloud Shadow continent. It could be said that it was one of the largest continents in the demon territory. After all, it was the territory of the holy spirits in the demon territory, so it was unreasonable for it to be so small. They didn't stop and continued to fly forward. Yang Kai looked around in boredom, but soon his eyes became curious. He found that in the Lingchuan mountains below, there were many demon beasts running and roaring. Even in the air, there were strange flying demon beasts that he couldn't name shuttling back and forth. There were too many to count. It wasn't that he hadn't seen magical beasts in other parts of the infernal realm. Many infernal kings like to get a powerful and majestic magical beast as a mount, but he had never seen such a dense population of magical beasts in any continent. As they continued to fly forward, Yang Kai found traces of demon beasts in almost every territory. This 100-spirit continent, it would be more appropriate to change its name to the 1000-beast continent. What was even rarer was that many of these demon beasts exuded powerful auras that were not inferior to the demon king that Yang Kai had seen before. There are a lot, right? The sister on the right suddenly said. Yang Kai didn't immediately understand what she was saying, but he soon understood and nodded. There are indeed a lot. The younger sister on the left sneered. There used to be more. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she meant. Just as he was wondering, his sister explained. Our 100-spirit continent is not restricted by any demon saint. We seem to be free and unfettered, but in fact, we are just trying to survive in the cracks. This continent is very suitable for demon beasts to live in. In addition, many of the demon beasts here have the bloodline of the Holy Spirit, so they are very popular with the guys outside. If you can tame one and make it your mount, it will be helpful to improve your strength. On the battlefield, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Therefore, our 100-spirit continent sends a large number of demon beasts to the outside world every 100 years. Yang Kai listened quietly. He began to understand why the 100-spirit continent could survive in the cracks. It was undeniable that the master of the 100-spirit continent was very powerful, so the demon saint didn't dare to act rashly. However, the biggest reason why the demon saint tolerated the existence of the 100-spirit continent was that the 100-spirit continent was used as a breeding ground for demon beasts. Countless years of oppression and extortion had made the creatures of the 100-spirit continent extremely hostile to the outside world. This was also the reason why the one-horned Holy Spirit didn't show any respect to Yu Meng, and even dared to confront her directly. The sister gritted her teeth and said, There are also some shameless guys who sneak into the 100-spirit continent and kill the demon beasts here. Of course, once they were discovered, these guys wouldn't have a good ending. In the past, when there was no one guarding the realm gates, such things often happened. Some demon kings sneaked into the 100-spirit continent in groups of 3 or 5. After they succeeded, they immediately retreated. Because of this, the realm gates that led to the 100-spirit continent were now guarded by half-saint, and no outsiders were allowed to enter. Yang Kai frowned. Why are you telling me this? Strictly speaking, he was now just a captive. There was no need to explain the situation of the 100-spirit continent to him, right? The sister smiled. I just think that you should know how pitiful the creatures of the 100-spirit continent are, and you have the ability to change all of this. What ability do I have? Yang Kai was speechless. In the eyes of the demon race, his biggest role was to repair and maintain the realm gates. This was also the reason why many demon saints favored him. By the way, didn't you capture me to repair the realm gates? The sister smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. This trip was definitely not as simple as he thought. They didn't say anything along the way as they crossed spiritual mountains and rivers. When a huge castle appeared in front of them, the twin sisters and the one-horned Holy Spirit looked excited. The castle covered a vast area and was located in a mountain range. Between the mountains and ridges, there were strange beasts running. Outside the castle, on top of the walls, there were many strange-looking demonic beasts, each emitting a powerful aura. The castle was built very crudely, as if a giant beast was crouching on the ground. An ancient aura came from it. Even though it was Yang Kai's first time here, he could guess that this should be the place where the master of the 100-spirit continent lived. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If it was another demon saint, Yang Kai wouldn't be nervous, because he knew that he was useful to those demon saints and wouldn't be harmed. But the master of the 100-spirit continent was different. Who knew what he was planning? If he didn't like Yang Kai and killed him, who could he reason with? He landed in front of the castle. Before he entered, he felt a murderous aura. In the dark shadows, a huge figure gradually appeared, and every step it took made the ground tremble. A moment later, Yang Kai was able to clearly see what was approaching him. It was a huge demonic beast that looked like a lion. It was about 5 feet tall, and there was a golden mane in front of its chest. It was as smooth and shiny as silk, and there was a hot breath coming out of its huge nostrils. It looked very majestic. The giant lion looked down at Yang Kai and the others, and its golden eyes emitted a light of examination. The one-horned Holy Spirit and the twin sisters cupped their fists together. Master Lion! Yang Kai blinked. Although he was sandwiched by the twin sisters, his cultivation wasn't sealed, so he could clearly feel the power of the giant lion. It was definitely a half-saint. But the one-horned Holy Spirit and the twin sisters still had to call him master even though they were all half-saint. It was obvious that either the strength of the lion was higher than the three of them, or the Holy Spirit's ranking was higher. But no matter what, this guy called the lion was not someone he could resist. The lion nodded slightly and said in human language, "You're back?" The sister holding Yang Kai said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." The lion looked at the one-horned Holy Spirit and asked coldly, "Who did it?" The one-horned Holy Spirit smiled bitterly. "Yuru Meng's soul came. I'll teach her a lesson sooner or later." The lion snorted and glared at Yang Kai fiercely, as if it wanted to put the blame on him. Yang Kai was speechless. But it seemed that the people of the 100-spirit continent had a lot of resentment towards the demon race, especially towards the demon saint. In other places, the demon race didn't dare to call the saint by her name, let alone say something like, "Teach her a lesson. The master is inside. You can go in," the lion said and stepped aside. The two sisters nodded and walked in with Yang Kai. The one-horned Holy Spirit didn't follow them in. Instead, it turned around and left the place, probably to find a place to heal. After passing through a long corridor, they suddenly entered a cold and dark hall. The two sisters stopped at the edge of the hall and waited quietly. When they arrived here, they finally let go of Yang Kai. They probably thought that it would be difficult for Yang Kai to escape here even if he had the space divine technique. Yang Kai focused his gaze and could vaguely make out a burly figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall, motionless. However, the entire hall was filled with pitch-black demonic chi, like a thick layer of mist covering the ground. As this burly figure breathed, The demonic chi in the hall also tumbled and roiled. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the dark demonic chi rolling under his feet. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and poked it forward. In the next moment, the rolling demonic chi suddenly converged towards the center and was absorbed by the burly figure. Yang Kai's face darkened. Only now did he realize that the demonic chi was the result of the other party circulating their secret art. "What are you doing?" Behind him, the younger sister shouted in horror. Even the older sister's beautiful face paled. Never had they expected that Yang Kai would be so bold as to disturb the master's cultivation. In the center of the cold and dark hall, two lightning-like rays of light flashed, crossing an arc and arriving in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Only now did Yang Kai see that the two rays of light were actually a pair of eyes. They seemed to be able to capture one's soul and make one shudder. Yang Kai's heart trembled and he lowered his head immediately, the expression on his face covered by the hair hanging over his forehead. "Greetings, Master." The twin sisters hurriedly saluted. "He's that person?" A deep voice resounded in the hall, echoing back and forth. The older sister said, "Yes, Master, he is that person." "Very good, raise your head." The last sentence was naturally directed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he had to raise his head. He did not look into the other party's eyes and slightly saluted. "Greetings, Master. I am Chan Tian." Yang Kai finally knew the name of the Master of the 100th Spirit Continent. "I heard that you are proficient in the law of space and can repair and maintain the realm gate?" Chan Tian asked. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded honestly. It was meaningless to deny this. Chan Tian smiled. "It is said that the space divine technique is mysterious and complicated, but I have never had the chance to see it. Why don't you show it to me?" Yang Kai frowned and raised his eyes to look at him. He looked directly into the other party's eyes and said with slight displeasure, "Master, you are joking. The space divine technique is not a sideshow. If Master really wants to understand it, you can watch me repair the realm gate later." It wasn't until this moment that he started to seriously size up the Master of the 100th Spirit Continent. Although he knew that he was tall and sturdy, he thought that he was a burly man with big arms and a round waist. However, after taking a closer look at him, he found that he was surprisingly good-looking. It was just that he was taller. His black hair cascaded freely over his shoulders, just like his desire for freedom. Chapter 35:13. Hearing Yang Kai's answer, the corners of Chang Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he glanced to the side. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of danger as a powerful force attacked him from the side. Caught off guard, Yang Kai couldn't react in time and could only instinctively activate his Nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void. A slender hand passed through where Kai Yang was standing, hitting empty air. The person who had attacked raised her eyebrows, revealing a look of surprise. Yang Kai had taken this opportunity to teleport 1,000 meters away and looked back with a gloomy expression. He didn't try to use the space divine technique to escape. In front of a master comparable to a demon saint, doing so would only bring disgrace to himself. However, the other party's sneak attack made him secretly annoyed. The attacker was the younger of the twin sisters. Apparently, she had received a hint from Chang Tian and was using force to force him to use the space divine technique. Interesting. Chang Tian put his hands behind his back and turned his head to look at Yang Kai. With his eyesight, he naturally saw through all the mysteries just now and said with a faint smile, "But the space divine technique isn't just for defense, right? Don't you have any offensive means?" Whether it was the Nihility secret technique or teleportation, they were all for self-defense. Obviously, they couldn't satisfy Chang Tian's curiosity. Yang Kai's face couldn't help but turn black when he heard this. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he was being attacked by a half-saint. What else could he do but protect himself? What he meant was that if he didn't satisfy him, he wouldn't give up. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the little sister attacked again. She raised her hands slightly and pointed at Yang Kai from afar. Even though they were clearly separated by 1,000 meters, this finger made Yang Kai feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain. The blood and chi in his chest roiled, making it difficult for him to breathe. It made him feel as if he was nothing more than an ant. Looking at the younger sister's relaxed expression, it seemed that she hadn't used her full strength yet. All the bones in his body creaked. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and flicked his fingers. Numerous pitch-black crescent blades cut through the void and whistled towards his sister. They arrived in the blink of an eye. Not only did they shatter her attack, but they also turned the tables and took the initiative. This caused her beautiful eyes to shrink and reveal a look of surprise. At this point, since Chang Tian wanted to see the space divine technique, Yang Kai could only do as he wished. Seeing this, the big sister opposite him opened her mouth slightly, forming a circle. Those pitch-black crescent blades contained extremely terrifying might, and they were definitely not something a mid-rank demon king could display. From this, it could be seen that the space divine technique was not only unique in terms of defense and survival, but it was also not lacking in offensive capabilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to break through a half-saint's attack. In a moment of carelessness, she had underestimated the enemy and allowed several crescent blades to arrive in front of her. She couldn't help but have an unsightly look on her face. Her fingers suddenly turned into a palm and fiercely slapped down. Those several crescent blades seemed to have collided with an invisible wall in an instant, collapsing and dispersing. This wasn't over yet. Her figure suddenly swayed and broke through the barrier of 100 feet in an instant, arriving in front of Yang Kai. Her arm was so soft that it seemed to have no bones. Following one of Yang Kai's arms, her palm struck towards Yang Kai's chest. This palm seemed to be light and without any strength, but Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly as he felt a fatal threat. He cursed in his heart. This woman is crazy. Chang Tian only wanted to see the space divine technique, and I've already fulfilled his wish. You actually want to kill me? Although he knew that it was impossible for the opposite party to really kill him, the power contained in that palm couldn't be faked. God knows how much of her strength she would hold back at the last moment. In case there was a mistake in her estimation, he might be seriously injured by her. It could be said that he had fallen into a desperate situation when a half-saint got so close to him. However, Yang Kai's expression was unprecedentedly calm. The principles of space fluctuated around his body as he punched towards her. The speed of this punch wasn't fast, but it was powerful and heavy. A pitch-black vortex appeared in front of the fist out of thin air. It seemed as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth, and was about to swallow everything in the world. Banish! I can't avoid it. So, I can only use offense as a substitute for defense. But the space divine technique that I've mastered has been completely exposed. The younger sister, who had thought that victory was in her grasp, revealed a look of astonishment. Even though she was a half-saint, she could still feel the suction force coming from that black hole. She knew that once she was swallowed by this thing, she would be forever lost in the crevice of the void. She wouldn't be able to find the way out, and would eventually die of old age alone. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately gave up on her original attack, and hurriedly retreated. But before she retreated, she shot a demon chi from her palm, and hit Yang Kai's chest. His figure floated down. His younger sister had already returned to her original position, as if she hadn't moved at all. But there was a bull-sized hole in her dress at her lower abdomen. It was because she had been careless and brushed by that black hole. Her snow-white skin was exposed, and she felt a little cold. Fortunately, she wasn't injured. Otherwise, she would have lost a lot of face. Even so, this was an extremely inconceivable matter. One must know that her opponent was only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king. If it had been another mid-rank demon king, even if she hadn't used her full strength, they wouldn't have been able to touch even a strand of her hair, let alone damage her clothes. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure was also retreating, but he didn't take the initiative to do so. Instead, he was the one who had been beaten. It took him a while to regain his balance, but he still couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he glared at his younger sister angrily. Although the demon chi that his opponent had shot at him at the last moment didn't really hurt him, it had still caused him some minor injuries. The power of a half-saint was indeed not to be underestimated. Is that enough? Yang Kai wiped the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Chang Tian. As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, this was the limit of what he could do. If Chang Tian wanted to make things difficult for him, he really didn't know what to do. This was the first time he missed Yu Meng so much. That woman should have already set off for the 100-spirit continent, but he didn't know when she would arrive. But after taking a look, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, because Chang Tian was staring at him at this moment, as if he had seen something amazing. Chang Tian's eyes were shining, and the corners of his mouth were curled into an obvious smile. Looking at each other, Yang Kai felt uneasy. Does the master of the 100-spirit continent have any special fetishes? If that's the case, it'll be troublesome. Even the twins could sense that something was off. It had been a long time since they had seen such an excited expression on their master's face. That's right, it was excitement. What in this world could make him so excited? Could it be the space divine technique that the human race used? Just as he was feeling suspicious, Chang Tian stretched out his hand and a golden light flashed from Yang Kai's side and flew into Chang Tian's palm. The two sisters looked closely and found that what Chang Tian had summoned was none other than the blood that Yang Kai had just spat out. The blood was golden, but what caught the two sisters' attention was that this blood gave them a sense of déjà vu. Before they could figure it out, Chang Tian's expression became even more excited. He even laughed out loud in this empty and cold hall, echoing endlessly. With a flick of his hand, he flung the drop of golden blood away, then looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes and walked towards him. With one step, the whole hall suddenly buzzed and the world trembled. A terrifying pressure swept out in all directions. The twins' faces changed and they had to urge their demonic chi to resist. When the second step fell, whether it was the twins or Yang Kai, they all felt their hearts contract fiercely, as if the foot had not stepped on the ground, but on their own hearts. Chang Tian walked forward step by step, his majestic aura bursting out in all directions. He was not fast, but he gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. His eyes were always fixed on Yang Kai with an expectant look. After the initial shock and uneasiness, Yang Kai gradually calmed down. Soon, he also looked at Chang Tian in surprise and gradually realized that the other party's aura was indeed terrifying, but it also gave him a very familiar feeling. This was Dragon Force. The master of the 100-spirit continent was actually a dragon race. However, this dragon race was not the dragon race that he knew, but a dragon race that belonged to the demon territory. It was not surprising when he thought about it. The 100-spirit continent was the place where many divine spirits lived in the demon territory. Among the divine spirits, the dragon and the phoenix had always been the most respected. If there was anyone who was qualified to be the leader of all the spirits, it would be the dragon and the phoenix. Yang Kai understood that the other party must have noticed him when he was injured and spat out the dragon blood. That was why he took the initiative to test him. Otherwise, with Chang Tian's prestige, how could he bully the weak like this? After all, when he wanted to observe the space divine technique, he had to instruct others to do it for him. While he was lost in thought, Chang Tian had already walked a distance of several hundred feet. The dragon power that permeated the air was almost solid. Coupled with his powerful cultivation base, even the half-step Saint twins found it difficult to bear, and they both showed signs of difficulty. On the other hand, Yang Kai looked calm. Although he felt that the other party was powerful, he was not seriously affected and could still bear it. This made the two sisters who saw this scene show a look of disbelief, almost thinking that they were dreaming. Even they couldn't withstand this pressure, so how could Yang Kai withstand it? Seeing this, the smile on Chang Tian's face grew wider. His body shook, and suddenly his dragon force increased. The twins let out a low cry and half knelt on the ground, their faces pale. Yang Kai also felt that he could not bear it. He did have the power of the golden divine dragon's origin, but the fusion was not complete. He could not fully exert the full power of the golden divine dragon's origin. Naturally, he could not resist Chang Tian's power. His flesh and blood wriggled and his bones cracked. His face was red and his eyes were wide open. When he reached his limit, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Dragon transformation!" There was a crackling sound, and in the dark and cold hall, a behemoth rapidly expanded. Chang Tian, who had been moving forward unhurriedly, finally stopped. His eyes kept moving upward as he raised his head, and he let out a low chuckle. The twins, who were half kneeling on the ground, also looked up in a daze. Chapter 35:14. On Dragon Island, Yang Kai had once faced the might of the two great elders of the dragon race head-on. However, at that time, he was in the Dragon Temple, blessed by the dragon souls of many ancestors, so it was not the same as the current situation. Chang Tian's strength was estimated to be at the level of the Great Elder and Second Elder of the dragon race at most, but without the blessing of the Dragon Temple, even if Yang Kai went all out, he would not be a match for Chang Tian. After all, the other party was equivalent to a demon saint, and without relying on the power of his bloodline, his cultivation alone was enough to make Yang Kai unable to make any waves. Using the dragon transformation secret technique was only to resist his dragon pressure. And this seemed to be the purpose of Chang Tian's pressure. Dragon horns protruded from both sides of his forehead, and his body was covered in golden dragon scales. His hands turned into dragon claws, the tips of which flashed with a cold light. Even the strongest defensive artifact in the world could not withstand a single blow from such a pair of dragon claws. Behind him, the dragon tail swayed, and his 300-meter-tall body stood tall. Fortunately, the construction of this hall was extremely grand, otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate Yang Kai's current size. Hot air spurted out of his nostrils, sweeping up a whistling wind in the hall. Looking down and meeting Chang Tian's eyes, Yang Kai saw the smile in his eyes and nodded gently. "Sure enough!" Yang Kai snorted lightly and opened his mouth to roar, the dragon's roar shaking the sky, causing the entire hall to tremble. Outside the castle, the many exotic beasts that were resting raised their heads in unison at this moment, looking into the castle in shock. The grand and loud sound that poured into their ears left them at a loss, not knowing what had happened inside the castle. Inside the hall, the dragon's breath filled the air, but Chang Tian, who bore the brunt of it, did not change his expression, facing this roar like a breeze. The twin sisters looked up in a daze, the older sister's red lips squirming, not making any sound, but from the shape of her mouth, she seemed to be saying the words, "Divine Spirit." Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that the human she had kidnapped was actually a Holy Spirit. At the very least, he had the bloodline of a Divine Spirit, and it was the same bloodline as Master Chang Tian. The sister who had always been cold to Yang Kai, and wanted to cut off Yang Kai's tongue and gouge out his eyes, could not help but be moved at this moment. The echo of the dragon's roar gradually disappeared, and Yang Kai stared at Chang Tian standing in front of him vigilantly, and said in a deep voice, "Is this enough?" Chang Tian did not answer, but smiled faintly. "Your origin is very strong. You're even stronger than me." "What? This human source energy is actually stronger than Lord Chang Tian's?" The master of the 100th Spirit Continent was, and the two sisters were where two were members, but there were ranks as ranks, and the other. Master Tian. Master Time. Masters. Master. But now, such words had actually come out of Longevity Heaven's mouth. Did this not mean that one day in the future this human could grow to Master Chang Tian's level? Or even, surpass him? This future could be 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, but it was still a hope. Compared to those holy spirits who could never reach Chang Tian's level in their entire lives, this was undoubtedly a great expectation and praise. Was this not a human who could repair the realm gate because he was proficient in the law of space? How did he suddenly rise to the level where he was qualified to be on the same level as Master Chang Tian in the future? "There's a dragon race in the territory of the devil." How surprising! Seeing that Chang Tian's attitude was good, Yang Kai was embarrassed to show a sour face. After all, Chang Tian's fist was bigger. He was just unhappy that Chang Tian kidnapped him without his consent and forced him to do so. Now, it seemed that Chang Tian did not have any bad intentions. Of course, this was after he realized that he had the bloodline of the dragon race. Chang Tian chuckled. Every big world has species born from the origin of the dragon race. The territory of the devil race is also a big world with its origin. Why can't there be a dragon race? Since you are from the star realm, then there should be a dragon race in the star realm? Yes, there is a place in the star realm called Dragon Island, Yang Kai replied casually. Dragon Island? Chang Tian's eyes flashed. The place where the dragon race lives? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. He seemed to be very interested in Dragon Island. Sure enough, Chang Tian quickly asked. How many dragon race are there on Dragon Island? Yang Kai replied. Currently, there are only about 20 to 30 of them living on Dragon Island. These are all pure-blood dragon race? Of course. So many. Chang Tian was absent-minded, but suddenly he became excited. What are their attributes of the dragon race? What are their cultivation levels? Yang Kai could not help but be speechless. If it was someone else who asked him this, he could understand. Dragon Island was also a very mysterious place in the star realm. If it was not for his relationship with Zhu Qing, he would not have had any contact with Dragon Island until now. However, Chang Tian was the master of the 100-spirit continent, and his cultivation level was at the level of a demon saint. How could he be so curious? He frowned and said, Are there not many dragon race in the 100-spirit continent? Chang Tian said, If you only count the pure-blood dragon race, then I am the only one. If you count those with the dragon race bloodline, then there are many of them. There was only one pure-blood dragon race? No wonder he was so surprised when he heard Yang Kai say that there were 20 to 30 pure-blood dragon race on Dragon Island. Perhaps in his opinion, the pure-blood dragon race should be very rare, and this had nothing to do with their powerful cultivation level. It was the environment in the demon territory that made him think this way. After a pause, Chang Tian waved at Yang Kai and said, Return to your human form. I don't like to look up and talk to others. Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, You forced me to dragonize, and now you want me to return to my human form? Is it fun to torture people? The twins were also speechless. They had never seen Master Chang Tian so amiable to an outsider. This was an eye-opener. Yang Kai complained in his heart, but he still dispersed the dragonize secret technique and returned to his original form. He was a little embarrassed to have a demon saint look up to him. Sit down and talk. Chang Tian gestured with his hand, then sat down on the cold, hard floor. Although the hall was very spacious, it was actually empty inside. There were no furnishings, let alone a table, not even a chair. Since Chang Tian was sitting on the floor, how could Yang Kai be picky? He could only sit opposite him. Then, the twins witnessed a shocking scene. The master of the 100-spirit continent, the existence that gave the demon saint a headache, was actually sitting opposite a human and chatting with each other. What made them feel even more surprised was that Yang Kai did not even bat an eyelid when facing someone like Chang Tian. He answered and answered with evidence, without the slightest hint of nervousness or embarrassment. Chang Tian was very interested in the situation on Dragon Island. All he asked was about the dragon race and Dragon Island. Yang Kai did not want to talk about Dragon Island. In the plan of the great emperors, the dragon race on Dragon Island was a surprise force to fight against the demon race. If they were to take action at a critical time, it was very likely that they could change the war situation in a certain territory. They could even take down 1 or 2 demon saint. But in front of Chang Tian, he did not dare to lie. It was true that Chang Tian did not have any ill intentions, but if he angered him, who knew if he would change his attitude? Most importantly, Chang Tian did not get along with the other demon saint. Even if Yang Kai said something about Dragon Island to him, it probably would not reach the ears of the other demon saint. That was why Yang Kai did not hide anything from Chang Tian. He told Chang Tian about some of his experiences on Dragon Island. Chang Tian was fascinated after hearing that. I really want to go to Dragon Island to take a look and meet the people of my race. Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He thought to himself, with your demonic qi, Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi would definitely join hands to get rid of you immediately. Although the dragon race of the demon race was also a dragon race, they were already demon dragons. How could Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi allow such a race to exist? However, he could hear a faint sense of loneliness and desolation from Chang Tian's words. Just like how the pure-blooded dragon race on Dragon Island did not treat those dragon descendants as their own race, Chang Tian also did not treat the half-dragon mutated beasts in the demon territory as their own race. That was why Chang Tian became so polite after he realized that his bloodline was pure. He was treating him as one of his own race. Yang Kai, although you were born as a human, you have obtained such a pure dragon race origin. Since you and I are of the same origin, I will not beat around the bush with you. Are you willing to join my Bailing continent? Yang Kai was stunned. Me? I can join the Bailing continent too? Chang Tian laughed. Why not? Haven't you gotten used to your Holy Spirit body yet? What kind of Holy Spirit am I? Yang Kai did not take it seriously. However, he was caught off guard by Chang Tian's olive branch. He did not know how to answer for a moment. If he refused directly, he did not know if Chang Tian would think too much. However, if he agreed, Chang Tian would definitely see that he did not mean what he said. It was better not to agree. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, It is my honor to be valued by Master. However, Master should know that I am one of Saint Dream's people. If Saint Dream does not speak... Chang Tian raised his hand and stopped him. I will negotiate with you, Rameng. I believe that as long as I give up my face, she will not refuse to let you go. Now, it is up to you whether you are willing or not. If you are willing, I can take you as my godson. In the future, the Bailing continent will be yours. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard that. The twin sisters were also stunned. The three of them wondered if they had heard it wrong. If Chang Tian promised Yang Kai some other benefits in order to win him over, it would be understandable. After all, Yang Kai could be considered half of his clansmen and had great potential. As long as he had enough time to grow, there might be a second Chang Tian in the Bailing continent. When that time came, he would have more confidence in fighting against the other demon saint. However, taking Yang Kai as his godson was too shocking. If he really did that, Yang Kai and Chang Tian's honor would be completely tied together. Chang Tian would also train Yang Kai as the successor of the Bailing continent. As long as Yang Kai agreed, he would be second only to Chang Tian in the Bailing continent. Wealth and glory would be at his fingertips, and all the holy spirits would have to obey him. Chapter 35:15. Chang Tian's words were a little shocking, and Yang Kai did not know how to answer for a moment. From the bottom of his heart, he was naturally unwilling to agree. He had his own mission in the Devil Domain, and there would be a day when he would return to the Star Boundary. No matter how much longevity Sky disliked those Devil Saints, he was still a member of the Devil Domain. There would be a day when the two of them would stand on opposite sides and become each other's enemy. How could he agree to such a suggestion? Therefore, his first reaction was that Chang Tian had lost his mind, or perhaps he had other motives. Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? However, after thinking about it, he felt that this was not the case. With Chang Tian's current cultivation and status, there was no need for him to use such a method to deceive him. Therefore, the only possibility was that Chang Tian was telling the truth, and Yang Kai could feel his sincerity. Did he value him so much just because he was half a clansman? Wasn't this a little too rash? They had only met for the first time, and they did not know each other well. Was it really good to be so sincere? The twin sisters on the other side obviously had the same thought, but they did not dare to casually persuade him because of Chang Tian's prestige. Just as Yang Kai was thinking, Chang Tian suddenly said, You don't have to rush to answer. You can think about it for a while before you answer me. During this time, you can walk around and see more. The 100 Spirit Continent is the home of all holy spirits, and you're still a holy spirit. Therefore, whether you agree or not, The 100 Spirit Continent will not be your enemy. However, if your Holy Spirit body is exposed, who knows what the other demon saint will think? Yang Kai was shocked. Only now did he realize that the Holy Spirits were a very special group in the demon territory. It was different from the astral boundary. Because of the 100 Spirit Continent and Chan Tian's existence, the Holy Spirits did not have a good relationship with the demon race. If his dragon race bloodline was exposed, he was afraid that it would lead to some bad things. Moreover, Yu Rumeng knew that he had the dragon race bloodline, and he had used the dragon form secret technique in front of her before. Thank you, Simir. In any case, Yang Kai was relieved that Chan Tian did not force him to answer immediately. Chan Tian chuckled and waved his hand. The twin sisters, who had been standing at the side, quickly came over and bowed in unison. Master, what are your orders? Chan Tian looked at Yang Kai and said, Sister Lian will accompany you. If you need anything, just let them know. When the two sisters heard this, they were surprised. They didn't expect that Chan Tian would ask them to take care of Yang Kai. He really valued him. Otherwise, how could he ask two half-saint level experts to do this kind of thing? It seemed that the master really wanted to cultivate this human as his future successor. They didn't dare to neglect and agreed one after another. Go ahead. Chan Tian waved his hand and closed his eyes after saying that. Yang Kai's heart was full of doubts, but it was not good for him to ask. He could only suppress his confusion, stand up and bow to Chan Tian, and then leave the cold and dark hall. Outside the corridor, he saw the huge lion again, its majestic eyes looking down at Yang Kai, and when it brushed past him, it said in a vigorous voice, Boy, don't let the master down. It seemed that it knew what was going on inside, otherwise it wouldn't have said such words. Yang Kai's footsteps paused for a moment, then he turned back and cupped his fists, but didn't make any statement and flew out with Sister Lian. Outside the castle was a mountain range. The mountains were undulating, jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, and waterfalls were everywhere. On a mountain peak 100 miles away, there was a palace, which was the residence of the Sister Lian. Chan Tian had left Yang Kai to the two of them to take care of and didn't make any specific arrangements, so the two sisters could only bring Yang Kai back. On the way back, Yang Kai learned the names of the two sisters. The elder sister was called Black Lotus, and the younger sister was called White Lotus. It was easy to remember. Their names must be related to their identity as Holy Spirits, but Yang Kai couldn't remember what kind of Holy Spirit it was. He had something on his mind, but he didn't ask much. After the Sister Lian arranged a place for him to stay, they soon disappeared, and he didn't know what they were doing. Walking around the room for a while, Yang Kai still didn't understand what was going on today. Although the Sister Lian's residence was not small, there seemed to be no servants here for them to order around. Instead, there were a lot of birds and beasts, either playing or crawling around the palace. He quietly opened the window to take a look outside, but there was no trace of anyone. Instead, there was a horse-like beast lying in the courtyard, with a single horn on its head, dark all over, and unusually handsome. He didn't know where it came from, at least Yang Kai didn't see it when he came over just now. As if it had heard the sound of Yang Kai opening the window, this guy actually raised its head and looked over, then stood up straight and snorted. Yang Kai quickly put a finger to his mouth and shushed it, for fear that it would make too much noise and attract the Sister Lian's attention. However, it had to be said that this guy looked even more handsome after standing up. It was 3 feet tall, with a circle of golden edges under its 4 hooves, as if it was stepping on golden flames, and a crescent moon-white circle under the horn on its forehead. After getting up, a fierce aura spread out. Yang Kai suddenly felt awestruck. Only now did he realize that this dark horse-like beast actually had extremely terrifying strength. With such cultivation, even if it couldn't transform into a human form, it must have good intelligence. Seeing Yang Kai make such a gesture, it really didn't make any noise, just tilting its head and looking at him. Yang Kai looked around and saw that there was no one around, then nimbly turned over and jumped out of the window, and then quietly walked out. Although Chan Tian's mouth sounded good, and the sister Lian didn't mean to monitor him after bringing him here. Whether this was the case or not still needed to be verified, so he wanted to test it. Coming to the courtyard, under the gaze of the dark horse, Yang Kai walked forward step by step, sneaking like a thief, causing the dark horse to be puzzled. The sister Lian didn't appear, so Yang Kai's pace quickened a lot. But soon, a pulling force suddenly came from behind him, causing him to stagger. Even his clothes were torn with a ripping sound. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he looked back, only to see the dark horse biting his clothes with its mouth, staring at him innocently with a pair of big eyes. Yang Kai looked up at it, then down at his torn clothes, and couldn't help but have the impulse to curse. The dark horse obviously knew that it had done something wrong, so it quickly let go of the clothes that was bitten, turned its head to the side, and snorted, as if it had nothing to do with it. Shoo! Yang Kai was shocked, and while making a sound, he pressed down with his hands to calm it down. He didn't expect that the beast not only ignored it, but also became more and more cheerful. He didn't know if it was pretending to be crazy or not. Damn it, I'm going to die because of you. Sure enough, after such a disturbance, Yang Kai heard a whoosh, and felt two more familiar breaths behind him. Needless to say, it was definitely the sister Lian. Hey, wind chasing, why are you here? The elder sister Black Lotus's voice came. What did you do to wind chasing? The younger sister White Lotus immediately asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes, too lazy to talk to her, but from her tone, this beast seemed to be very important, otherwise White Lotus wouldn't be so nervous. Seeing the sister Lian appear, the dark horse called wind chasing no longer snorted, but quickly walked in front of them, lowering its head to rub against them. Black Lotus reached out and stroked its soft mane, smiled slightly, and said, I know, it's not your fault. Yang Kai didn't know what she knew, so he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The next moment, Black Lotus turned her head and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and said, Do you want to go out? Yang Kai coughed softly and said, Senior asked me to go out and have a look, and I'm going to enjoy the scenery of the Bailing continent. Anyway, Chan Tian had said it first, so he could just blame it on him. That's good. Black Lotus smiled meaningfully, as if she had seen through Yang Kai's heart, which was really annoying, and said, I can't guarantee other things, but the scenery of the Bailing continent is not comparable to other continents. I believe you will like it here after staying here for a long time. Who would like it here? Yang Kai snorted in his heart, and said, Do you want to go together? If you don't mind? Black Lotus smiled sweetly. I mind very much. Wind-chasing wolf suddenly snorted again, and Black Lotus both looked at it in surprise. Black Lotus said with a strange expression, Are you sure? Wind-chasing wolf turned around and walked toward Yang Kai. It came to him in a few steps, and then nudged him with its head. It had to be said that this guy was really strong. Yang Kai felt as if he had been hit by a boulder, and he almost suffered internal injuries. He quickly avoided it, and looked at Black Lotus, and said, What does it mean? This was a bit strange. Logically speaking, with wind-chasing wolf's strength, it should have been able to transform into a human form and gain sentience. However, it seemed that it had a natural defect. Although it could understand human language, it could not speak. This kind of thing was not new in the astral world or in the territory of the devil. Many strange beasts were like this, and could only maintain their beast forms for their whole lives. Black Lotus said with a strange expression, Wind-chasing wolf wants you to ride it, and it will show you the scenery of the 100th Spirit Continent. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Wind-chasing wolf, and then at Black Lotus. He wanted to ask if it was a joke, but when he saw Black Lotus' serious expression, he immediately knew that it was not a joke. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, That's not necessary. In any case, he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who could fly, so there was no need for him to ride a mount. Well, even if he did look majestic while riding this guy, Yang Kai thought. Boy, don't be ungrateful! Bai Lian suddenly shouted at him coldly. Yang Kai shrunk his neck subconsciously, but when he remembered Chan Tian's previous instructions, he suddenly became tough again. He glared at Bai Lian and said, "What are you shouting for? Do I owe you money or what? You've been so harsh since we met. Hey, you dare to glare at me? I'm talking about you. If you glare again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." Chapter 35:16. White Lotus was enraged by him. Her beautiful eyes were full of anger. When she was about to say something, Black Lotus suddenly pulled her. White Lotus immediately suppressed her anger. She gritted her teeth and turned her head to the side without saying a word. Chang Tian's words were quite effective. Yang Kai was secretly pleased. As he said, Bai Lian's attitude towards him was not good since they first met. She always wanted to do something to him, which really made him angry. Now that he was able to make her suffer, of course, he was using the tiger skin as a flag, but it was also a kind of victory. However, Yang Kai obviously did not intend to let her go so easily. Seeing her unconvinced look, he continued, "Apologize." Bai Lian suddenly turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous cold light. She pursed her lips and said, "What did you say?" Yang Kai slightly raised his head and pointed his chin at her. "I told you to apologize. Do you want to die?" The cold light in Bai Lian's eyes became brighter. "Okay, that's what you said." Yang Kai nodded. With his hands behind his back, he stepped forward. Black Lotus blocked him and frowned. "Where are you going?" Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Nothing. I'm going to find Master Chang Tian. Are you going to stop me?" Black Lotus was speechless. "Why do you want to find Master?" Yang Kai snorted. "I can't guarantee my safety in the 100 Spirit Continent. Some people want me to die. I can't stay here anymore. Of course, I'm going to say goodbye to Master and go back to my Cloud Shadow Continent." Black Lotus naturally understood what he meant. She sighed and said, "My little sister was a little careless just now. Don't be angry with her." Yang Kai curled his lips. "I'm angry with her? How do you see it?" "I can see it with my eyes closed." However, she could not ignore the situation. She could only say softly, "My little sister's temper is like this. She often offends people. If you want to apologize, I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Please don't be so calculative." Yang Kai sneered. "You didn't want me to die. Why are you apologizing? I'll apologize to whoever offends me." As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Lian from the corner of his eyes. He did not want to make things difficult for her. Firstly, he did want to teach her a lesson. Secondly, he wanted to see how effective Chang Tian's words were. If Bai Lian really apologized to him, then things would be interesting. "Hey, enough is enough!" Black Lotus was also a little angry. Yang Kai's stubbornness made her look down on him. Even though White Lotus was wrong, strength was the only thing that mattered in this world. How could you make others bow their heads when you were not as strong as them? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. "Get out of the way. I can't stay here anymore." As he spoke, he bumped straight into Black Lotus. Even though she was much stronger than Yang Kai, Black Lotus still subconsciously leaned her body sideways. If she really bumped into Yang Kai, he would take advantage of her. She naturally refused to do such a thing. "Sorry!" Suddenly, there was a mosquito-like voice behind him. Yang Kai paused his steps and turned his head to look back, only to see Bai Lian biting her lips angrily, her fists clenched tightly as her tender body trembled slightly. She really apologized. Yang Kai was very surprised. Before he could recover from his shock, Bai Lian had already turned into a streak of white light and disappeared into the mountains. It seemed that she, a half-saint, was forced to apologize to Yang Kai, so she didn't have the face to stay. Black Lotus reached out as if she wanted to catch her, but in the end she failed. She sighed heavily and looked up at Yang Kai. "Are you satisfied now?" After all, they were sisters. Her sister was forced to leave, so she was unhappy. "Oh, it's okay," Yang Kai laughed. But in this way, he believed Chang Tian's words. He turned around with his hands behind his back and looked at her. "Well, take me around," Black Lotus said coldly. "What about Shui Feng? Why do I need him? Yang Kai did not intend to ride him. This black horse did not seem to be a good thing. He had not even asked it for compensation for tearing his clothes. As soon as he said this, Kai Yang felt his clothes being bitten again. Looking back, it really was Jue Feng. Using his mouth to bite his clothes, he continued to pull Kai Yang onto his body. Jue Feng's posture was telling Kai Yang that he had to ride him no matter what. This guy was so strong that Yang Kai's clothes were torn apart in a few seconds. That's enough! Yang Kai was furious. Believe it or not, I will beat you! Jue Feng was shocked when he saw that Jue Feng was angry. He quickly let go of the tattered clothes and bowed his head. He was a little sad and his eyes were full of grievances. Looking at him, Yang Kai could not bear it. After all, he was just an animal. Even if he had intelligence, he did not have a sound mind. Black Lotus suddenly chuckled and said, Even if you beat us sisters, you will be fine in the Bailing continent. But if you dare to beat Jue Feng, I promise you will not live to see tomorrow. Her words revealed a lot of information. Yang Kai could not help but turn to look at her. What do you mean? Does this guy have a high status in the Bailing continent? After a pause, he showed a frightened look. Could it be Senior Changtian's? That was not right. He did not feel the bloodline of the dragon race from Jue Feng. If it was really Changtian's something, there must be traces of the dragon race bloodline. Black Lotus came forward and stroked Jue Feng's mane. A look of reminiscence appeared on her face. It is not what you think. Jue Feng used to be Master's mount. He met the Master when he was young. He fought with the Master from the north to the south. They lived and died together for tens of thousands of years. In the early years, when the Master was not so strong, Jue Feng saved his life many times. It could be said that without Jue Feng, there would not be today's Master. At that time, my sister and I were just little demon marshals. She turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. Do you think it has a high status in the Bailing continent? Hearing this, Yang Kai looked at Jue Feng in surprise. This guy was Changtian's mount before? He really did not notice this. But after looking at it carefully, Yang Kai found that there were countless wounds on Jue Feng's body. Obviously, they were the wounds left by countless battles of life and death. But in this case, Jue Feng should have a high status in the Bailing continent. He had fought with Changtian for tens of thousands of years and saved Changtian's life many times. Even if he was now idle and useless, as long as he was alive, no one in the Bailing continent would dare to provoke him. Otherwise, they would have to bear Changtian's wrath. When Black Lotus said these things, Jue Feng, who lowered his head because of Yang Kai's unkind attitude, couldn't help but raise his head. He snorted and his hooves, which were wrapped in gold, moved restlessly. His eyes were shining with a fierce light. A kind of murderous aura spread from his strong body. It seemed that Black Lotus's words reminded him of the flowing time great emperor who accompanied Changtian to fight everywhere. This gave Yang Kai an illusion that as long as he rode on Jue Feng, even if there were millions of soldiers in front of him, he could defeat them. For so many years, I have never seen Jue Feng so close to anyone other than the Master. Black Lotus looked at Yang Kai incredulously. You are the first one, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. Because of my bloodline? Probably. Changtian was a magic dragon, and Yang Kai had the original power of the golden holy dragon. They both had the bloodline of the dragon race. If Jue Feng was close to Yang Kai because of this, it was reasonable. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to be so entangled. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai asked, What kind of holy spirit is Jue Feng? Black Lotus shook his head and said, I don't know. In the early years, I heard from the Master that Jue Feng's bloodline was very messy. He didn't come from the same kind of holy spirit. Because of this reason, Jue Feng has great strength, but it is difficult for him to turn into a human figure in this life. But it doesn't matter. For the Master, Jue Feng is like his child and his only friend. Because he couldn't turn into a human figure, he could become Changtian's friend. Yang Kai nodded. He turned over and got on the horse's back. He reached out and patted Jue Feng's neck. Since you recognize me, please take me there. Suddenly feeling the weight on his body, Zhe Feng suddenly raised his head. He looked extremely excited and neighed to the sky. Black Lotus stared at this scene. The figure on the back of the tall horse vaguely overlapped with the invincible figure that galloped everywhere in the past. Black Lotus' thoughts were tumbling, and the sound of war seemed to echo in his ears. With a whoosh, Zhe Feng had already rushed out like lightning. His 4 hooves were burning with golden demon flames. He left a dazzling golden light in the void and cut through the sky. Yang Kai, who was sitting on the horse's back, was almost thrown off. He hurriedly cast a spell to protect his body from the oncoming wind. His eyes were wide open with an incredible look. Fast, fast, very fast. Zhe Feng's speed was beyond his imagination. It was the fastest speed he had ever experienced. The Demon King and the Emperor realm couldn't be compared with it at all. Even a half-saint couldn't catch up with it. Turning his head and looking back, he could only see a small black dot chasing after him in the distance. It should be Black Lotus, but it was getting farther and farther away. He estimated that it would disappear in a while. Yang Kai finally understood why Zhe Feng could save Chengtian's life several times in the past. With such a terrifying speed, even a half-saint couldn't do anything to it. It was the biggest guarantee for escaping. Although Yang Kai's space divine ability was good at preserving his life, if someone interfered with the void, he wouldn't be able to teleport. However, Wind Chaser was different. Speed was its instinct, so to some extent, it had its own advantages and disadvantages compared to Yang Kai's teleportation. And this was not Zhe Feng's fastest speed. When he rushed out with Yang Kai, he was extremely excited. In the following time, he kept accelerating. Even though Yang Kai had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he could hardly see the surrounding scenery. He could only feel everything retreating from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 35:17. Like a bolt of lightning, like a flash of light, the spirit mountains and rivers beneath his feet rapidly receded. The wind blowing against his face was extremely strong. Such speed was something Yang Kai had never seen or heard of before. At a certain moment, when Wind-Chasing Wolf increased its speed to the extreme, it suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed continuously. There was obvious excitement in its voice. The entire Bailing continent was very large, at least on the map. But in front of Wind-Chasing Wolf's extreme speed, the continent was not so big. Wind-Chasing Wolf circled around a certain territory. After half a day, its speed gradually decreased and it fell into a valley. After half a day of running, it did not feel tired at all. Instead, it was as if it had just done a warm-up. It was still full of energy. The valley was filled with lush greenery, exotic flowers and rare grasses, and a layer of hazy light enveloped this place, causing the valley to look like a wonderland, beautiful and magnificent. Black Lotus had been waiting here, as if she had known that Wind-Chasing Wolf would come here. They looked at each other with a trace of helplessness. She could not catch up with Wind-Chasing Wolf, so she could only wait here. Yang Kai turned over and patted Wind-Chasing Wolf's back. Wind-Chasing Wolf tilted its head and rubbed against him. "How is it?" Black Lotus walked over and asked with a smile. Yang Kai nodded gently. "It lives up to its reputation." He thought that it would be great if he could take Wind-Chasing Wolf away. This guy looked good as a mount, and its speed was so fast. It would be a great help in both traveling and fighting. But this idea was just in his mind. Even though Wind-Chasing Wolf was close to him because of the blood of the dragon race, Yang Kai estimated that he could not take it away. At least, he could not pass the test of Changtian. Looking around, Yang Kai asked suspiciously, "Where is this place?" In fact, he felt strange that Black Lotus had come here to wait in advance. Black Lotus said, "This is Wind-Chasing Wolf's territory." "I see." Just as they were talking, Wind-Chasing Wolf suddenly neighed. The next moment, a group of demonic flame horses ran over from all directions. They all had delicate features and soft and shiny manes, but they were generally a size smaller than Wind-Chasing Wolf. When they came close, they gathered around Wind-Chasing Wolf and rubbed their ears. Yang Kai looked carefully and found that these devil flame horses should be wind-chasing wolf's companions. He could not help laughing. This guy was quite comfortable. After teasing wind-chasing wolf for a while, Yang Kai and Black Lotus flew out again. He had no choice. He did not see anything on wind-chasing wolf's back. He could only let Black Lotus lead him to walk around again. There were 4 gates in the entire 100-spirit continent. Yang Kai thought that Changtian sent him here to use his law of space to repair the gates. But after some investigation, he found that there was no problem with the gates. It could be said that they were very stable. This made him a little confused. Since there was no problem with the gates, why did Changtian send 3 half-saint to kidnap him here? But after some probing, he found that Black Lotus did not mean to stop him from leaving the 100-spirit continent. When he was close to the gates, he could take the opportunity to escape. But once he left the gates, he would be randomly transmitted to a neighboring continent. At that time, even if Black Lotus chased after him, he would not be able to catch him again. It could be seen that the 100-spirit continent did not mean any harm to him. Maybe at the beginning, but after Yang Kai exposed the origin of the dragon race, Changtian changed his mind. "Senior Changtian, what do you want me to do?" On the way back, Yang Kai asked. Black Lotus smiled and said, "Since the master did not tell you, I can't say more. If you really want to know, you may as well ask him directly. If the master is willing, he will tell you the whole story." Yang Kai could not help but roll his eyes. When they returned to the mountain where Sister Lotus lived, White Lotus was waiting in front of the palace. When she saw her sister and Yang Kai appear, she said, "Yu Meng is here." Black Lotus turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth curling up. "He seems to value you quite a bit." It had only been a few days since they came back with Yang Kai, but Yu Meng had already rushed over. This meant that when they returned, Yu Meng had already left the Phantom Continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to arrive at the 100-spirit continent so quickly. This female demon saint obviously valued Yang Kai very much. "Where is she?" Yang Kai looked at White Lotus and asked. "She is talking to the master, but the master said that if you come back, he should send a message immediately." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he had no objection. White Lotus immediately cast a spell to send a message. Not long after, a dazzling light was seen in the distance. When it came close, who else could it be but Yu Meng? At this moment, she had a nervous look on her face. She directly landed beside Yang Kai and looked him up and down. Then she asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai smiled slightly. He could not help but feel a little complicated. The words of Bailey Mo and the great emperors of the bright moon echoed in his ears. He could ignore Bailey Mo's words, but the words of the great emperors of the bright moon made him have to be more careful. Yu Meng's nervousness and concern were not fake. The restriction of the heart seal's secret technique connected her to him. For her, he was the most important person in her life. Anyone who tried to hurt him was her enemy. Could such a woman really hide something from him? Could she really break the restriction of the heart seal's secret technique at a critical moment? Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps the truth would only be revealed at that time. Now he could not help but be grateful for the strength of the soul-warming lotus. If it were not for this treasure, he would never be able to break free from the influence of the heart seal's secret technique. Perhaps he would have made an irreparable mistake. "It's good that you're fine." Yu Meng snorted softly. Her cold eyes circled around the Lotus sisters, making the 2 sisters involuntarily nervous. If Yu Meng really wanted to attack them here, they would not be able to resist. After all, they were also involved in the kidnapping of Yang Kai. At this time, it was reasonable for Yu Meng to settle the score with them. Fortunately, Yu Meng did not seem to have any intention of attacking. Perhaps she was afraid of Changtian. At this moment, Changtian's figure appeared and landed on the side. The Lotus sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Changtian here, even if Yu Meng was angry, she could not really attack them. They had escaped a disaster. "I told you I didn't do anything to him, but you didn't believe me." Chan Tian crossed his hands with a faint smile on his face. Yu Ru Meng turned her head and said in a deep voice, "What the hell are you doing? If you want to repair the gate, you just need to tell me. Do you think I will stop you?" This was also what she could not understand. Yang Kai's ability was known throughout the demon territory. All the demon saint wanted to borrow his power, and she did not stop them. These days, Yang Kai had been to several demon saint territories. Who would have thought that he would be kidnapped by the people of the 100 Spirit Continent? Although the relationship between the 100 Spirit Continent and the entire demon territory was not very good, some superficial things still had to be maintained. Moreover, if there was really a problem with the gate of the 100 Spirit Continent, even if Chang Tian did not repair it himself, the other demon saint would ask Yang Kai to help repair it. After all, if the 100 Spirit Continent was lost, where would the demon territory find so many mounts with good bloodlines? Chang Tian smiled slightly. The gate is just a small matter. I am only interested in the boy himself. I am warning you, don't you dare have any ideas about him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yu Ru Meng stared at Chan Tian vigilantly. Chan Tian laughed and shook his head. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to do anything to him. I just heard that he has the blood of the dragon race, so I got him here and wanted to adopt him. You can ask him, have I restricted his freedom these days? Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard this. Although there was no big problem with Chan Tian's words, the order of cause and effect was reversed. Chan Tian clearly found out that he had the blood of the dragon race after he came, and he did not hear about it before. In this way, he must have had another purpose in the beginning, but Yang Kai could not figure out what it was. Adopted son? On the other side, Yu Ru Meng's face darkened. She was a demon saint. Although Chang Tian was not one of the 12 demon saints, his status and cultivation were comparable to Yu Ru Meng. In other words, the two of them were on the same level. Yang Kai was her man. If Chang Tian really adopted Yang Kai as his adopted son, wouldn't Yu Ru Meng be a junior for no reason? So she said with a pale face. In your dreams? She turned to look at Yang Kai and said, You didn't agree to it, did you? Yang Kai shook his head and whispered, I didn't ask you, how could I agree? He was secretly happy. Originally, he was still thinking about how to refuse Chang Tian's previous proposal, but now he had the best excuse. Yu Ru Meng did not agree. This reason was simply impeccable. He estimated that Chang Tian would not mention the idea of an adopted son again in the future. After a pause, he said, But Senior really has no malice towards me and did not restrict my freedom these days. Hearing him say this, Yu Ru Meng's face relaxed slightly. She nodded gently and said, That's for the best. She turned to look at Chang Tian and said, If you want to repair the realm gate, then don't waste time. You can do it now. After you're done, I will take him away from here. She was not at ease leaving Yang Kai here. Since she had come in person, she naturally had to take Yang Kai with her. This matter is not urgent. Chang Tian smiled slightly. I have another thing to discuss with you. Yu Ru Meng frowned and said, What is it? Chang Tian stared straight at her, not saying a word, but his divine sense was quietly surging. Yu Ru Meng was first vigilant, then stunned, and finally showed a shocked expression. She also urged her divine sense to communicate with Chang Tian. After a while, the two stopped talking. Yu Ru Meng stood there motionless, lost in thought. Yang Kai and Sister Lian were confused. They did not know what they were talking about, but Yang Kai had a faint premonition that the content of their conversation was definitely related to him. Chapter 35:18. Well, if it's really as you say, it doesn't matter if I agree. A moment later, Yu Ru Meng seemed to have made up her mind and stared at Chang Tian. You better not play any tricks. Chang Tian chuckled. This concerns the future of this continent. How can I be careless? He tilted his head and looked at Yu Ru Meng. So it's settled then? Yu Ru Meng snorted and did not comment, but Chang Tian knew that she had agreed to his proposal. After all, this matter would not only not cause her any loss, but would also benefit her a lot. Walking to Yang Kai's side, Yu Ming held his hand and said softly, "Come with me." Yang Kai obeyed and walked side by side with her. He did not fly out, but just strolled in the jungle, listening to the birds and insects around them. Behind them, the Lien sisters looked at the backs of the two in amazement. Although they knew that Yu Ming valued Yang Kai very much, they did not expect the relationship between the two to be so close. Putting aside status and cultivation, this man and woman were clearly each other's life partners. How could a devil saint be interested in a human? Even if this human had the bloodline of a holy spirit, the jungle was dense, and the towering trees were as thick as several people's arms. Rustling sounds came from under their feet. Without outsiders, Yu Ming did not have the majesty of a saint in the demon territory. She leaned her head on Yang Kai's shoulder like a little woman with a peaceful expression. She was not in a hurry to speak, and Yang Kai did not ask her either. This moment of peace brought a rare enjoyment. So good. Interlocking their fingers, Yu Ming's mouth curved into a smile. Yang Kai lowered his eyes to look at her, his mouth touching her soft hair, a sweet fragrance wafting through his nose. Yu Ming smiled. "This is good. It would be even better if it could stay like this." Yang Kai raised his hand and pinched the tip of her delicate nose. "If you want, we can put everything aside and find a place to live in seclusion." Yu Ming broke into laughter and said, "We have already failed to live in seclusion once. Do you want to do it again? What happened last time didn't count." Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Just as he was about to say something, Yu Ming suddenly raised a finger and put it on his lips. She murmured, "If one day I did something wrong to you, would you hate me? Is he here?" Yang Kai's heart trembled as he recalled Bai Li Mo's provocation and Ming Yu's warning. With a smile on his face, he asked softly, "For example?" Yu Ming smiled faintly. "There is no example, but if there is such a day—" Yang Kai stopped, and Yu Ming had no choice but to stop as well. She looked at him in confusion. Stretching out his hands and holding Yu Ming's shoulders, Yang Kai looked straight into those beautiful eyes that seemed capable of captivating one's soul and said slowly, "No matter what you do, I will not blame you, let alone hate you." Yu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, as if something had hammered her heart. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a dense light. Pursing her red lips, she tiptoed, held Yang Kai's cheeks with both hands, and took the initiative to move closer. The soft touch made Yang Kai feel as if he had fallen into a swamp and couldn't extricate himself. After a long time, Yu Ming suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's hand from her lower abdomen and pushed his chest fiercely. She glared at him and said, "You're making trouble again." Her cheeks were rosy and tender. The female succubus demon saint bloomed with an indescribable temptation at this moment. Yang Kai only felt his throat dry up, and he felt as if he was about to lose his mind. He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely to sober up a lot. Yu Ming put her hand on her chest and panted violently a few times. She slowly calmed down, but the blush on her face didn't dissipate. She whispered, "Wait a little longer, I'm not ready yet." This was the disadvantage of being weaker than others. You couldn't take the initiative at all. Even if you could make the other party dizzy with sweet words, you would still fall short at the last moment. Seeing Yang Kai's listless look, Yu Ming changed the topic and said, "I have something I need your help with. If there's anything between us, just say it." Yu Ming pursed her lips and said with a smile, "What if I ask you to do something difficult?" Yang Kai shrugged. "You know I can't refuse you." These words undoubtedly made her very happy. She tiptoed and kissed Yang Kai on the cheek like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Was this a reward? Yang Kai's stomach was filled with dissatisfaction. "Chaotian wants you to stay in the 100-spirit continent, and I agree." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Aren't you afraid that he will harm me?" Yu Ming slowly shook her head. "If he really wanted to harm you, he would have done it before I came here. There's no need to delay until now. What's more, you said before that this side doesn't seem to have any malice towards you." "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said, "When I went out to investigate with Black Lotus before, I came near a realm gate. At that time, if I wanted to leave, she couldn't stop me at all. That's right. Yu Ming changed the topic and said with divine thought. Cha Tian doesn't have much time left. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and looked at Yu Ming in astonishment. How do you know? Yu Ming chuckled and said, This is not a secret among the demon saint. Everyone knows that he doesn't have much time left. In fact, according to his birth and current cultivation, this situation shouldn't have happened. However, in his early years, he fought everywhere and suffered many injuries, which damaged his vitality. Therefore, I guess that he can only live for another 2,000 or 3,000 years at most. 2,000 to 3,000 years, to some ordinary people, was the time of dozens of lifetimes added together. Even for cultivators, it was not a short period of time. But for a great demon saint who had a long lifespan, 2,000 to 3,000 years, was simply too short. What does this have to do with me staying in the 100 Spirit Continent? Yang Kai frowned. Yu Ming said, Didn't you hear that he intends to adopt you? Because of Chang Tian, the 100 Spirit Continent does not have a good relationship with us demon saint. Once he dies, the 100 Spirit Continent will be divided by the 12 demon saint. All the creatures living here will have a bleak future. Those with low cultivation may have a chance to live, but those who have reached the level of a demon king will either have their cultivation abolished or be directly executed. Otherwise, they will be branded with the divine soul brand and become slaves. Holy spirits are so proud, how can they be willing to be slaves? Therefore, the most likely situation is that if Chang Tian dies, the 100 Spirit Continent will definitely be bathed in blood. When that time comes, how many holy spirits will survive? Cha Tian has fought for the 100 Spirit Continent all his life. It was not easy for him to separate this continent from the territory ruled by us demon saint. He fought for a place for the holy spirits in the entire demon territory. How can he bear to see his life's work disappear like this? How can he bear to see the blood of the holy spirits he tried so hard to protect? So, he wants to adopt me and train me to be his successor? Yes. There is no suitable successor in the 100 Spirit Continent now. You have the bloodline of the dragon race, so naturally, you will be favored by Chang Tian. Maybe you can grow up in 2,000 or 3,000 years, but it is still hope. Did he tell you all this himself? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Cha Tian was one of the top masters in the demon territory. How could he confide in Yu Ming so easily? Yu Ming chuckled and said, I know what you are thinking, but he did say all this himself. Of course, there are some things that I know. Don't doubt his intentions. To him, you and I are one, and we share honor and disgrace. If he wants to work on you, he will not be able to avoid me. If he can persuade me not to interfere, it will also be good for him. All he wants is the stability of the 100 Spirit Continent, and the safety of the Holy Spirits here. If you can really take over the 100 Spirit Continent in 2,000 or 3,000 years, you will be able to fulfill his wish. At that time, with me supporting you, the other demon saint will not make things difficult for you. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. He understood why Yu Ming was so enthusiastic about this matter. Although it was Chang Tian's wish, it was also good for Yu Ming. Once Yang Kai took over the 100 Spirit Continent, she would basically have a share of the continent. Obtaining the control of the 100 Spirit Continent without bloodshed was something that the 12 demon saint had wanted to do for many years but had not been able to do it. Then, what does he want me to do? Yang Kai asked. Yu Ming said, He asked someone to kidnap you in the beginning. He wanted you to seal all the realm gates. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Seal the realm gates? That's right. Yu Ming stroked the long hair beside her ear. Since you can repair the realm gates, you should be able to seal them. Yang Kai was silent for a moment, then nodded. It shouldn't be difficult. Although he had never done such a thing before, as long as he thought about it carefully, he should be able to seal the realm gates if there was no problem. This method was the opposite of repairing the realm gates, so it was not difficult in terms of technique. Once the realm gates of the 100 Spirit Continent are sealed, this continent will lose contact with the demon territory. The entire continent will become a safe haven for all the holy spirits. In this way, even if Chang Tian dies, we Demon Saint can't do anything to the holy spirits here. That's not necessarily true. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. There's no problem with the realm gates here. Although I can seal it, if I encounter an attack that's too powerful, the seal may be broken and the realm gates will reappear. If he really did that, he would only be shooting himself in the foot. Ordinary people might not be able to break the seal, but the Demon Saint's attack was extremely powerful. Yang Kai was not confident that his seal could block the Demon Saint's attack. Is that so? Yu Rumeng tilted her head and looked at him. It's very likely. After all, I haven't tried it. Of course, it's also possible that the realm gates and the seal will be broken together. As he spoke, Yang Kai was shocked. If Chang Tian's initial plan was to let him seal the realm gates, then he would definitely have no way to survive after sealing them. At the very least, he would not be able to leave the 100-spirit continent. Chang Tian would definitely not let a person who is proficient in the law of space stay outside. He secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the dragon race in him. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Chapter 35:19. Yu Rumeng did not stay in the 100-spirit continent for long. After confirming that Yang Kai's life was not in danger, she left in a hurry, as if she had something important to do. Yang Kai could not help but think of Mingyu, the great emperors. If there was anything that could make a demon saint so worried, it was most likely related to Mingyu. Yang Kai even thought that she might have sent him to the Cloud Shadow continent because she wanted to borrow his power to repair the World Gate, as she said, and also because she did not want him by her side. Although he had betrayed the star boundary in Yu Rumeng's eyes, he was born there after all. She might still be worried that he would be reluctant to leave his homeland. It was not that Yang Kai did not think of passing the news back to the star boundary and asking the great emperors to find a way to help Mingyu, but the passage between the two worlds was guarded by countless demon race, so it was impossible for him to return to the star boundary quietly. Thinking of the one-year agreement with Mingyu, Yang Kai felt his heart sink. When the time came, he would be the only one who could help Mingyu. However, Yang Kai was not sure if he could take him out of the demon territory under the watch of the 12 Demon Saint. In fact, Yang Kai was not even sure if he could help him in any way. The battle between the great emperors and the Demon Saint was too high level. With his current second-order emperor realm cultivation, he was unable to intervene. The day after Yu Rumeng left, Chang Tian called Yang Kai over and had an open and honest talk. Indeed, as Yu Rumeng said, his original plan was to borrow Yang Kai's power to seal all the world gates in the 100-spirit continent, creating the illusion that the entire continent was out of the demon territory. Of course, this separation was different from the previous continents that had disappeared. If the entire devil territory was a whole, then those continents felt like dead parts to Yang Kai. The disappearance of the portal caused those continents to gradually collapse and turn into pieces. Yang Kai used the power of space to seal the portal and took the initiative to hide the 100-spirit continent. The two were completely different. After hiding, the 100-spirit continent would not be in danger of collapsing, and the creatures here would not be affected by the other continents in the devil territory. However, after discovering Yang Kai's dragon race bloodline, Chang Tian changed his mind. He had wanted to do that before because he could not see any hope. Although there were many half-saint creatures in the 100-spirit continent, it was difficult for any of them to be of great use. At the very least, no one would be able to grow to the level where they could fight against the demon saint in the next 2,000 or 3,000 years. Once Long Tian passed away, no one would be able to shoulder the burden of the 100-spirit continent. However, it was different now. A little light was ignited in the darkness, allowing Chang Tian to see hope again. Even though Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were very close, he could not care so much. If he could entrust the 100-spirit continent to her, it was undoubtedly what he wanted to see the most. It could even be said that it was because of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng's close relationship that he was more confident in entrusting her. When the time came, even if Yang Kai's strength did not grow as expected, as long as Yu Rumeng helped him, the other demon saint would not ask for trouble. Yang Kai's words strengthened Chan Tian's determination in this regard. The portal could be sealed, but it could not guarantee that the 100-spirit continent would disappear completely. This directly dispelled his initial plan. However, even so, the portal still needed to be sealed. There were 4 portals in the 100-spirit continent. Chan Tian needed Yang Kai to seal 3 of them, leaving only 1. In this way, only 1 half-saint would be needed to guard the portal. It would not be like before, where the 100-spirit continent had to send 4 half-saint to seal the portal at all times to prevent thieves from sneaking in. Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. Instead, he was looking forward to it. If it wasn't for Chan Tian's reminder, he wouldn't have thought of this. He was already familiar with repairing and maintaining realm gates, but he had never done anything like sealing realm gates before. The main reason was that his thinking was a little dark. Furthermore, he didn't dare to act recklessly in the territory of those devil saints. If he really did so, it would definitely cause some trouble. However, the 100-spirit continent had such a need. Perhaps this would give him some new inspiration on the law of space. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly left the dark and empty hall. Under the guidance of the Lotus Sisters, he set off for the nearest portal. Windchaser also found him and ran around randomly. Yang Kai fiercely scolded it before it finally stopped. The Lotus Sisters were frightened. Although Windchaser had shown a very friendly attitude towards Yang Kai before and was even willing to let him ride it, in fact, the entire 100-spirit continent knew that Windchaser was as arrogant as any half-saint. In the early years, after the 100-spirit continent was unified, a newly promoted half-saint was arrogant and provoked Windchaser. As a result, Windchaser chased that person for 3 whole years and knocked that person's cultivation level down from half-saint. That person had not recovered until now. What happened in the past was only a trivial matter, so trivial that the Lotus Sisters had already forgotten what it was. But this trivial matter had led to the desolation of a half-sage. Now, there was actually someone who dared to reprimand Windchaser, and even made a move on him. However, Windchaser did not have much of a reaction. It was really unbelievable. Just because he had a similar bloodline to the Master, he could be treated like this. Without Windchaser's interference, Yang Kai could finally focus on his research. Although he didn't think that sealing the realm gate would be difficult before, actually implementing it was completely different from maintaining and repairing it. It wasn't something that could be done simply by reversing the flow of the realm gate. It involved many things that he had never thought of. Sealing the realm gate really gave him a lot of new inspiration in the use of the space principles. After almost a month, Yang Kai finally had a clue. One day, the space principles suddenly fluctuated. The Lotus Sisters, who had been bored and cultivating on a mountain not far away, opened their eyes and looked up. In the next moment, the 2 sisters revealed looks of surprise. In the void, in front of the realm gate, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and spread his fingers, covering the huge realm gate. From his palm, the invisible power of principles dissipated. Like stones falling into a calm lake, ripples visible to the naked eye spread outwards, gradually wrapping the entire realm gate. Wherever the ripples passed, the realm gate suddenly became a little ethereal, as if covered by a layer of gauze, making it difficult to see clearly. Even though the Lotus Sisters were not proficient in the space principles, seeing this scene, they knew that Yang Kai should have made a breakthrough in sealing the realm gate. Perhaps they could witness this magical moment with their own eyes. Sure enough, as the ripples continued to fluctuate, the realm gate became more and more hazy, like a picture on a piece of paper that had become blurred after experiencing wind and frost. After a full 3 days, the void where the realm gate originally existed was empty. Whether it was observed with the naked eye or perceived with divine sense, there was no longer any trace of the realm gate. Yang Kai still maintained the same posture, the space principles fluctuating endlessly. The Lotus Sisters couldn't see any trace, but it didn't mean that he couldn't see it. The state of the realm gate in front of him could be said to be hidden. Without his guidance, no one could pass through this realm gate, but if he used a very strong force, it was possible to make the realm gate reappear. Since he had done it, he naturally had to do his best. Another half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly exhaled a long breath, slowly lowered his raised hand, and the space principles that had been fluctuating disappeared without a trace. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yang Kai flew down directly, found a place to sit down cross-legged, threw a few spirit pills into his mouth, and meditated to adjust his breath. A few days of continuous use of the space principles was not a small burden for him, so he could take advantage of the recovery time to consolidate his gains. Seeing this, the Lotus sisters hurriedly flew nearby, one on the left and one on the right. Although it was unlikely that there would be some blind guy coming to make trouble, they always had to be prepared. 2 hours later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, the thoughtful look in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he nodded to the Lotus sisters. Black Lotus said, "Is this considered a success?" Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You can go and try." Black Lotus glanced at him, and went to try. The result was pleasing. Just from the appearance, there was no trace of the previous existence of the realm gate. After shuttling back and forth, it also proved the fact that the realm gate was sealed. If this news was passed back, it would surely make the master a little happy. White Lotus asked, "Has this realm gate been completely destroyed by you, or is there a chance to recover?" Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise. He did not expect this woman to be quite sharp, even though she looked annoying. She actually thought of this level, at least his sister Black Lotus did not have this idea. "Since it is a seal, it should be possible to recover in theory, but whether it is successful or not, I still have to try." In fact, even if she did not ask, Yang Kai was ready to restore the realm gate, not to show off, but to confirm his own idea. If it could not be restored, he would have to ask Chang Tian if he wanted to seal the other realm gates. He did not want to make the realm gate disappear and not be able to find it back. It would not be good if he made Chang Tian unhappy. After all, this realm gate was different from the other realm gates that disappeared. He took the initiative to make it disappear. Without hesitation, Yang Kai flew to the place where he was before again, and like before, he stretched out a hand and covered the void. The space law fluctuated. As seen before, the ripples spread out again. The outline of the disappeared realm gate gradually appeared. In less than a quarter of an hour, the realm gate appeared in the vision of the three people again. Windchaser stared at it with a very surprised look, from time to time flying up and down around the realm gate, as if he wanted to see a flower from here. The first time, it took a few days to seal the realm gate, but the restoration only took a quarter of an hour. It was not that practice made perfect, but the restoration was much easier than the sealing, even easier than the restoration of the disappeared realm gates. "I will report the news here to the master," White Lotus said, and then turned into a stream of light, flying towards the castle. Chapter 35-20. With the experience of the first seal, the rest was much simpler. In less than 10 days, Yang Kai had sealed 3 of the 4 world gates on the 100th spirit continent, leaving only 1 world gate as a passageway to enter and exit the 100th spirit continent. In this way, as long as this entrance and exit were guarded, no one could sneak into the 100th spirit continent to commit crimes. Yang Kai didn't know if a demon saint level master could break his seal with all his strength, but at least a half saint wouldn't be able to. The Lotus sisters had personally verified this point. Yang Kai estimated that even if his seal couldn't defend against the demon saint's attack, it should be able to hold on for a while. If he could shorten the time of the seal, he might be able to use this method to do something. So, for a long time, Yang Kai stayed in front of one of the 100 spirit continents gate and kept sealing it, restoring it, sealing it, restoring it, repeating the process over and over again. The Lotus sisters were a little speechless as they watched from the side, not knowing what he was doing. The task assigned by Master Chang Tian had been completed, and they could have gone home a long time ago, but this guy was here looking for trouble, causing them to have to stay by his side to guard him. Naturally, they were a little unhappy. Black Lotus went to ask Yang Kai, and the answer she got was to use this method to cultivate the space principles. Anyway, she didn't know how to cultivate the space principles, so whatever Yang Kai said was the truth. However, Yang Kai's progress was obvious. In the beginning, it took him 3 days to seal a world gate, but later, the time it took became shorter and shorter. After a few months, he didn't even need 10 breaths of time to seal a world gate, and he could make the sealed world gate reappear with a raise of his hand. This made the Lotus Sisters feel a little incredulous. In the entire demon territory, only the demon saint knew a thing or two about how world gates were formed, but for so many years, no one had ever been able to play with world gates like toys. On this day, while Yang Kai was working hard to master his method of sealing world gates, his heart suddenly moved. He stopped what he was doing and immersed his mind into the small sealed world. The voice of the embodiment immediately rang in his ears. "I'm going to break through." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. After devouring the origin of the stone fire, the avatar went into a long period of slumber. When it woke up, it was almost at the peak of the Emperor realm. After such a long period of time, it had been cultivating non-stop with the help of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Naturally, its strength had increased tremendously. Previously, it had been devouring the million demons pilled to accumulate the power to break through. It could be said that Yang Kai had been waiting for it to grow into a half-saint. He had found quite a number of myriad demon pills from those missing continents, and now that he had consumed about 70 to 80% of them, it was time for him to make a breakthrough. However, Yang Kai did not expect that the breakthrough this time would come a little late. In his estimation, the Dharmakaya should have broken through long ago. "Let you out?" Yang Kai asked. The world principles in the small sealed world were now complete, so there was no problem for the Emperor realm to break through inside, but since the embodiment contacted him like this, it was certain that it could not cross the final step in the small sealed world. Yang Kai thought that it needed to complete the breakthrough in the outside world. "It's no use, I feel like I need to go back to the Cloud Shadow mainland." This answer puzzled Yang Kai a little, but when he thought about how the embodiment was now the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he understood. There must be something he did not know about, and if the embodiment wanted to break through the shackles, it would probably need to rely on some factors in the Cloud Shadow mainland. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately said, "Wait." Saying so, he restored the sealed world gate, turned around, and stepped on Zhui Feng's back, and said to the Lien sisters, "I have something to discuss with Senior Chang Tian, I'll take my leave first." Clamping his legs together, Zhui Feng let out a hiss and turned into a bolt of lightning. Behind him, the Lien sisters looked at each other, not knowing what he was doing, so they could only hurriedly chase after him. Since Chang Tian had entrusted Yang Kai's safety to them, they had to stay close to him. Galloping all the way, they returned to the castle in a short while. Jumping off the back of the horse, Yang Kai hurriedly walked inside. The giant beast called the lion suddenly appeared and blocked his way, looking down at Yang Kai condescendingly, and said in a booming voice, "Kid, what's the matter?" Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Chang Tian, but the lion's attitude towards Yang Kai was quite good. He didn't show the contempt he had when they first met. Yang Kai gave a fist salute and said, "I want to see Senior." The lion tilted its head and listened for a moment, then nodded gently and said, "Go in, the master is inside." As it spoke, it moved aside. It was still that dark, cold, and empty hall. Chang Tian sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. Dark demonic aura filled it like flowing clouds. When Yang Kai entered, the demonic aura returned to Chang Tian like a whale sucking in water, not leaving a single drop behind. 2 bright rays of light lit up in the darkness, like 2 small suns. Without further ado, Yang Kai gave a fist salute and said, "Senior, I need to go back to the Cloud Shadow continent, and I'm here to say goodbye to you." Chang Tian nodded and said, "Go, be careful." "Why don't you ask me what I'm going to do?" Yang Kai was slightly startled by Chang Tian's straightforwardness, but this was exactly what he wanted to see. If Chang Tian did not let him go, he really did not know what to do. "Thank you, Senior." Yang Kai turned and left. After all, he was in the 100 Spirit continent, and if he wanted to go back to the Cloud Shadow continent, he would have to say goodbye to Chang Tian. Otherwise, he would not have wasted time to come back. "Let Wind-Chasing Wolf accompany you." Chan Tian's voice came from behind. It's not convenient for Sister Lien to show her face outside, but wind-chasing wolf is different. With him accompanying you, I don't think anyone will dare to do anything to you. Yang Kai paused, turned around and nodded slightly to Chan Tian, and sped up to leave the hall. When he went out, he met the lion again, and it looked surprised. You're done? How long had he been in there? It seemed to have only been a few breaths. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Master is very easy to talk to. Only you are easy to talk to. The lion stared at his back thoughtfully. Sister Lien chased him all the way back, and just happened to see Yang Kai turn around and ride on wind-chasing wolf, and disappear in the blink of an eye. They were speechless. But very soon, Chan Tian's divine sense transmission entered their ears. After learning the whole story, the two sisters heaved a sigh of relief. They had been accompanying Yang Kai for the past few months and had nothing to do, so they were really bored. Above the void, wind-chasing wolf was excited, especially after passing through the realm gate of the 100-spirit continent and entering another continent. This change was particularly obvious, and it felt like a fish in the vast sea and a bird in the sky. Although the 100-spirit continent was large, it was still a cage for wind-chasing wolf. Only the entire demon territory was suitable for him to gallop. The earth flew under his feet, and the wind blowing in his face forced Yang Kai to use his Emperor Chi to resist, but wind-chasing wolf was happy to endure it, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, they passed through one realm gate after another, crossing one continent after another. In less than half a day, the man and his mount had returned from the 100-spirit continent to Cloud Shadow continent. It was a terrifyingly short time. As soon as they returned to Cloud Shadow continent, Yang Kai got off his mount, patted wind-chasing wolf's neck, and then stretched out his hand to open a gap in the sealed world bead. In the next moment, the huge figure of the embodiment appeared from the void, startling wind-chasing wolf. He jumped away immediately, and stared at the embodiment with great vigilance. Yang Kai did not have time to comfort him, because the embodiment's aura was fluctuating at the moment, and it was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, but because it was in a small sealed world bead, it could not resonate with the Cloud Shadow continent, so it had not been able to cross that barrier. After it appeared from the small sealed world bead, the fluctuating aura became more and more obvious. High in the sky, the embodiment fell quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it became a small black dot. However, the moment it landed on the ground, it silently melted into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Wind-chasing wolf was surprised when he saw this, and he immediately chased after it. At the place where the embodiment disappeared, he dug a big hole in the ground with his forehooves. Yang Kai stood in midair with a solemn expression, staring at a certain place on the ground. Although he could not see the embodiment, he could perceive its location. In this world, no matter if it was a human, a monster, or a demon, any breakthrough to a great realm was a test of life and death. Yang Kai did not know whether the breakthrough of a half-saint counted as a breakthrough to a great realm, nor did he know whether the embodiment would encounter any danger, but right now, there was nothing he could do to help. The embodiment could only rely on itself. Fortunately, although the embodiment cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, it was able to avoid the after-effects of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques to a great extent because it was born as a stone mongoose. Otherwise, just devouring so much energy would be enough to make it suffer unimaginable hardships during the breakthrough. From this point alone, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques to the level of the strongest Great Emperors in history, was indeed a hero among men. Yang Kai could not figure out how the embodiment resolved the various discomforts caused by cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Yang Kai thought that the breakthrough of the embodiment this time would definitely cause a natural phenomenon, and it might even cause a great deal of destruction. After all, it was closely related to the Cloud Shadow mainland. But what he did not expect was that after the embodiment sank into the ground, it did not move anymore. Not to mention any natural phenomenon, there was not even the slightest sound. It was as if the embodiment had sunk into the ground and fallen into a deep sleep. He tried to perceive with his heart, but he could not find much information. The inseparable connection between him and the embodiment had also become blurred, as if it had entered a different world. A hissing sound was heard, waking Yang Kai from his worry. He turned his head and saw Wind-Chasing Wolf, who was covered in mud, screaming beside him. This guy had been looking for the embodiment for a long time, but he still could not find it. Instead, he made a big hole in the ground. It seemed that he was here to complain to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not have time to pay attention to him, so he directly pushed his head aside. Chapter 35:21. Time passed, and the embodiment had already sunk into the ground for several hours, but there was still no movement. This made Yang Kai frown, secretly worried. The state of the embodiment was clearly a sign that it was about to break through, but why was there no sound until now? The vagueness of his perception did not allow him to accurately detect the current situation of the embodiment, which made him a little anxious. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, and a layer of faintly discernible vibration waves appeared in the void, bursting out in all directions. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he looked around, keenly aware that there seemed to be a subtle change in the energy between heaven and earth. If the whole world was in a state of stillness just now, then this stillness slowly began to flow, as if there was an invisible hand slowly stirring up the wind and clouds. Thump, a dull and heavy sound came from the depths of the earth, like the sound of a strong heartbeat, and also like someone beating the war drum of a charge from tens of thousands of feet below. As the sound came out, the flow of energy suddenly accelerated, and the world suddenly changed. The whistling sound of the wind filled the ears, and the tide of energy gathering from all directions to a certain place below the ground. Thump, 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 one after another, dull sounds came out. This strange sound, like the sound of a heartbeat, gave the illusion that the whole world was about to come to life. Even the long dragon-like mountain range in the distance was undulating, as if the earth was breathing. The energy of heaven and earth gathered more and more, and it became denser and denser, and it all poured into the ground and disappeared. Underground, there seemed to be a black hole that could devour everything. No matter how much energy poured in, it would be devoured cleanly. In the fierce wind, the chasing wind hissed, irritable and restless. Yang Kai was as still as a mountain, his gaze piercing through the void and penetrating the earth. In the depths of the earth, a vigorous aura was slowly growing stronger, like a dragon that had awakened from a deep slumber. Such an astonishing phenomenon of heaven and earth naturally alarmed the nearby demon race, who rushed over to investigate the situation, but they were all blocked by an invisible force, unable to come within 1,000 miles. The embodiment was the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, and it was not difficult for him to do this with this identity. The embodiment's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Even if Yang Kai didn't pay special attention to it, he could still clearly sense it. At a certain point, the embodiment's aura suddenly stopped growing. It seemed to have reached a certain limit. Not only did it not grow stronger, but it even decreased. When Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to the embodiment's movements, saw this, his face darkened. He knew that the embodiment must have run into trouble. Breaking through to the half-saint realm wasn't a simple matter. The demon territory had the myriad demon pill, but there weren't many half-saint realm experts. This wasn't because the accumulation of power was disadvantageous, but because of the shackles of one's own comprehension. If one couldn't break through this level, he would never be able to reach a higher level. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the falling aura to strengthen once again and climb to its peak. However, the situation this time was almost exactly the same as before. When the aura reached its peak, it couldn't go any further and quickly fell back down. Yang Kai's face darkened. As the saying goes, the first drum builds up the spirit, the second weakens it, and the third exhausts it. The accumulation of power could penetrate a stone with dripping water, and sand could build a tower. However, if the breakthrough was delayed for too long, the chances of success would become smaller. Moreover, the embodiment's breakthrough this time was a little strange. He didn't see the familiar world energy baptism. He didn't know if this was because he was in the demon territory, and the star boundaries world principles were different, or if there were other reasons. However, what was certain was that the embodiment was indeed in a state of breakthrough. This inevitably made Yang Kai a little worried. He had been in the Second Order Emperor realm for a long time now. Who knew when he would break through to the Third Order Emperor realm? What if the world principles of the two worlds were different, causing problems during the breakthrough? What if there was no world energy baptism at that time? It was indeed too early to worry about this. Perhaps the embodiment's breakthrough would give him some inspiration. Over the next few days, the embodiment remained in the same state as before. The aura coming from the ground continued to cycle between getting stronger and weaker. Yang Kai really couldn't figure out what was going on. Logically speaking, if the embodiment hadn't completed the breakthrough for such a long time, it should have failed. The price of failure was either a drop in cultivation or death. There was no other possibility. However, in Yang Kai's perception, not only was there no problem with the embodiment, it even gave him a feeling that it had merged with the entire Cloud Shadow mainland and was in a deep sleep. The strength of the aura was the same as the rhythm of its breathing. Such a long period of abnormality naturally alarmed many demon kings in Cloud Shadow. Yin, Lao Ke, Kusin, and the others came to investigate the situation, but they were all blocked 1,000 miles away. Fortunately, Yang Kai noticed their arrival and took the initiative to contact them, which made them feel a lot more at ease. After all, they were very worried about the sudden abnormality in Cloud Shadow and didn't know what was going on. Now that they confirmed that it was Yang Kai's doing, they immediately felt relieved. Compared to this, they were more surprised that Yang Kai suddenly returned safely. Previously, when the Holy Spirit of the 100 Spirit Continent appeared and kidnapped him, no one knew what would happen to Yang Kai in the end. Then, several months had passed without any news. They could only confirm that Yang Kai was not dead by seeing that Tukaro and the others were safe and sound. The 3 demon kings of the 100 Spirit Continent had been planted with the Divine Soul brand by Yang Kai. If something happened to Yang Kai, the 3 of them would definitely be buried with him. There was no possibility of survival. Since there was nothing to do, Yang Kai simply went to meet them 1,000 miles away. After asking around, he learned that nothing special happened in Cloud Shadow recently. However, because he was kidnapped, many people were a little worried, especially Li Shiqing. She kept persuading Yin and the others to gather the power of Cloud Shadow and go to the 100 Spirit Continent to rescue him. Naturally, Yin and the others couldn't agree. As members of the demon race, they knew the terrifying power of the 100 Spirit Continent. It was not something that Cloud Shadow Continent could contend with. They could easily send a half-saint to destroy Cloud Shadow. This was not a matter of loyalty, but an instinctive choice. After persuading Yin and the others, Li Shiqing even planned to go to the Phantom Continent to find Yiru Meng. Fortunately, she was stopped by Boya. Yang Kai was a little surprised. After all, he didn't treat her well. When they first met, he even slapped her. However, when he thought about how he and she were the only 2 humans in the entire demon territory, he felt that they were in the same boat. It wasn't hard to understand why Li Shiqing would do this. If something happened to him, she would be isolated and helpless in the demon territory. No matter how bad his attitude was to her, they were still of the same race. While Yin and the others were talking, Wind-Chasing Wolf flew up and down, causing many members of the demon race to look at it. However, the group of demon race members didn't recognize Wind-Chasing Wolf. They only thought that this mount looked extraordinary. Their king actually kidnapped a mount from the 100 Spirit Continent? This made Yin and the others a little surprised. It seemed that their king didn't encounter any harsh treatment in the 100 Spirit Continent. The sun rose and the moon disappeared. Time passed. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Although he had never seen how other half-saint broke through, he was sure that no one would spend so much time to break through. Yang Kai reckoned that Dharmakaya was the first to break through. There was no change every day. Every day was the same as before. It gave people the illusion that the world was repeating itself. One day after 2 months, when the Dharmakaya's aura reached its peak, it didn't fall back down like before. Instead, it continued to rise. Yang Kai didn't notice it at first. After all, he had been paying attention to it for 2 months without any change. Who would have thought that there would be a change at this time? It wasn't until the Dharmakeya's aura broke through its previous limit and reached a new peak that he suddenly woke up with a look of excitement. Ian and the others obviously noticed this change. They all looked at him. The Dharmakeya's aura didn't fall back down. Instead, it continued to rise. It kept rising, rising, and rising. Finally, at a certain moment, there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. The rising aura reached its peak. The energy of heaven and earth gathered underground like a tsunami and was immediately swallowed up. Half-step sage! Lao Ke exclaimed in excitement. After waiting and observing for nearly 2 months, even if Yang Kai didn't explain, they knew that someone was breaking through a big realm. Moreover, the person breaking through was definitely related to Yang Kai. Now, this brand new aura undoubtedly meant that the person had succeeded in breaking through. In other words, Cloud Shadow Mainland had its own half-saint from now on. They no longer had to act according to others' wishes. If Cloud Shadow didn't have its own half-saint, how could it have been oppressed and enslaved by Yu Sang? But, who was this person? When did he refine Cloud Shadow's origin? Noticing the curious gazes around him, Yang Kai didn't intend to explain. Currently, only Yu Meng knew about the existence of Dharmakeya in the territory of demons. Now that he had broken through to half-saint, he could use it as a trump card. Naturally, it was better to hide it for as long as possible. He still remembered that Yu Sang was eyeing him covetously. Although he was now sent to the two-realm battlefield, who knew if he would come back? But now that he had Dharmakeya, he didn't need to fear him anymore. The aura of the newly advanced half-saint gradually disappeared. Clark and the others showed a trace of disappointment. Originally, they wanted to pay him a visit, but looking at the situation, he didn't plan to show himself. So, they could only leave it at that. Fortunately, they could confirm that this newly advanced half-saint had a good relationship with their king. They might have a chance to meet him in the future. After instructing Clark and the others to wait, Yang Kai flew 1,000 miles away and found Dharmakeya that had drilled out of the ground. They looked at each other. Yang Kai showed a surprised expression because Dharmakeya seemed to have become smaller. Although Dharmakeya could freely change its size, it usually maintained a comfortable state. Previously, because it had refined stone fire's origin, its size had increased by 3 feet. But now, it was only as tall as a person. Chapter 35:22. Although his body had become smaller, it did not mean that his power had weakened. Instead, it was a symbol of condensing. The originally obvious features of the Holy Spirit had also changed. The stone spikes that grew on the surface of his body had also disappeared. The lumps of stone were like towering muscles, full of explosive power. The evil fire was faintly discernible in the cracks of the stone body, and the demonic aura that wrapped around his body was so dense that it soared into the sky. Perhaps because it had just been promoted, the embodiment was still unable to freely control its own power. Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a half-saint from his body, which was a kind of power that surpassed that of the Demon King and the Emperor realm. Without making a comparison, he did not know whether there was any gap between the embodiment and those veteran half-saint masters. With a surge of divine sense, Yang Kai took the embodiment back into the sealed world bead and let it consolidate its cultivation. After that, he returned to join Ian and the others. Not in a hurry, Yang Kai rode on Wind Chaser and led a group of demon race members towards Cloud Shadow City. It was almost a year away from the agreed date with Mingyu. Now that the dust had settled on the embodiment, it was time to go to the Phantom Continent and look for Yu Meng. If something happened to Mingyu, Yu Meng would definitely be the first to know. If he stayed by her side, he would be able to know the movements of the Eternal Heaven Continent at any time and make plans in advance. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a group of demon race members rushing over from the distance. They had hurried expressions, but when they saw Yang Kai at the front, they were slightly startled. They immediately cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, great king, master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at them condescendingly. "What's the matter?" The demon race was just a demon commander. It seemed like he had flown over from Cloud Shadow City. He cupped his hands and replied, "Reporting to your Majesty, according to the report of our spies, all the continents in the Demon Territory are urgently mobilizing their troops. Even the Half-Saint Master has been mobilized. It seems like a storm is brewing, but we don't know what it is for." Previously, in order to search for Mingyu's whereabouts, Yang Kai had dispatched a lot of people from Cloud Shadow and Basket Plains to various continents within the Demon Territory to scout for information. Although they had found Mingyu, these spies had never returned. Instead, they had been constantly sending information from various places within the Demon Territory back to Cloud Shadow City. Recently, they had discovered some abnormalities in the other continents, as if something big was about to happen. Naturally, they would report it immediately. Lao Ku frowned and asked, "Did something happen in the two-realm battlefield?" All the continents were mobilizing their troops. Many half-Saint Realm experts were mobilized. This was obviously a big deal. Apart from the changes in the two-realm battlefield, there shouldn't be any other reason for the Demon Territory to make such a big move. The Demon Commander shook his head and said, "I don't know, but what? But everyone, the target of the Half-Saint Master seems to be the Eternal Heaven Continent, and not the two-realm battlefield." "The Eternal Heaven Continent!" Yang Kai's expression changed. He lowered his body slightly and stared at the Demon Commander in front of him. "Are you sure it's the Eternal Heaven Continent?" The Demon Commander felt a little weak under Yang Kai's stare. He swallowed his saliva and said, "That's what the spies reported. It's said that there are already millions of troops stationed outside the Eternal Heaven Continent." That meant that something had happened in the Eternal Heaven Continent. The first person Yang Kai thought of was Mingyu. Just now, he had planned to go to the Phantom Continent to look for Yuru Meng. Mingyu was heavily injured and trapped in the Eternal Heaven Continent. Not only was there a magnificent great formation, there was also a demon saint personally guarding it. The demon race didn't hesitate to sacrifice all the living beings in the Eternal Heaven Continent to activate the power of the Great Formation. They wanted to keep Mingyu in the Demon Territory forever. However, no one expected that he would secretly sneak in and leave 3 leaves of the Immortal Tree for Mingyu. With the help of the leaves of the Immortal Tree, Mingyu could recover within a year. Although he was still alone, at least Mingyu was no longer a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A great emperor's in peak condition and a heavily injured great emperor's were 2 completely different existences. The demon saint had miscalculated on this point. He would probably have to pay a great price for this. The mobilization of troops from the various continents, and the mobilization of the half-saint was the best sign. This sign indicated that a battle had already broken out in the Eternal Heaven Continent. The demon saint had probably discovered that the situation was different from what they had expected. Otherwise, why would they need to mobilize reinforcements? If Mingyu was in his previous state, he would only become weaker and weaker. Just the power of Shueli and the Great Formation would be enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Pay attention to the news in a year's time. If there are any changes, remember to come here. I still have some things to tell you. With Mingyu's words echoing in his ears, Yang Kai's legs clamped on Windchaser and he turned around and rushed toward the nearest realm gate. "My king, where are you going?" Lao Ku exclaimed. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and disappeared with Windchaser. Yin, Lao Ku, and the others were left looking at each other in dismay. They didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. However, before they could figure it out, Yang Kai, who had already gone far away, actually returned. His expression was so serious that it was a little scary. He then gave an order. "Quickly gather all of Cloud Shadow and Basket Plains combat power. Follow me to the Eternal Heaven Continent." It was a little too conspicuous for him to go to the Eternal Heaven Continent alone. If he brought some people with him, even if he was asked, he would have an excuse to explain himself. In any case, everyone was gathering at the Eternal Heaven Continent. Cloud Shadow was just following the crowd. "We're also going to the Eternal Heaven Continent." Lao Ku looked surprised. Yin looked up at Yang Kai and said, "My king, what happened at the Eternal Heaven Continent?" Why did she become so impatient after hearing this inexplicable news? Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and gather people." Carson hesitated and said, "But my king, I didn't receive any orders to. Are you saying that this king's words are not orders?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly, causing Carson to immediately swallow the rest of his words. After a while, the members of the demon race scattered and passed down the order. Although Yang Kai was impatient and couldn't wait to fly to the Eternal Heaven continent to see Ming Yu's situation, he could only wait patiently. The battle between the great emperors and the demon saint couldn't be decided in a short time. Even if he went there early, it would be useless. With his current strength, he couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. If Ming Yu wanted to escape, she had to rely on herself. Moreover, he didn't know how Ming Yu would contact him. Under the watchful eyes of so many demon saint, nothing could escape their observation. In a short time, the two continents of Cloud Shadow and the Blue Plain were in turmoil. Many members of the demon race were mobilized and gathered at the designated realm gates. 3 days later, the 1,000,000 troops of Cloud Shadow gathered. This was because there wasn't enough time. If there was more time, it would be more than enough to gather several times more people. After all, the population of a continent was still very large. The 1,000,000 troops majestically passed through the realm gates, forming a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see. When they stepped into the territory of the Blue Plain continent and arrived at another realm gate, Tukuro, Baza, and the others had already gathered their 1,000,000 troops and were quietly waiting. When the two sides met, Yang Kai's army was more than 2,000,000 troops. When he was defending Roaring Tiger City, Yang Kai only had a few 100,000 troops. The difference was several times greater. When the number of troops increased, the troops became somewhat messy. Fortunately, many Demon King were obedient, so it wasn't too troublesome to unify them. The speed of an army naturally couldn't compare to that of a single person. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least half a month for him to arrive at the Eternal Heaven continent with these 2,000,000 troops. "I hope nothing bad happened to Ming Yu." After passing through one realm gate after another, the army continued to approach the Eternal Heaven continent. Yang Kai's mood became calmer and calmer day by day. He no longer had the initial impatience and uneasiness. He had already made up his mind that if the time came, he would use Zhui Feng's speed to escape with Ming Yu. As for whether or not they could escape, he could only leave it to fate. Furthermore, he was not sure if Zhui Feng would cooperate with him. Although this fellow was very close to him, it still had its own intellect, so it might not be willing to leave the dark domain with him. On the Eternal Heaven continent, the Blood Sea was surging. 12 blood-colored pillars were like nails nailed to the ground by the gods, turning the vast territory into an impenetrable prison. Outside the Blood Sea prison, many blood demons were rolling with their devil energy, urging the power of the Blood Sea. In addition, countless demon race were stationed outside the prison, ready to guard against any accidents. Among them, there were more than a dozen half-saint realm experts. However, the situation here was a little different from the last time Yang Kai had come here. The biggest difference was that the demon race that had continuously thrown themselves into the Blood Sea had all disappeared. All the living beings on the Eternal Heaven continent had been sacrificed, and the Blood Sea's power had been pushed to the extreme. The entire Blood Sea seemed to be boiling, rolling and churning, and constantly emitting huge bubbles. Inside the Blood Sea, countless ghosts were shuttling back and forth, emitting waves of ghostly wails and howls that shook one's soul. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed out from the Blood Sea, and an invisible shockwave spread in all directions. At the same time, the blood demons that had gathered around the Blood Sea exploded into a bloody mist without a sound. Not even their bones were left behind. Seeing this, the demon race that had sealed off the surrounding area all revealed expressions of fear. The empty spots were quickly filled by other blood demons, continuing to maintain the Blood Sea's power without decreasing. However, this method definitely couldn't be maintained for long. The blood demons that were able to participate in this matter were existences that were at least at the level of demon commanders. Although the blood demon race was a large race in the entire demon territory and had a large population, they still couldn't withstand this kind of consumption. If this continued, the death of the mid and high-level blood demons might cause the entire race to weaken. 10 breaths later, another surge of power surged out from the depths of the blood sea. However, this time, it wasn't an invisible shockwave, but a bright and dazzling white light. Wherever the white light passed, several vacuum passages were created in the blood sea. Wherever it passed, the blood water evaporated, and the demon race members that were grazed by the white light died on the spot without a sound. On the blood-colored pillar, Shui Li's expression was cold. His blood-colored long hair fluttered, and his scarlet eyes were almost filled with the light of anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Mingyu, you're courting death." Chapter 35-23. He had clearly severely injured him and sacrificed all the living beings of the eternal heaven continent to exhaust his remaining strength. After such a long time, he should have become weaker and weaker until he died without any power to fight back. Then, he should have been digested by the laws of heaven and earth in the demon territory. So why was he still able to resist? Furthermore, judging from the traces of Mingyu's attack, this guy's aura was even more stable and powerful than when he was first trapped here. It felt like he had recovered to his peak state. What was going on? Where did he go wrong? Shui Li's expression was cold. He couldn't understand. The injuries on Mingyu's body were obvious to all. Before he was trapped here, he was injured by several demon saints working together. The wound on his abdomen was caused by Shui Li himself. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to use a secret technique that hurt himself as well as the enemy. Shui Li believed that no one in the world could heal such an injury other than himself. As one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, Mingyu definitely didn't lack healing pills. But how could his secret technique be blocked by mere pills? Shui Li wanted nothing more than to dive into the depths of the blood sea and see Mingyu's current state with his own eyes. However, the blood sea that was originally under his control had a circle of pure land filled with gentle light that blocked the power of the great formation. Shui Li couldn't see the situation inside at all. Since he couldn't see, then he could only test it out. He had personally guarded this place, but had still allowed the blood demon clan to be slaughtered like vegetables. If news of this were to spread, it would be a joke. With a low shout, Shui Li raised his hands. His tall body shook, and a vast amount of devil energy wildly surged out. The boiling blood sea had a trace of strange silence at this moment, as if an invisible hand had pressed down all of its movements. In the next instant, the blood sea suddenly started to spin clockwise, rolling up a tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, a giant blood ball appeared in the middle of the 12 blood-colored pillars. The blood ball was completely red. Even from thousands of kilometers away, it could be seen clearly. It was as if the full moon in the sky had been dyed red and had fallen to the ground. It brought an indescribable horror, as if the world was about to meet its end. At the center of the blood ball, a faint white light was refracted. This was the only pure land that bright moon had formed by pushing aside the sea of blood with her supreme cultivation. However, this pure land was almost imperceptible compared to the entire blood ball. Within the sea of blood, blood shadows the size of a palm took shape. If one looked closely, they would discover that these blood shadows were blood-colored bats. Under Shui Li's control, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the pure white land. However, the moment they came into contact with the gentle light, they all turned into dust and disappeared. The number of blood-colored bats was enormous, and they were constantly being born and disappearing. However, no matter how many blood-colored bats there were, they were unable to weaken the light of the pure land. He originally thought that with the 12 great devilish formation and the sea of blood gathered by all living beings in the eternal heaven continent, it would be enough to eliminate Mingyu. Who would have thought that Mingyu still had the strength to struggle? Since his original plan was no longer feasible, he could only make some adjustments. Once he thought of this, a hint of determination flashed through Shui Li's scarlet eyes. He formed a seal with both hands, and as the demonic energy on his body surged, the blood ball spun even faster. The indescribable speed created a tornado. Looking down from the sky, the world below seemed to have turned into a spinning top that was about to spin the entire eternal heaven continent. The blood devils around the great formation all retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Under Xue Li's control, all kinds of blood creatures were born in the blood sea. They rushed toward the pure land and then disappeared when they came into contact with the pure white light. The blood sea had an extremely strong corrosive power, while the gentle light had an unparalleled purifying power. This was a battle between corrosion and purification. Mingyu and Xue Li were like natural enemies as they clashed with their great Daos, causing the entire world to lose its color. As time passed, the blood ball gradually shrank in size. However, the Pure Land didn't move at all. It didn't shrink in the slightest. Many half-saint and demon race watched from afar and felt their hearts ache. That ball of blood had been obtained through the blood sacrifice of all the living beings in the eternal heaven continent. In other words, Xue Li was currently using the power of all the living beings in the eternal heaven continent to fight against Mingyu. Every time it shrank, it represented the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of devils. Moreover, it was unknown whether this sacrifice was meaningful. On the other hand, Xue Li's expression didn't change after he made his move. The shrinking of the blood ball didn't affect him in the slightest. To him, if he could weaken Mingyu again, it would be worth it even if he sacrificed 2 or 3 more living beings in the continents, let alone making the blood ball disappear completely. There were hundreds of continents in the demon territory, but there were only 12 demon saint. If he could exchange 2 or 3 continents worth of living beings for 1 demon saint spot, it would be a very good deal. Moreover, the blood sacrifices were only the living beings in those continents, not the continents themselves. This kind of low-level demon race was nothing to the demon saint. The demon territory didn't have much, but it had a large population. When the time came, they just had to migrate some demon race members from other continents, and they would naturally be able to restore the vitality of the continents that had been sacrificed. The sizzling sound didn't stop, and it even covered the movement caused by the blood ball's rotation. That was the sound of Mingyu's light purifying the blood water. Inside the dark red blood ball, the originally weak light grew stronger and stronger. It seemed that as the blood ball's volume decreased, the Pure Land's range gradually expanded as well. A trace of surprise finally flashed through Xue Li's scarlet eyes. If he was certain that Mingyu's injuries had healed at the beginning, then he was certain now that Mingyu had definitely recovered to her peak condition, or she had used some kind of secret technique to forcefully stabilize her injuries. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to be so powerful. He couldn't delay any longer. From the looks of it, the situation would only worsen if he delayed any longer. If Mingyu really managed to escape, then as the person in charge of guarding this place, he would definitely lose all face. Xue Li suddenly lifted his foot and stomped on the blood-colored pillar beneath his feet. An invisible force spread along the blood-colored pillar and instantly spread to the other 11 blood-colored pillars. The long pillars that had been acting as the foundation of the formation all this time suddenly flashed with a strange light. The complicated patterns on the pillars gradually flowed. 11 streams of blood separated from the blood ball and were absorbed by the blood-colored pillars. The blood flowed along the pillars all the way to the top, condensing into blood-colored figures. 11 blood-colored pillars, 11 blood-colored figures. Coincidentally, there was a blood-colored figure standing on each blood-colored pillar. They resonated with Xue Li from afar and formed the strongest formation in the entire demon territory, the 12 Great Devilish Formation. There were tall and short figures, male and female, and their bodies were constructed from blood. Their facial features were clear, and their eyes were bright and spirited. Different auras were exuded from their bodies, but each and every one of them was the aura of a demon saint. These 12 figures represented the 12 strongest existences within the demon territory. However, other than Xue Li's true body, the other 11 were all avatars that had descended. As the foundation of the 12 Great Devilish Formation, a wisp of each demon saint's soul was sealed. At a critical moment, the person in charge of the formation could naturally use a secret technique to awaken these avatars and increase the power of the formation. For example, at this moment, among them, Yuru Meng and Bailey Mo were among them. However, other than the 2 of them, 90% of the other 10 demon saint were male. Xueli, what's the situation now? One of the tall figures glanced around, then turned to look at Xueli and asked. Can't you see what's going on? Ming, you clearly tricked all of us. Damn it! Another hoarse voice rang out, mixed with anger. Even though it was only avatars that had descended, the demon saint weren't idiots. The situation was clear at a glance. Mingyu had the ability to resist the blood ball. Clearly, she wasn't in a dying state like they had expected. She was looking for a chance to escape. Xueli, you were too careless. You can't even keep an eye on a half-dead guy. You're practically trash. A short figure cackled strangely. This person was extremely conspicuous among the 12 demon saint because he was extremely short. He was only about the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. However, his body was rolling and looked rather comical. However, his aura was the most dangerous out of all the demon saint. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Once this was said, many of the demon saint frowned. It was undeniable that Xueli was responsible for this situation. If he had noticed Mingyu's condition earlier, he might have been able to avoid the current situation. However, if they thought about it carefully, this probably had nothing to do with Xueli. If the great emperors of the Star Realm were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have spent so much effort to set up this trap. If it were anyone else guarding this place, they might not have done as well as Xueli. After all, Xueli was a blood demon. The power of the blood sacrifice of the living beings of the continent could only be maximized in his hands. However, with something like this happening, someone had to be the scapegoat. As soon as the short man finished speaking, Xueli turned his head and looked at him. He grinned and said, Wobo, who gave you the guts to speak to me like this? Could it be that you've forgotten the pain of being beaten 20,000 years ago? Do you want to try again? If you want, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. The demon saint called Wobo jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His rolling body actually swelled up, and his already dangerous aura became much more dangerous. You still dare to mention something from 20,000 years ago? If you hadn't cheated back then, how could I have been humiliated by you? Xueli sneered. It was you who was childish and stupid. How can you blame it on me? Although a brain is a good thing, not everyone has it. Chapter 35-24. Although they were all demon saint, there were still differences in strength between them. This was not only the case in the demon territory, but also the great emperors in the astral plane. For example, the Heavens Revelation's Great Emperor and the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor were definitely no match for other great emperors if they were to fight. The two of them were never known for their battle strength, and among the 10 great emperors in the astral plane, the one who was the best at fighting was probably the Iron Blood Great Emperor. This could be seen from the honorific title of Iron Blood. The enmity between Xueli and this Wobo could be traced back to 20,000 years ago. Although the details were unclear, it could be inferred from their conversation that this demon saint named Wobo had suffered a great loss at Xueli's hands 20,000 years ago. Otherwise, the two of them would not have remembered it so clearly even after such a long time had passed. Wah! After a few words, Wobo was immediately enraged. He stomped his feet on the blood-red pillar and shouted angrily. Xueli, I'll make you die a horrible death! Xueli coldly snorted. You think I won't dare to destroy a mere fragment of your soul? Wobo was immediately silenced. Everyone knew that he had a grudge with Xueli. He originally wanted to use this matter to mock the other, but if he really angered the other and destroyed a fragment of his soul, the other demon saint would not stand up for him. Once the fragment of his soul was destroyed, he would definitely be injured as well. However, he was not willing to just be threatened by Xueli and not do anything. Fortunately, someone jumped out at this time to smooth things over. Enough, let's not talk too much. You can settle your grudges privately. The most important thing right now is Mingyu. The demon saint who spoke had a pair of wings on his back. It looked like he was from the same clan as Boya. He should be a demon saint who was born as a feather demon. He looked around and coldly spat out. To kill or not to kill? It was not that the demon saint did not have the ability to kill Mingyu in the demon territory. When he was heavily injured, there was an excellent opportunity. However, at that time, their plan was to let the demon territory digest Mingyu and add a demon saint position to the demon territory while permanently reducing the number of great emperors in the astral plane. This was why they set up a great formation and sacrificed billions of lives. However, things did not go as they wished. Now that Mingyu had the means to escape, their previous plan was about to fail. They could only think of other ways. No one could give an answer to the question raised by the feather demon saint. If they killed him, then all of their previous plans would have been in vain. The billions of lives on the eternal heaven continent would have died in vain. However, if they did not kill him, who knew how much damage a trapped great emperors could cause? Even for the demon saint, this was a dilemma. Silence. Only the incessant sizzling sound of pure white light purifying the blood could be heard. Countless pairs of eyes were cast towards a tall figure. It was as though this devil saint had the highest prestige among all of them, and his words would be able to convince everyone. Under the gazes of the crowd, this devil saint opened his mouth and said, "Let's try again. If it really doesn't work, we will use the second plan." The shadow demon saint said, "Although the second plan has a chance of success, we discussed it before. The clansmen of the demon race may not be able to obtain the recognition of that world. Once they fail to obtain the recognition of that world, they will undoubtedly die. Moreover, the most important thing is that if we really do this, I'm afraid that many of the half-saint subordinates will die. It's impossible for them to kill great emperors without paying a price." The demon saint Sand Demon said, "Since it's an opportunity, then we have to fight for it. Whether or not we can obtain the recognition of that world will depend on whether the people below us are blessed. As for life and death, I believe that they are more willing to disregard life and death for their own future. If it were us, we would also make the same choice." Many demon saints nodded in agreement. This time, even Xueli and Hubu, who disliked each other, agreed. Seeing this, the tall demon saint who spoke before said, "Since no one has any objections, then let's do it this way." After the discussion, the 12 demon saints formed hand seals in unison. In an instant, the 12 blood-red pillars bloomed with blood-red light, filling the world. The shrinking blood sphere also released a terrifying aura. Under the support of the 12 great demon array, the power of the blood sphere was increased to the extreme. The pure white light was constantly being compressed and weakened. In the end, not even the slightest bit of light could be seen. In less than an hour, even Mingyu's aura was almost undetectable. Seeing this, many demon saints could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Previously, they really thought that Mingyu had completely recovered. Now, it seemed that it was just a false alarm. Mingyu had probably used some secret technique to suppress his injuries as a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the power of the 12 great demon array. If Xueli was really the only one here, then he might have succeeded. However, Mingyu did not know that this array could summon the soul fragments of other demon saints to increase its power at any time. It could only be said that he had failed on the verge of success, and was destined to fall in the demon territory. In this way, the original plan could work again. Let Mingyu slowly weaken and let the demon territory digest him. Just as the demon saint relaxed, Xueli's expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "Careful!" Unlike the other demon saint soul fragments that had descended, his main body was here. Naturally, his senses were much sharper than others. Add to that his identity as the blood demon, he could see the changes within the blood sphere to the greatest extent. Therefore, he could sense even the slightest movement within the blood sphere. In that instant, Mingyu's aura, which had already been extinguished, suddenly rose from the ashes. Furthermore, it was expanding at a speed that made even him tremble in fear. The previous weakness was actually just a disguise, a show of weakness to the enemy. At this moment, Xueli's mind was unprecedentedly clear. A look of understanding flashed through his eyes. "So this was your plan. No wonder you didn't use the ability to escape, even though you clearly had the ability to escape. You were purposely giving me pressure so that I would summon the other 11 soul fragments. Then, you planned to destroy all of them in one fell swoop. Even someone as strong as a demon saint wouldn't feel good about having a soul fragment destroyed. At the very least, they would need to recover for a while before they could recover. This period of recovery was the best opportunity for Mingyu to escape. At that time, the only one who could stop him with all their might would be Xueli. The other demon saints' hands and feet would definitely be tied due to the damage to their souls. Although they stood on opposing sides, Xueli couldn't help but praise Mingyu at this moment. The other demon saints' true bodies were already on the way. They would probably gather at the Eternal Heaven continent in a few days. If he didn't do this, Mingyu wouldn't be able to leave the territory of the demon saint even if he had the ability to reach the heavens. But now that he had done this, even if the other demon saints rushed over, they might not necessarily be able to stop him. Within the dark red ball of blood, a dot of light suddenly lit up like a lantern in the night. In a short period of time, the light crazily increased, as if there was a sun sealed within the ball of blood. It flickered with an unusual white heat. As the light increased, a terrifying power bloomed from within the ball of blood. Other than Xueli, the faces of the other 11 demon saints' soul fragments were filled with astonishment and anger. The dazzling white heat broke through the seal of the ball of blood and spread outwards with a bang. Wherever the white light passed, the blood vaporized without a trace. The enormous ball of blood actually only lasted for a short 3 breaths before disappearing. Contained within the pure white light was a world-destroying killing intent that swept towards the demon saint's location without slowing down in the slightest. The speed of the light was so fast that even the demon saint's soul fragments couldn't detect it before it was already right in front of them. The first soul fragment that was enveloped by the pure white light only had time to let out a scream before it collapsed with a bang and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, on a certain continent, a figure that was speeding through the Eternal Heaven continent let out a muffled groan and fell straight down. Fortunately, a half-saint who was traveling with him had quick reflexes and used his devil essence to wrap him up. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a joke. Immediately after, a second scream, a third scream. Wishful thinking! Xueli roared. In this short period of time, he had already come up with a countermeasure. As he spoke, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist to the left. The blood mist was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the nearest blood-colored pillar and enveloped the soul fragment on the blood-colored pillar. Immediately after, the white light attacked, but it was offset by the blood mist that enveloped the soul fragment, leaving the soul fragment unharmed. The white light gradually faded, and the terrifying power slowly subsided. The figure of a young man slowly appeared where the huge blood ball had originally been. His face was like jade, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His pure white clothes were spotless as he walked out of the void and quietly looked at Xueli with an indifferent smile on his face. Xueli's gaze paused on Mingyu's abdomen for a moment before abruptly shrinking. The wound was no longer there. Mingyu had indeed recovered. Then, Xueli turned his head to the side and saw Huabu, who had a look of relief on his face. His face couldn't help but twitch. When Mingyu attacked just now, he was the only one present who could resist a bit. The other demon saint's soul fragments couldn't resist at all. At the critical moment, he could only think of a way to save one soul fragment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to stop Mingyu from escaping by himself. At that time, he didn't think of anything, but now he realized that the one he saved was actually Huabu. Looking at this guy's dumbfounded expression, Xueli had the urge to vomit blood. But now was clearly not the time to care about this. The blood sacrifice technique had been broken, and the 12 Citadel Great Demonic Formation had become a joke due to a moment of carelessness. Now, the only ones who could stop Mingyu were him and Huabu. Come quickly! Xueli roared at Huabu and turned his head, placing all of his attention on Mingyu, who was walking over step by step. Although he wasn't afraid of the great emperors at their peak, he wouldn't be able to stop them for long if they wanted to escape. Back then, in the demon territory, they had to rely on the combined efforts of several half-saint to injure Mingyu and trap her here. If Huabu came too late, then everything would be over. Huabu obviously understood this as well. He turned his head and glared hatefully at Mingyu. Then, with a sway of his body, he turned into a puddle of blood and disappeared into the blood-colored pillar. His main body, on the other hand, was rushing towards the eternal heaven continent with all his might. Chapter 35-25. The mountains and rivers trembled, the void shattered, and the continent was smashed into pieces. Enormous cracks stretched across the void, as if they were scars that could never be healed. The bloody light and the moonlight clashed in the void. The half-saint and the demon race below were dazed as they watched. They couldn't see the situation of the battle clearly. The aura of the great Tao from the intense collision covered all traces. There were only flashes of light in their field of vision. Rumbling sounds continuously rang in their ears. The yuan qi of heaven and earth shook unceasingly. The aftermath of the collision was like a ripple that crazily spread across the entire continent. Even someone as strong as a half-saint still felt insignificant in front of such aftermath. This was the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint. The eternal sky continent was already somewhat fragmented due to the previous battle. After experiencing this, it could be said that the continent was basically destroyed. Even with the laws of heaven and earth of the great world within the demon territory, it wasn't very possible for it to repair itself. It could be imagined that in the next 10,000 years, it would be like the other continents that had disappeared. It would slowly break away from the demon territory and completely disappear into the endless void. Although they couldn't see the exact situation of the battle, with the eyesight and knowledge of the half-saint, they could still see that the great emperors from the star realm were trying to escape. However, with the demon saint obstructing him, he couldn't escape for a while. This was a very normal phenomenon. Two people with the same strength would always be entangled while escaping. However, the former would undoubtedly have the upper hand, and the one obstructing him would inevitably have to pay a higher price to achieve his goal. Above the void, behind Mingyu, a full moon bloomed with bright light. The gentle halo illuminated the world. The aura of the great Tao fluctuated around him, and he had the power to destroy the world with just a raise of his hand. Sometimes, Xueli condensed into a human form and displayed the power of various secret techniques. Sometimes, he turned into a bloody mist, and his whereabouts were uncertain. He didn't need to fight to the death with Mingyu. He only needed to delay his opponent and wait for Huabu to arrive. When the time came, they would naturally have the advantage in a 2-versus-1 battle. Mingyu clearly understood this point. His attacks became fiercer and fiercer, as if he wanted to fight with his life on the line. What he truly cared about was not Xueli, who was pestering him, but the throbbing in his heart. It was as if there was a pair of eyes quietly watching him from the dark, ready to deal a fatal blow to him at any time. If it weren't for this, Mingyu would have fought Xueli to the death long ago. He had tried many times to lure out the enemy hiding in the dark, but he had never succeeded. He did not know whether it was his own illusion or the enemy was too good at hiding. The longer she delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. Mingyu could not delay any longer. She had to escape as soon as possible to have a chance of survival. Once he thought of this, a trace of determination flashed through his eyes. His hands formed a seal, and the full moon behind him abruptly shone with a dazzling light. His body turned into a ray of white light, and charged towards Xueli with an aura of survival even in the face of death. The bloody mist in front of him condensed, revealing Xueli's figure. A hint of hesitation and struggle flashed through his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth, and the blood in his body surged. A dark red light illuminated the sky as he charged towards the bright moon without hesitation. Since you want to fight with your life, then I'll do as you wish. Xueli instinctively felt that this was just Mingyu's trick, trying to use this method to force him to retreat. After all, this was demon territory. If he was injured again, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, he could not retreat at a time like this. If he retreated, then Mingyu's scheme would succeed. If he could not retreat, then he could only fight. However, Xueli's expression quickly became astonished. This was because as the two drew closer, he realized that Mingyu had no intention of stopping. Instead, his aura became even stronger, and his momentum became even more determined. This bastard really wanted to fight to the death with him. Instead of being shocked, Xue Li was overjoyed. He could not help but laugh loudly. Ming Yu, you are seeking your own death! When he finished speaking, he also increased his own aura. In the sky, the two rays of white and red light quickly approached each other and collided in the blink of an eye. There was no rumbling sound. In this instant, the entire world fell into a strange silence, as if it was the chaos of the beginning of the world. However, all of the demon race who were watching this scene could clearly hear their hearts thumping in their chests. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed them, causing them to feel stifled and suffocated. The two rays of light, red and white, were in a stalemate in the sky for an instant. Then, they suddenly exploded and swallowed the entire world. All of the demon race could not help but narrow their eyes at this moment. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions from the point of collision. Wild winds howled as they swept past, flattening shattered mountains and rivers. The two figures were blasted away at a speed faster than their momentum. Xue Li's angry roar resounded throughout the entire continent. Ming Yu, you can't escape! At an unknown distance, a figure floated up shakily. It was the great Emperor's Ming Yu, who had fought with Xue Li until both sides were injured. At this moment, his face was pale, his hair was disheveled, and his pure white robes were stained with blood. No one knew whether it was his or Xue Li's. He ignored Xue Li's words and activated his Emperor's vitality to fly towards the nearest realm gate. At the same time, he reached out and pinched a green leaf, put it in his mouth, and held it under his tongue. If it were not for the leaf of the immortal tree, he would not have dared to use such a method to escape from Xue Li's entanglement. It was because of this that he was so decisive. Back then, Yang Kai had given him 3 leaves from the immortal tree. He had used 2 of them to heal his injuries. He was not willing to use the last one just in case. Now, it seemed that this decision was wise. With this leaf of the immortal tree, he could stabilize his injuries and take advantage of the fact that the other demon saint had not yet arrived. There was a great chance that he could escape from the demon territory. There were 2 realm gates left in the Eternal Heaven continent, and each of them was heavily guarded. But as long as there was no demon saint present, the demon race was nothing in his eyes. As long as he could charge out of the realm gates, he would have won half the battle. However, the feeling of being watched was still there. This was definitely not an illusion. There really was an extremely powerful enemy hiding in the shadows, like a hunter observing the movements of his prey. He was the prey being observed. What surprised Ming Yu was that the enemy hiding in the shadows did not plan to stop him even when he saw the realm gates. He did not let down his guard because the more outstanding a hunter was, the more likely they were to deal a fatal blow to their prey at the last moment. He was still several hundred kilometers away from the realm gates. With his cultivation, he only needed a breath to cover such a distance. But at this time, a powerful aura suddenly appeared from the side and approached him at an unimaginable speed. That was the aura of a demon saint. And it was an extremely unfamiliar aura. Ming Yu's expression sank. He turned his head and saw a short and round figure that looked like a winter melon. His entire body was red as if it was on fire, and he was shouting loudly. He even danced as he flew over, looking extremely comical. This was a red devil? He had been in the demon territory for a long time. Although he had always been imprisoned, it did not mean that he knew nothing about the demon territory. At that time, Yang Kai had also explained the various customs of the demon territory to the people of the Star Realm. He had emphasized the characteristics and abilities of the 100 races in the demon territory. His memory of the red devils and green devils that could explode was still fresh in his mind. Their active figures could be seen everywhere in the 2-realm battlefield. Many people of the Star Realm had died at the hands of these 2 races. These 2 demon race had a very low status in the entire demon territory. It could be said that they were existences at the lowest level. In every war, they were used as cannon fodder because they could self-destruct, and the power of their self-destruction was quite strong. Correspondingly, These cannon fodder-like demon race had extremely low intelligence. It seemed that there had never been a high-level demon race. But at this moment, he actually saw a demon saint-level red devil. That's right, the crimson guy who was shouting while dancing and dashing towards him was indeed emitting the aura of a demon saint. A red devil could cultivate to the demon saint level? Even with Ming Yu's extraordinary temperament, he was still shocked. The red devil demon saint charging over didn't seem to have any intention of guarding against him. Instead, he looked like he wanted to die together with him. What was he doing? Ming Yu frowned. He couldn't be like those low-level red devils and green devils and self-destruct, right? In any case, he was still a demon saint, so his means shouldn't be so low. But soon, he found that he was wrong. This guy really did intend to self-destruct, because as he approached, the aura coming from his body became more and more dangerous, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Ming Yu's expression changed as he turned his head to look at the realm gate in front of him, grit his teeth, and quickly retreated. Even the most ordinary red devil's self-destruction could cause great damage, so Ming Yu couldn't imagine what would happen if a demon saint-level red devil self-destructed. The entire world might be destroyed because of this. But unexpectedly, as he retreated, the red devil in front of him twisted and rushed to within 1,000 meters of him in the blink of an eye. At such a close distance, Ming Yu could clearly see the other party's ugly face and bloated body. The other party's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets, as if there was a great pressure on his body that he couldn't bear. The originally dangerous aura became even more shocking. Without the slightest hesitation, Ming Yu waved his hands and arranged layers of defenses in front of him, not even hesitating to use a defensive emperor artifact that he had never used before. A red light suddenly appeared, followed by a loud noise that caused the entire world to hum. The place where the red devil holy was located was instantly shrouded in a dazzling red light. The red light frantically spread outwards, and wherever it shrouded, everything turned into dust. The layers of defenses in front of Ming Yu were torn apart like paper. The defensive emperor artifact flashed wildly, but it only lasted a breath of time before it shattered. Chapter 35-26. Bright Moon's eyes narrowed. While he continued to retreat, he kept setting up defenses in front of him. A moment later, the red light disappeared and the world calmed down. Bright Moon stood in the air in a sorry state. His face was as white as paper, and blood was seeping out of his ears, nose, and mouth. The power of the Red Devil Demon Saint's self-destruction was smaller than he expected. At least it did not destroy this continent, but it did add to his injuries. The powerful vitality from the immortal tree's leaves circulated throughout his body, quickly healing his internal injuries. However, this was clearly not something that could be done in a short period of time. Back when he was injured by Xueli, he had spent 2 leaves and almost a year to completely recover. Ha ha! Xueli's loud laughter quickly came from afar. He was clearly rushing over at top speed. Huobo, this is the first time I've found you so pleasing to the eye. He did not expect that the wisp of Huobo's soul that he had saved by chance would have such an unexpected effect. Although the other demon saint were not weak, and most of them were even stronger than Huobo, if it was not Huobo this time, but someone else, perhaps they would not have been able to stop Bright Moon. After all, that guy was only 1 step away from the realm gate. Only Huobo's self-destruction technique could stop Bright Moon from breaking out. Specks of red light condensed in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they reconstructed the short and fat figure. The demon saint's self-destruction did not cost him his life. This should be the innate divine technique of the Red Devil clan. However, Huobo's current state was not good. His originally red body had clearly dimmed a bit, and his aura was somewhat weak. Clearly, the self-destruction just now had cost him quite a bit. A divine technique like that could not be continuously used in such a short period of time, unless he really did not want to live anymore. Turning his head to look in the direction Xueli was coming from, the corner of Huobo's mouth twitched. He muttered a few words, but no one knew what he was saying. It seemed like he was cursing someone. Bright Moon's expression was as calm as water. He sighed slightly and did not sigh because he had failed at the last step. In his plan, it would be best if he could break out of the encirclement and leave, but there were 12 demon saint in the demon territory. If he really did break out, then they would not be worthy of being called demon saint. The situation in front of him was already foreseen, so there was nothing to feel regretful about. The path ahead was filled with thistles and thorns. The only way was to kill his way out. Of course. Yang. Looking at this situation, even if he waited for more than 10 days, it would not be his turn. Seeing this, Yang Kai turned his head and shouted to the people behind him. "Follow me!" His legs clamped on Windchaser, and he rushed toward the realm gate in a threatening manner. Since it was not his turn, then he would not line up. Yang Kai barged his way through the densely packed demon race army by relying on Windchaser's power. 2 million soldiers followed closely behind him. His actions naturally attracted the attention of many demon race. They all turned their heads and glared at him. But in the demon territory, the fist was the law. Although there was no half-saint on Yang Kai's side, Windchaser's aura was not the slightest bit inferior to a half-saint's. Therefore, the ordinary demon race did not dare to act rashly. When they were 10 li away from the realm gate, a figure suddenly floated over and blocked in front of Yang Kai. He slightly raised his hand and shouted, "Halt! Scram! Those who block me will die!" Yang Kai did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. The battle in the Eternal Sky continent had already begun. Mingyue's life and death were unknown. He was anxious to personally investigate. At this time, even if there was a demon saint in front of him, he would still charge through, not to mention a half-saint. In other words, he was looking forward to someone blocking his way. He could use this person as an example to others. His embodiment had already advanced to half-saint. Windchaser had once hunted down a half-saint. It could be said that he had changed his gun for a cannon. It was unknown which race that half-saint belonged to. His complexion was incomparably yellow. The demon race that was passing through the realm gate was the army of the continent under his command. It was also because of this reason that he stepped forward to stop Yang Kai. Otherwise, who would be willing to meddle in other people's business? Originally, when he saw Yang Kai riding a demonic beast with a strong aura, he felt that this guy's origin was not ordinary. Therefore, he tried to persuade him. Who would have thought that the other party would not give him any face? This immediately made him burn with anger. Yang Kai's aura was not very strong. Even if this kind of person had some origin, it was still very limited. In any case, he was still a half-saint. Why would he need to be afraid of others? In his anger, he raised his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Rolling demonic energy surged out, and an explosion sounded in the air. He angrily shouted, "I think you are courting death!" The might of a half-saint was naturally not weak. Yang Kai immediately felt his body tighten as the aura of death enveloped him. Just as he was hesitating whether to release his embodiment or not, Windchaser neighed and its 4 hooves ignited with golden flames. It left a golden mark in the void. In a flash, it arrived in front of the half-saint. Soon after, it raised its body and stomped down with its front hooves. It was an ordinary attack, but it made the half-saint's complexion change greatly. He immediately raised his palm and demonic energy surged out of his body. The moment the 2 palms and the 2 hooves collided, a terrifying power surged out. The half-saint was only able to resist for less than a breath of time. His whole body was like an arrow that was shot from a bow. He crashed to the ground below and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Windchaser seemed to want to chase after him, but Yang Kai grabbed his mane. He turned around and coldly looked around. "Who else wants to stop me?" The surrounding devil experts under the semi-sage realm retreated one after another. The remaining few semi-sage experts frowned as they looked at Windchaser. Soon, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Clearly, they had recognized Windchaser's origin. Although Yang Kai had been running around during this time to help the demon saint repair the realm gate in their territories, and because of this, he had met many half-saint. But in terms of fame, he was far inferior to Windchaser. This was the mount of the master of the 100 Spirit Continent, and it was famous. However, After a long period of silence, this legendary mount gradually disappeared from the world's sight. No one would have thought that it would appear again. Moreover, it was being ridden by a demon king. What was the origin of this guy? Although the relationship between the 100-spirit continent and the demon territory wasn't very good, Windchaser's identity was too unusual. If anyone dared to hurt this beast, the master of the 100-spirit continent would definitely kill his way out and turn the world upside down. So when Yang Kai asked that question, the half-saint remained silent. It wasn't that they were afraid of Yang Kai, but they were afraid that if they fought, they wouldn't be able to hold back and hurt Windchaser. Moreover, from the strength this beast had just displayed, even among the half-saint, it was an extremely strong existence. It was only limited by its low intelligence that it couldn't transform into a human form. The yellow-faced half-saint that had been stepped on by Windchaser flew up again. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Just now, he had fallen into a disadvantage due to a moment of carelessness. It was really shameful, but he didn't have any intention of attacking again. Yang Kai glanced at him and didn't provoke him again. At this time, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was better to enter the Eternal Sky continent as soon as possible. He called out to his army, "Let's go!" After saying that, he took the lead and rushed towards the realm gate. Behind him, Lao Ke and the others were drenched in cold sweat. They felt very guilty. Their king had Windchaser's protection, so even if they fought, it wouldn't be a problem. But it was hard to say how many of the 2 million soldiers would be left. Fortunately, those half-saints still restrained themselves. The 2 million soldiers only took half a day to pass through the realm gate. The main reason was that the realm gate was big enough to accommodate many people at once. Although they didn't appear in the same place, they were still within a radius of 1,000 miles. Yang Kai spent some time to regroup his army before setting off in a grandiose manner. From time to time, subtle vibrations would be transmitted from the heaven and earth. Some sounds could be heard coming from extremely far away, mixed with the aftermath of the battle. On the horizon, a faintly discernible light could be seen, showing that the battle was reaching its climax. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look, but couldn't see anything. After all, the real battlefield was too far away from here. Galloping all the way, they encountered many demon race armies that were rushing over. Yang Kai's mood became heavier and heavier. Looking at this situation, it seemed that the demon territory had already mobilized all of its forces. All the half-sane territory, and even the demon race that could fight had been pulled to the Eternal Sky continent. Such a big move, just to kill Mingyu. Yang Kai suddenly had a strange thought. If he could destroy the entire Eternal Sky continent, then the demon race would definitely be unable to recover from this setback. The crisis of the demon territory invading the Star World would also be resolved in one fell swoop. But this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he gave up. He really didn't have the ability to do so. Passing through a mountain range, there were many people below. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large flag that reached the sky. The complicated patterns on the flag fluttered in the wind. Yang Kai frowned and looked around for a moment. Then, he asked the army behind him to wait for a moment, and flew down alone on Windchaser. Before he even got close, a person looked over. For eyes met, and that person smiled at Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Yang, we meet again. So it's Brother Baiya. No wonder you looked familiar." Yang Kai flew over and looked at him condescendingly. The person guarding this mountain peak was actually the half-saint Baiya under Bei Limo's command. Previously, when Yang Kai was repairing the realm gate in Bei Limo's territory, they had a lot of dealings with each other, so they could be considered acquaintances. Baiya looked Windchaser up and down, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He smiled and said, "Brother Yang, this mount of yours is really extraordinary. Where did you get it?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "I picked it up on the road." The other party obviously recognized Windchaser, and asked this question just to confirm. It was the same whether he answered or not. Chapter 35-27. Baiya's mouth twitched when she heard this. She looked back at the direction of the battlefield and said slowly, Brother Yang, did you also come here to try your luck under the order of the Lord? What luck? What luck could there be here? Yang Kai was confused. He did not receive any order at all. He just trespassed into this place without permission. It was not good for him to ask more, so he said, That's right. Isn't Brother Baya the same? Baya smiled bitterly and shook her head. Of course, but I would rather not come. But the Lord has ordered me to come. Yang Kai nodded and said, This place is extremely dangerous and not everyone wants to come here. But since we're already here, why should we sigh and lament? Every dog has its day, and this year, when it comes to my family, perhaps Brother Boya will have a stroke of good luck. Baya laughed and said, Although I would like to thank you for your kind words, I know my own situation. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid I don't have much of a chance. She suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Her eyes lit up and she said, But Brother Yang, you have a better chance than anyone else. What do you mean by better? What are you talking about? Yang Kai wanted to ask clearly, but he had already pretended to know before. He could not bring himself to ask again, so he pretended to be confused and said, Brother Baya, I don't understand what you mean. You don't have much of a chance, so why would I have a chance? Because you are from the astral world. You have the same origin as it. Baya replied matter-of-factly. What does this have to do with being from the astral world? What does it have to do with the same origin? He felt like his heart was being scratched by a cat. He wanted to pry open Baya's mouth and ask her clearly. However, he put on a look of realization and said, I see. Haha, thank you for your kind words, Brother Baya. Boya's expression turned solemn as he said, Even if that's the case, this king won't be courteous when the time comes. If I accidentally injure Brother Yang, I hope Brother Yang won't blame me. Yang Kai laughed and said, Life and death are decreed by fate, riches and honor are determined by the heavens. Since this king has already come here, he is naturally mentally prepared. Baya nodded slightly and said, Brother Yang is free and easy. Brother Yang, please go ahead. We may have to wait for a few more days. Then I'll take my leave. Yang Kai turned chasing wind, walked a few steps, then turned back and asked, Excuse me, where should I go? Baya pointed and said, The half-saint under Holy Senior Rumming is in charge of guarding that direction. You can go and meet up with the others. So that's how it is. Yang Kai glanced at the large flag that was fluttering in the wind and his eyes flashed with understanding. It seemed that the half-saint from the demon territory had already surrounded the battlefield. Each demon saint's half-saint was in charge of a region of the territory. After bidding farewell to Baya, Yang Kai turned back and called for his 2 million troops and rushed in the direction Baya had indicated. Half a day later, he saw another big flag on another mountain. The pattern on the flag was exactly the same as the pattern on the token that Yu Meng had given him before. Needless to say, this should be the place where Yu Meng's subordinates gathered. Yang Kai rode wind-chasing wind and flew down. He glanced around and didn't see any acquaintances. Speaking of which, he didn't know many of the half-saint subordinates under Yu Meng. The ones he was most familiar with were Bai Zhua and Yu Sang. The former was close to Yu Sang, while the latter was hostile. Although he had met a few other half-saint before, he didn't have a deep relationship with them. He had only exchanged a few words when he was repairing the realm gate on their continent. Furthermore, the half-saint sitting on the mountain peak was quite unfamiliar to Tang Wuling. He was extremely burly and muscular, and generally speaking, devilish beings of his stature were either power devils or stone devils. Without fighting him, Yang Kai couldn't tell which race he was from. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that as soon as he flew down, the half-saint coldly glanced at him. Then, his eyes revealed a look of disgust and hatred, as if he didn't like him. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know how he had offended this guy. However, since this half-saint was in charge of the matters here, Yang Kai could only go forward and ask. When he approached, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, Cloud Shadow, Yang Kai, may I ask how to address this friend? The burly half-saint's eyes were cold and the corners of his mouth curved into a playful smile. He didn't seem to have any intention of responding to Yang Kai. Instead, He looked at wind chasing wind. Yang Kai said it again, but the other party didn't respond. This time, Yang Kai was sure that this guy really didn't like him. This made him a little confused. He was sure that this was the first time he had met this guy. There was no conflict between them, so he didn't know why the other party was showing such a sour face. What's more, he had a relationship with Yurumang. The half-saint under Yurumang's command were not polite to him, but they should at least maintain some semblance of courtesy. The other party clearly didn't give him any face, so Yang Kai didn't know what he was trying to do. Since he didn't respond after asking twice, Yang Kai was too lazy to say anything more. He looked around, nodded slightly, turned around, and called out to the army behind him. They crossed the mountain and continued forward. After Yang Kai left, the burly demon saint summoned a demon king and whispered in his ear, "Send a message, say that the human has appeared. If you want to make a move, do it before the saint arrives." The demon king accepted the order and left, disappearing quickly. "My king, that was Di Li's master." After walking for some distance, Yin said softly. She also saw that Yang Kai was defeated over there, so she naturally had to explain the reason to Yang Kai. Yang Kai secretly remembered this name and frowned. "When did we provoke that guy?" Yin shook her head and said, "No, but..." She glanced at Yang Kai and hesitated. Yang Kai said, "Just say it." Yin said, "Master Di Li and Master Yu Sang have a good relationship." Tukuro also nodded and said, "Yes, when Master Yu Sang was still in La Yuan, Master Di Li often came over to drink and have fun with Master. Drinking and meet friends." Yang Kai suddenly realized. He looked back and sneered softly. "He is standing up for Yu Sang." Yu Sang was sent to the two-realm battlefield because of him, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. This was something that everyone knew. Yurumang also intended to use this action to show all the half-saint subordinates that she valued Yang Kai, but she didn't expect that she would inadvertently bring hatred to Yang Kai. Since Di Li and Yu Sang had a good relationship, it was natural that he didn't like him. It would be strange if he gave him a good face. Yang Kai didn't take it to heart, mainly because he wasn't in the mood to bother about it. Now that he had arrived at the Eternal Heaven continent, he naturally had to pay attention to Mingyue's movements. Not long after, he found a valley 50 kilometers away from the mountain where the flag was and ordered the army to set up camp. Yang Kai rode on Windchaser and stood high in the sky, looking into the distance with a worried expression. Since entering the Eternal Heaven continent, he could clearly feel the intensity of the battle in the distance. It didn't stop for a moment. Inferring from the aura fluctuating in the distance, Mingyu had more than one enemy at the moment. Outnumbered, Yang Kai didn't know how long Mingyu could hold on, but if she only focused on escaping, there might be a chance. At this time, he couldn't intervene at all. Maybe he would be torn to pieces by the aftermath of the battle before he could even get close to the battlefield. Now he could only wait and see if the situation would take a turn for the better. But what made him feel a little strange was that not all 12 demon saints were present. There shouldn't be more than 3 people fighting with Mingyu, so the question was, where were the other demon saints? A great battle had already broken out here, so those demon saints should have arrived long ago. Where was Yurumang? He didn't see any trace of Bei Limo at Baiye's place before, so this discovery puzzled him. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai called Lao Ke and asked him to send people to scout the situation. This area of the territory was the responsibility of the half-saint under Yuruming's command, so he should be able to find 1 or 2 half-saint they were familiar with to ask. A dozen or so demon race squads quickly set off, going in different directions. After waiting for half a day, news came back. Yang Kai immediately picked a squad to follow him in a certain direction. 2 hours later, Yang Kai saw Baizhua on a mountain peak. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Didn't you go to the two-realm battlefield? How come you have time to come back?" If he remembered correctly, Baizhua did say that he was going to return to the two-realm battlefield. Yang Kai didn't expect to see him here. Baizhua smiled bitterly and said, "Such a big thing happened here, so of course I had to come back. Basically all the half-saint from the two-realm battlefield have returned, except for a few who stayed behind to keep watch. They're all back? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but look around with a vigilant look on his face. Baizhua couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Don't worry, Yu Sang didn't receive the transfer order. He's still there. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, I'm not looking for him. Actually, he was looking for him. He couldn't withstand a sneak attack from a half-saint, even if he had Zhui Feng to protect him. However, even Baizhua was transferred back, but Yu Sang was abandoned there. This showed Yu Ruming's attitude. Where is the Holy Senior now? Yang Kai changed the topic and asked. Baizhua looked at him strangely. Didn't you receive the Holy Senior's message? Yes. Yang Kai lied through his teeth. But the Holy Senior only asked me to come here, and she didn't say anything else. Baizhua was skeptical, but when he thought about how much Yu Ruming valued Yang Kai, he didn't think too much about it. He stopped talking and quietly sent a voice transmission. The Holy Senior is injured, and she's healing now. Yang Kai's face froze. How did the Holy Senior get injured? Is it serious? Baizhua shook his head and said, It shouldn't be serious. The Holy Senior said that she would definitely come here. As for how she got injured, he looked into the distance and whispered, It should be related to the matter here. Yang Kai was excited when he heard this. Before, he was worried that Mingyu couldn't handle the situation alone, but he didn't expect Mingyu to hurt Yu Ruming. Mingyu was the great emperor so powerful? Chapter 35-28. Not only is Saint Sovereign Dreamlike injured, but most of the other Saint Sovereigns are also injured. Without waiting for Yang Kai to digest the previous piece of information, Baizhua threw out an even more shocking piece of information. Yang Kai stared at him, dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief, and he instinctively felt that it was impossible. If Mingyu had injured a demon saint in such a situation, it would have made some sense, but to injure 2, 3, or even. This was simply unrealistic. It was not that Yang Kai was looking down on Mingyu, but the demon saint was not made of mud. How could they be so weak? However, Baizhua's words were so vivid that he had no choice but to believe it. He hurriedly asked, What exactly happened? Baizhua slowly shook his head and said, I don't know the exact situation. The Saint Sovereign did not explain it clearly. She only told us to seal off the battlefield and assist the 2 Saint Sovereigns, Xueli and Huabo, in order to prevent the great emperors from acting out of desperation. Xueli and Huabo. Yang Kai secretly committed these 2 names to memory. If he wasn't mistaken, then these 2 should be the ones fighting with Mingyu at the moment. This was also consistent with the information he sensed before. However, what had happened in the half a month before his arrival that allowed Mingyu to heavily injure most of the demon saint in the demon territory? To be able to have such divine might in prison, should it be said that they were indeed the great emperors? Brother Baizhua, do you know the situation over there? Yang Kai suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Baizhua smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. However, with the 2 Saint Sovereigns, Xueli and Huabo, working together, that great emperors definitely won't have an easy time. This was what Yang Kai could not understand the most. So many demon saints had been injured by Mingyu, so how could the 2 of them hold him back? Could it be that Mingyu had used some extremely powerful secret technique that caused him to be heavily injured? That was why he was unable to do it. However, this did not make sense. Suddenly, Yang Kai thought of another question. Saint Exalt Dreamlike hasn't arrived here yet? Baizhua shook his head, indicating that it was true. Since the original body was injured even before reaching this place, there could only be one reason. Yang Kai suddenly realized that it was related to the soul-splitting technique. Perhaps the split souls of the demon saint were destroyed by Bright Moon, which was why so many of them were injured. Since he couldn't get any more information from Baizhua, Yang Kai could only hurry back. His mind was in a mess. Logically speaking, this was undoubtedly the best time for him to rescue Mingyu. Most of the demon saint were still recuperating, and only Xueli and Huabo were dealing with Mingyu in the entire Eternal Heaven continent. However, with his thin arms and legs, even if he ran over, he would only cause trouble for Mingyu. However, if he continued to wait and waited for those demon saint to arrive, there would be even less of a chance. When he returned to the encampment in a daze, he saw a noisy scene. It seemed that something had happened. Moreover, other than the 2,000,000 troops he brought, there was another group of people gathered here. Their numbers were no less than his own, and he didn't know where they had come from. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. Lao Ke, Yin, and the other demon king, who had stayed behind to guard this place, all had nervous and uneasy expressions. The former even had a smile on his face as he continuously cupped his hands towards the other side. However, the group of demon kings on the other side clearly didn't appreciate it. A demon king shouted, "I'll give you a stick of incense this time to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." What was going on? There were still people who came to fight over territory? What was there to fight over in this territory? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was currently feeling vexed. His stomach, full of anxiety and depression, instantly turned into anger. He clamped his legs on chasing wind and directly charged into the crowd. He even shouted in a low voice, "Scram! Scram!" The large army in front of him blocked the path, and the heads were densely packed. However, chasing wind was very fierce. He didn't care about anything as he charged forward, opening up a path like a hot knife through butter. Some of the demon race wanted to resist, but they were all knocked to the side by him. Immediately, their bones and tendons were broken, and they screamed in pain. This unforeseen event happened too suddenly, and the other side actually didn't have time to react. When Yang Kai led his team back to the front of the army, he saw a group of demon kings glaring at him. Yang Kai coldly swept his gaze across, ignoring the demon kings as if they were nothing. His gaze fixed on a female demon race with an enchanting figure and a charming face. It just so happened that this female demon race was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The other party raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. Half-saint. When he saw so many people suddenly arrive, Yang Kai guessed that there was a half-saint leading the team. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed the case. Moreover, this half-saint should be from the same race as Yu Meng, and they were both succubus demon. Although she didn't say anything, nor did she show any signs of using any secret techniques, she was constantly emitting a seductive aura. This caused many of the male demon race subordinates to reveal expressions of being captivated by her. Although he knew that he couldn't blame them, and that the charm of a succubus demon half-saint wasn't something that could be easily resisted, Yang Kai still felt somewhat displeased. With a wave of his hand, Lao Ke immediately walked over. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai stared at the female succubus demon as he asked this question. His eyes didn't even blink, revealing a dense gloominess. Lao Ke bitterly said, "My king, this master said that this is the territory that they are responsible for guarding, and he wants us to move our position." When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. "There's such a thing?" A demon king on the opposite side immediately stepped out and shouted, "Under the command of Master Di Li, we have sealed off 1,000 miles of defensive line here. Unrelated people, quickly retreat." Now he had become unrelated people. Yang Kai was somewhat speechless. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the female succubus demon. "Miss, what's your name?" "Impudent!" The demon king that spoke before immediately shouted angrily. At the same time, he stepped forward and stared at Yang Kai. "In front of the master, get down and speak!" After saying this, he raised his hand to grab Yang Kai. It looked like he really wanted to grab him. Shui Feng hissed and was about to counterattack. Yang Kai was faster than him. He raised his palm and pressed it down. The laws in his palm fluctuated, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. The demon king that made a move didn't have time to react to what had happened. When he came back to his senses, he felt a huge force imprint on his chest. With a stuffy groan, he was sent flying. His body was in the air, and his vitality was quickly draining away. With a whoosh, an arrow pierced through the air and accurately nailed the hand that made a move, directly exploding that hand into a bloody mist. When the Demon King landed, his hair had already turned white. He held his broken arm and looked up in horror. Not far away, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his palm. The bow in the hands of a female feather demon beside him trembled, and her beautiful eyes were cold. With a strange sound, demon essence soared into the sky. Affected by the unforeseen event just now, the two armies were like fire and water. They were ready to fight. Yang Kai slightly raised his hand, stopping the restlessness of the people below. At the same time, he grinned at the female succubus demon. Manage your people well. Next time, he won't be so lucky. The female succubus demon turned her head to look at the injured demon king. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as she shouted, "Trash!" While speaking, she flicked her finger and a faint light hit the demon king's head. The demon king's eyes immediately widened and he fell down, his vitality quickly dissipating. A high-ranked demon king had been killed by her without hesitation. After doing this, the female succubus demon turned her head to size up Yang Kai. The corner of her mouth curled up into a smile again, and a charming expression appeared. "You're that human that the saint values so much?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "You know very well." The female succubus demon covered her mouth and giggled. "Everyone was talking about you, so naturally I heard some things. I was a little interested in you, but now it seems that you're just SOSO. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "That's because you don't have a deep understanding of this king. If you did, I believe you'd be more interested in this king." On the side, Li Shiqing turned her head to look at Yang Kai. Her face was slightly red, clearly not used to these words. However, the female succubus demon giggled. "I'm a little interested in you now." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in you at all. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want? Just say it." The smile on the female succubus demon's face gradually disappeared, and she said with a little disinterest, "As long as you're not deaf, you should have heard what I said just now. This is the place that I'm responsible for guarding. Although I don't know why you're here, it's obviously against the rules. Please move to another place." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "What rules? Who set the rules?" "Of course, it's the rules set by Dili." The female succubus demon looked at him. "He's responsible for dispatching and arranging the various troops under the saint. You should be in your own place, and not here." "It's Dili again." Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. Was she looking for trouble? Yang Kai laughed and said, "I don't know who Dili is. I only know that when I brought people here, there was no one here. Now, this is my territory. You brought people here to show off your power, and now you want to drive me away. Do you think I won't agree with you?" The female succubus demon frowned. "But this is indeed the place that Dili arranged for me to guard. You should ask Dili where you want to go. I said that I don't know that guy. I'm only under the jurisdiction of the saint, and I don't need to listen to his orders." Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. "Take your people and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The female succubus demon was so angry that her face turned gloomy. "How dare a mere human talk to me like this?" Yang Kai was about to retort, but unexpectedly, the demon didn't give him a chance to speak. She flicked her wrist, and a soft whip was pulled out in the air and rolled towards him with the power of wind and thunder. At the critical moment, Yang Kai lowered his body to avoid the attack, and the soft whip directly hit the Cloud Shadow Army. Screams were heard, and the Cloud Shadow Army immediately suffered many casualties. Yang Kai looked back and was furious. "How dare you attack me? You're courting death." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai and his mount rushed forward. Wind Chaser's 4 hooves ignited with golden flames as it carried Yang Kai into the enemy army like a bolt of lightning, sweeping through everything in its path. Numerous demon race cultivators were swept aside like weeds. Chapter 35-29. Yang Kai could clearly feel Zhe Feng's excitement. This guy seemed to be extremely familiar with charging and fighting. Thinking about how he was once Chang Tian's mount, it was not surprising that he had accompanied Chang Tian on countless expeditions for countless years. Zhui Feng estimated that his fighting instincts had already become a brand in the depths of his soul, and after many years of living a peaceful life, he had long been unable to restrain his wild and restless heart. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he not properly vent it? Wherever the crowd was densely packed, Zhui Feng would charge forward, one man and one mount directly plowing through the opposing army. As flesh and blood flew, screams rang out endlessly. Even the Demon King was unable to block Zhui Feng's charge, dying on the spot if he was too slow to dodge. In order to cooperate with Zhui Feng, Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out a long spear from his space ring. He did not know when he had obtained this spear, but Yang Kai had never refined it before, so now he could only use it as an ordinary weapon, unable to display its original power. Even so, with Yang Kai's tyrannical physique, he was able to display great lethality with this spear in his hand. As he stabbed forward, blood splattered everywhere, and howls of anguish rang out. A sharp and ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out, turning into an invisible force that broke through Yang Kai's spiritual energy defenses and directly entered his mind. It turned out that the female succubus demon had seen that Yang Kai and his mount were unstoppable, and had taken the initiative to attack. She was a half-saint and a succubus demon, so this howl contained an extremely powerful spiritual energy. Zhui Feng's pace paused slightly, apparently affected by this howl, and Yang Kai's body swayed, almost falling off Zhui Feng's back. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus emitted a cool aura at the critical moment, allowing him to regain his senses. The sound of something breaking through the air resounded in his ears. It seemed that there was a fierce attack coming from behind. Yang Kai instinctively raised his spear to block, but his arm was shocked by a strong force, and his spear flew out of his hand. Turning his head to look, he saw that the succubus demon had a mocking smile on her face. The soft whip in her hand coiled around his spear and drew a circle in the air before ruthlessly smashing down on him. In an instant, the sound of wind and thunder resounded, and the aura of death enveloped him. Yang Kai suddenly clamped down on Zhui Feng. In a flash, Zhui Feng's body suddenly turned, narrowly avoiding this attack. With a loud boom, a huge crater appeared in the ground. The surrounding demon race, both allies and enemies alike, were sent flying. Without waiting for Yang Kai to recover, the whip struck again. Fortunately, Windchaser's ability to adapt was not bad. The moment he turned around, he had already charged at the female succubus demon. Although it seemed clumsy, it dodged the attack of the soft whip in an exquisite manner. In the blink of an eye, it was within 10 meters of its opponent. Riding on Zhui Feng's back, Yang Kai could clearly see the panic in the female succubus demon's eyes. Although she was also a half-saint, from her race and the demonic treasures she used, it could be seen that she was not good at close combat. She could only display her full strength from a distance. When Zhui Feng rushed in front of her, she naturally panicked. However, she was still a half-saint, so she had the ability to remain calm. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and she actually ignored Zhui Feng. She looked up at Yang Kai's eyes and shook her whip, turning it into several circles that enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and summoned the myriad sword. When he activated his Emperor's Qi, the sword light flew upwards like a waterfall. However, how could a half-saint's attack be so easily broken? When the sword light disappeared, it only delayed the speed of the whip. Seeing that he was about to be bound by the other party's whip, Yang Kai could only use his space principles to teleport away. Otherwise, if he was really bound by her whip, he would be at a complete disadvantage. Now that he was counting on Windchaser, he could at least put up a fight against the other party and perhaps even cause her some suffering. Moreover, if he left Zhui Feng, it would be more convenient for him to display his full strength. Although the fight was short, Yang Kai could feel that because Zhui Feng had to protect him, Zhui Feng was somewhat restrained. On the other hand, there was only one half-saint in the enemy's camp that could threaten his safety. Besides this succubus, he really didn't take the others seriously. After reappearing, Yang Kai stood in the void and looked over. He saw that Zhui Feng was already fighting with the female succubus demon. Zhui Feng's attacks could be said to be very simple. It was nothing more than charging, biting, shaking its head and tail, and using its 4 hooves. On the other hand, the female succubus demon had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. She used all kinds of secret techniques, but the two were still evenly matched. From this, it could be seen that Zhui Feng's strength was quite good among the half-saint. At the very least, he was a bit stronger than the female succubus demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stabilize the situation. If the fight went on for a long time, with his endurance, he would definitely be able to gain the upper hand. In the past, he had chased after a half-saint for a long time. He had only stopped when his opponent's cultivation had dropped. How could he not have some endurance? Below, millions of demon race soldiers were also fighting. There were constantly demon race soldiers falling down. Both sides had casualties. This made Yang Kai feel a bit confused. How did the situation turn out like this? He didn't bring these 2 million soldiers to fight with the other half-saint soldiers. He wanted to see if he could use this army to do something at a crucial moment. Now that the situation had turned out like this, it was true that he hadn't dealt with it properly, but the main reason was that the other side was too overbearing. They had killed many of his people without saying anything, so he couldn't easily give up. It was just a piece of territory. The defensive line outside the battlefield was so long, so why did the other side have to fight over this territory? Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. This feeling of uneasiness came out of nowhere, and came without any warning. It was as if a great danger was approaching him. Looking up, Zhui Feng had already disappeared. He didn't know where he had gone with the female succubus demon. That feeling of uneasiness became even more intense. All the pores on his body shrank and his skin turned cold. Without even thinking, Yang Kai's figure blurred and turned into nothingness. He had exiled himself into the void. At this moment, a figure strangely appeared beside him. A powerful punch slammed into the place where he had been standing. A berserk power erupted and the aftermath of the attack spread out, penetrating through the void. Even though he had used the Nihility secret technique, Yang Kai still felt his blood boil. His vision darkened and he almost fainted. He hurriedly teleported away from that dangerous place and appeared 3,000 meters away. He looked up and his pupils shrank. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "You sang!" The person who had launched a sneak attack and almost killed him on the spot was actually Yu Sang, who should still be in the 2-round battlefield. Yang Kai hadn't seen this guy since the last time they parted in the holy city of the Phantom Continent. Yu Rumeng had also said that he had been sent to the 2-round battlefield. Baizhua had confirmed this. Even just now, Baizhua had said that Yu Sang was still guarding the 2-round battlefield. So Yang Kai never expected that Yu Sang had actually returned to the demon territory, and was even ambushing him here. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at the several million demon race troops entangled below, then turned his head to look at where Di Li was. Thinking about the female succubus demon's attitude and actions, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. This was a trap. A trap set up by 3 half-saint realm experts. First, Di Li didn't assign him a territory to defend. Then, the female succubus demon deliberately came over to fight with him for territory, then lured Zhui Feng away. Finally, it was Yu Sang who attacked. Thinking about the crisis just now, Yang Kai's forehead couldn't help but drip with cold sweat. At the same time, his anger was surging. These 3 half-saint realm experts didn't hesitate to join hands to kill him. They really gave him face. Yu Sang looked surprised. It seemed that he didn't expect that his sneak attack actually didn't take Yang Kai's life. Although it seemed that he had injured Yang Kai, it was somewhat unreasonable for a half-saint like him to let Yang Kai escape. The Space Divine technique really lived up to its reputation. But that was it. He didn't hesitate to violate Yu Rumeng's order and rushed back from the 2-round battlefield. Firstly, he wanted to take Yang Kai's life. Secondly, he wanted to fight for the opportunity that belonged to him in the upcoming unforeseen events. The second reason was the most important. As for taking Yang Kai's life, it was only a side benefit. He secretly hated Yu Rumeng for not informing him of such a good opportunity. If he didn't have some connections, he really wouldn't have known that there was such a huge opportunity in the Eternal Heaven continent. It wasn't that he didn't know that Yu Meng valued Yang Kai. After mingling in the two-realm battlefield for so long, he had already investigated the matters between Yang Kai and Yu Meng. He was even more clear about the consequences if he killed Yang Kai. However, this wasn't enough to make him shrink back. As long as he could seize the opportunity in the next many demon saint schemes, even Yu Meng wouldn't be able to easily kill him. At that time, the other demon saint wouldn't agree to it. Therefore, Yang Kai had to die today. Moreover, he had to kill him with his own hands. Only in this way could he vent the hatred in his heart. Their eyes met. Yu Sang's gaze was disdainful, and his voice was cold. Do you think you'll be safe and sound with the saint protecting you? If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as flicking my finger. Yang Kai turned his head and spat out the blood in his mouth. He sneered. You returned from the two-realm battlefield without permission. Let's see how you explain this to the saint. Yu Sang's eyes drooped. Explain? If I want to return, I'll return. Why do I need to explain anything to the saint? If you have time to worry about me, why don't you worry about yourself? Yang Kai said with a calm face. Do you really dare to kill me? Yu Sang looked at him playfully. What do you think? Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment. Instead of answering, he asked, It looks like you're determined to kill me. I'm actually very curious. How did you persuade Di Li and that female succubus demon to help you? Don't tell me they don't know the consequences of doing so? If Yu Meng found out that they had colluded with Yu Sang to kill him, would she let it go? Chapter 35:30. Even if those two were half-saint, they would probably follow in Yu Sang's footsteps and be sent to the two-realm battlefield to fight against those fake emperors. If they were lucky, they could make up for their mistakes. If they were unlucky, they could only die there. As the war of the two realms intensified, more than one or two half-saint and fake emperors had fallen. Yu Sang said indifferently. No one helped me. I just happened to be there at the right time. Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. Although he knew that Yu Sang was spouting nonsense to get rid of those two, there was no big problem with this excuse. Not to mention that he had only met Di Li once, and there was no conflict between them. Even the female succubus demon had a good reason to fight with him. Therefore, even if the matter reached Yu Meng, those two could say that it was a misunderstanding. Of course, in the end, it still depended on which side Yu Meng was on. If she was on his side, it would be useless even if they tried to defend themselves. I hope the Lord will believe you. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Yu Sang raised his hand and said indifferently, Between me and a dead person, who do you think the Lord will believe? The moment he said the last word, he had already slapped Yang Kai with his palm. There was an explosive sound in the air. As the hand slapped down, it was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he heard the bones in his body cracking. His whole body was like a meteorite falling from the sky, crashing into the ground with a loud bang and creating a big hole in the ground. Yu Sang's body did not move. He floated over strangely and quickly approached. There was a whooshing sound as a sharp arrow emitting an incandescent light attacked from the side. It arrived in the blink of an eye and shot straight at Yu Sang's chest. Yu Sang did not even look at it. He just waved his hand and the light that shot out returned to where it came from at an even faster speed. There was a scream as Boya, who was hiding in the dark to launch a sneak attack, brushed past the light. She was flipped a few times by the powerful force and fell to the ground. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. The ground was quickly dyed red with blood. At the same time, Yang Kai struggled to get up. His mouth and nose were full of blood, his hair was messy, and he looked very sorry. However, just as he bent his body, Yu Sang had already floated in front of him and raised his hand. Yang Kai's direction. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air as colorful petals floated over from some unknown place. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Yang Kai's body, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. The fragrance of the flowers seemed to have the magical effect of seducing one's mind. Not far from Boya, Li Shiqing bit her red lips and formed a series of hand seals, her body releasing a five-colored light as her emperor qi surged. Although her beautiful eyes were filled with fear and timidity, her expression was resolute. Yu Sang turned his head and looked at her coldly, snorting coldly. A surge of spiritual energy burst out from Li Shiqing's chest as a flash of light appeared and disappeared. Her tender body trembled slightly as her emperor qi collapsed, and she fell limply to the ground. As she fainted, the flower petals that surrounded Yang Kai also collapsed. After dealing with the two little mice that had interfered with him, Yu Sang looked at Yang Kai calmly. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile, as if he had obtained great pleasure. He pointed his finger at Yang Kai's forehead and said, "Do you regret offending me? Do you think this king can't do anything to you just because you're proficient in space principles? Now that we're so close and this king's divine sense has locked onto you, don't even think about escaping. Regret." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. The space principles around him fluctuated and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A cold voice came from behind this figure. "Fuck you!" Yu Sang's expression was one of astonishment as he stared at the stone man that had suddenly appeared in front of him. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out where this guy had jumped out from. Just a moment ago, there was no trace of it at all, but it had inexplicably appeared in front of him. He didn't have time to think too much because the stone man had unhurriedly thrown a punch at him as soon as he appeared. Judging from the power of the punch, the stone man who had suddenly appeared was actually a half-step saint. Under the stimulation of his demonic qi, the power of his finger became even stronger. Since his opponent was a half-saint, Yu Sang didn't dare to lower his guard. Damn it, why is there a half-saint beside that human? Yu Sang had thought that it would be foolproof if Shui Feng was lured away, but he hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur. Yu Sang's heart sank as he faintly felt that the situation was not good. With a half-saint interfering with his energy, it would be very difficult to kill Yang Kai. As his thoughts fluctuated, their attacks had already collided. Yu Sang's eyes suddenly shrank as he revealed a look of horror. His body instinctively swayed as he retreated. In the blink of an eye, he had floated 1,000 feet away. When he looked down, his face suddenly became gloomy. This was because one of his fingers had been twisted beyond recognition. The bones were almost completely shattered and a heart-wrenching pain was transmitted from his finger, stimulating every nerve in his body. With just one attack, his finger had been crippled. If he hadn't reacted quickly and retreated in time, he was afraid that even his arm would have been lost to that stone man. What great strength! That attack just now didn't show any trace of demonic qi. It was just a burst of pure strength, but it still broke through his defense and injured him. In the entire demon territory, perhaps only a half-saint with a power demon background could possess such terrifying strength. That's not right. Even a demi-sage from the power demon clan would be somewhat inferior in comparison. What race was this stone man from? A stone demon? A power demon? It didn't look like one. Roar! The embodiment opened his mouth and roared. His voice was mixed with uncontrollable excitement. His intelligence was a wisp of Yang Kai's soul, so he had the same origin as Yang Kai. He wasn't a person who liked killing and fighting, but after experiencing full strength, he naturally couldn't suppress his excitement. Amidst the roar, demonic qi soared into the sky and his body ignited with black flames. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour everything. Sharp bone spurs drilled out of the surface of his body. He stretched out his hand and grasped the void, holding a war hammer in his hand. Demonic qi flowed and the war hammer trembled slightly. In an instant, an extremely dangerous aura fluctuated. Yu Sang had not recovered from the shock of being injured by a single blow. After feeling this aura, she could not help but widen her eyes and stare at the demonic warhammer. She cried out involuntarily, "Divine weapon!" In the demon territory, only the demonic treasures that demon saint had painstakingly refined could be called sacred tools. In the entire demon territory, the number of sacred tools didn't exceed 20. It could be said that each sacred tool was an extremely rare existence. Similarly, each sacred tool could display great power. Most of these sacred tools were controlled by the 12 demon saint. Only a few of them were wandering outside and their whereabouts were unknown. The demonic war hammer in the embodiment's hand was obtained by Yang Kai outside Maplewood City. It was the weapon of the ancient one-eyed giant demon. However, because Yang Kai and the embodiment didn't have demonic chi, no one had been able to activate its true power all these years. Occasionally, the embodiment would use it, but it was just like an ordinary weapon. But now, it was different. The embodiment had devoured the origin of the cloud shadow mainland in the nest of myriad demons. All of his power had been transformed into demonic chi and he had completely become a half-saint in the demon territory. He was qualified to activate the power of this demonic warhammer. With the warhammer in hand, the embodiment's originally strong power suddenly increased by several levels. The embodiment clearly felt this. The demonic chi in his body almost uncontrollably rushed toward the warhammer. The originally deathly still warhammer seemed to have been reborn at this moment. A kind of jubilant mood was transmitted from the warhammer, thirsting for more demonic chi. Looking down, the embodiment sneered. When he activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, he immediately cut off the warhammer's devouring. No matter what kind of secret treasure it was based on the person. How could the embodiment tolerate the warhammer's crazy devouring, as if it wanted to take the initiative? It had always been the embodiment devouring others. If the warhammer wanted to devour his demonic chi, it would have to ask for his permission. With the warhammer in hand, the embodiment leaped up and smashed the warhammer at Yusang from a distance of several thousand feet. Immediately, a huge warhammer shadow appeared in the void, almost covering the entire sky. As the warhammer shadow smashed down, it seemed as if the sky had collapsed. Yusang's complexion changed greatly. His whole body shook. With him as the center, a large blood fog filled the surrounding dozens of miles. When he looked up, a large space was covered by the blood fog. Yusang was nowhere to be seen. The warhammer's shadow smashed into the blood fog, smashing a huge hole in it. But soon, the surrounding blood fog filled the hole again. Streaks of blood-red light were shot out from the blood mist, shooting toward the embodiment like arrows. The embodiment nimbly dodged a few of them, but he was still hit. Suddenly, a sizzling sound was heard from the surface of his body. The burning blood of the black flame was on par with the attack. After a moment of hesitation, the embodiment plunged into the blood fog. In an instant there were bursts of roaring and bursting sounds coming from inside. Obviously, he was fighting with Yusang like fire and water. At the same time, Yang Kai had flashed to Boya and Li Shiqing's side. When he was in danger just now, only these two women stepped forward. Although they didn't do much, at least they did want to help him. Now that these two women had fainted on the ground, if he didn't care about them on the battlefield of millions of soldiers, they might not even know how they died. After a brief examination, he found that Boya's injuries were more serious. The arrow she shot had been deflected by Yusang. Not only did it not hurt the enemy, but it also hurt herself. Half of her shoulder was almost broken, and blood kept flowing. On the contrary, Li Shiqing's situation was a little surprising. Yang Kai thought that Li Shiqing's injuries were more serious. After all, she was injured by Yusang's spiritual power. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. But after a careful examination, Yang Kai found that she was safe and sound. The reason she fainted was probably because her spiritual sense was shaken. Chapter 35-31. In this kind of situation, as long as she woke up naturally, everything would be fine. Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled. Recalling the scene just now, he vaguely felt that the reason Li Shiqing was safe and sound was related to the light emitted from her chest. As the disciple of the Flower Shadow Great Emperors, she must have carried a lot of life-saving treasures with her. Although everything had been taken away when she came to the demon territory, the things she refined in her body couldn't be taken away by others. But as a result, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happened to Li Shiqing because of this, he really wouldn't be able to explain it to the great emperors of the Flower Shadow. Looking around, Yang Kai saw Xiao Wu looking at him with a panicked expression. He immediately called out, "Take care of them!" Xiao Wu came back to her senses and nodded heavily. She quickly rushed over and picked up Boya and Li Shiqing, one in each hand, before quickly retreating to the back of their camp. Taking advantage of this gap, Yang Kai also stuffed a handful of spirit pills into Boya's mouth. Her injuries looked serious, but in fact, they didn't threaten her foundation. She only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Straightening up again, Yang Kai gloomily looked towards the blood mist. Space principles fluctuated, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the blood mist that covered thousands of kilometers. Raising his hand, a cyan gourd appeared in his palm. It was the wind gourd he obtained from the depths of Orthodoxy Temple's forbidden area. Opening the gourd, Yang Kai madly poured his emperor chi into it and aimed it at the blood mist. In the next moment, the astral wind that swept across the world turned into wind blades that cut towards the blood mist. With a flash of black light, the embodiment that was connected to Yang Kai's mind had already escaped from the blood mist. The wind blades that blotted out the sky and covered the earth continuously slashed into the blood mist, shattering a large area of the blood mist into pieces. Muffled groans could be heard from time to time. Clearly, Yu Sang had been hit. In less than 10 breaths of time, the blood mist started to roll and suddenly condensed towards the center, revealing Yu Sang's figure once again. Without stopping, he had already transformed into a bloody light and pounced in front of Yang Kai. When he raised his hand, his entire arm turned into a blood-red giant python with horns on its forehead. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Yang Kai, intending to swallow Yang Kai whole. The Dharmakaya had the cultivation of a half-saint, so Yu Sang couldn't do anything to it in a short period of time. That was why they were evenly matched. However, Yang Kai's strength was only that of a middle-rank demon king. If Yu Sang couldn't even deal with such a guy, he wouldn't deserve to be a half-saint. The blood python arrived in the blink of an eye. Its huge mouth bit through space, and it didn't give Yang Kai any time to react before it swallowed the space he was in. When the huge mouth closed, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Yu Sang sneered. Ignorant! If Yang Kai had hidden, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything. After all, he was proficient in space secret techniques, and wouldn't be so easy to kill. However, he had jumped out himself. This was simply courting death, which was exactly what Yu Sang wanted. The blood-red giant python twisted, as if it was about to transform back. However, at this moment, Yu Sang's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the python's head. Inside, there seemed to be an unimaginable aura awakening, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of fear. At the same time, a low shout that sounded like a whisper entered their ears. Dragon form! The python's head suddenly swelled up, and a huge monster suddenly appeared in the python's mouth. It forcibly opened the python's already closed mouth, and pure dragon's breath filled the surroundings. Yu Sang couldn't see what method Yang Kai had used, but he was definitely not unfamiliar with the aura that belonged to the head of the holy spirits. In the two-realm battlefield, he had once fought with the dragon girl. Her bloodline wasn't too high, but she was still able to compete with him. Dragon race? That human actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. And at this moment, this kind of dragon's breath seemed to be purer and more vigorous than that of the dragon girl. The mouth of the blood-red python had been stretched to its limit, and 2 sharp dragon claws that flickered with cold light suddenly appeared in his vision. They grabbed the top and bottom of the python's mouth, and then fiercely tore it apart. With a ripping sound, the huge blood-red python was directly torn in 2 from the head. As blood splashed, the figure of an indomitable monster was imprinted in Yu Sang's eyes. It was also imprinted in the eyes of the millions of soldiers below. A moment of strange silence appeared on the noisy battlefield. Almost everyone raised their heads to look at the huge figure, and their faces were absent-minded. The figure was more than 300 feet tall, and was covered in golden dragon scales. There was a dragon horn on its forehead, and its hands had turned into dragon claws. Behind its butt, a dragon tail swayed, stirring the wind and clouds. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood-red python's body that had been torn in two, and fiercely pulled it towards him. An enormous and irresistible force came, and Yu Sang's body was involuntarily pulled over. The blood-red python was formed from his arm, so it couldn't be separated. Naturally, it couldn't resist such a force. In terms of cultivation, he was indeed far superior to Yang Kai, but in terms of pure strength, he was no match for him at all. In a hurry, the blood-red python exploded, turned into a cloud of blood mist, and shrank back into an arm again. However, because of the move just now, there was now a foot-long wound on his arm, and blood was flowing out. The pain made him angry. It was a shame that he had accidentally capsized in the gutter. With the help of Yang Kai's pulling force, he didn't retreat, but rushed straight towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yang Kai. His small figure formed a sharp contrast with Yang Kai's tall figure, but his eyes didn't shrink back. Instead, he looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly, as if he was the taller one. In the face of Yang Kai's heavy punch, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of blood towards Yang Kai. The cloud of blood suddenly turned into a blood ball in midair. The fist hit the blood ball, but not only did it not break, but it was also wrapped up by the blood ball. The blood ball quickly grew bigger and moved forward, completely enveloping Yang Kai's half-dragon body. Yu Sang looked down and stretched out his hand to point at Yang Kai. He shouted in a low voice, "Die!" The loose blood ball suddenly shrank at this moment, and the thin blood ball wall sent out an amazing binding force. Immediately, a cracking sound came from Yang Kai's body. At this critical moment, the practicing body flew over and waved his war hammer, smashing towards Yu Sang's head. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Yu Sang's eyes, but he didn't want to face it head-on. After all, it was a divine weapon. Who knew what would happen if he was hit by it? He could only retreat. In the blood ball, Yang Kai struggled a few times, but he found that he couldn't break the layer of defense no matter how hard he tried. This thing seemed to be extremely tough, and it couldn't be solved by pure strength. Seeing that he was being tightened and was about to be out of breath, Yang Kai could only open his mouth. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, a raging flame came out of his mouth. Fire dragon's breath. Under the raging flame, the blood ball quickly evaporated, freeing him at once. The practicing body had already chased after Yu Sang. Yang Kai didn't stop and followed closely behind. The two of them joined forces to fight against Yu Sang. In the fierce battle, Yang Kai could clearly feel the growth of himself and the practicing body. Last time in the Eastern Territory, he also used his full strength and joined forces with the practicing body to fight against Sengemo. Sengemo was a fake emperor, about the same level as Yu Sang. But at that time, the two of them used all their strength and could only barely protect themselves from Sengemo. In the end, Cheongchi appeared and forced Sengemo to retreat. But now, he could gain the upper hand in the battle against Yu Sang. Of course, the growth of the practicing body was the most important. Yang Kai wasn't much stronger than he was at that time. This made him feel resentful in his heart. Strength was indeed his biggest shortcoming. Although he was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master and was already ahead of most people in both the Demon Domain and the Star Boundary, as his strength increased, the higher the level he came into contact with, the more powerless he felt. For example, although he could gain the upper hand by joining forces with the practicing body, it was impossible for him to kill Yu Sang unless he made a huge mistake. But instead of pinning his hopes on others' mistakes, it was better to focus on improving his own strength. He didn't need to improve too much. As long as he reached the third-order Emperor realm, the situation would be much better when he faced a half-saint in the future. High up in the sky, terrifying dragon race secret techniques bloomed in Yang Kai's hands, giving the practicing body as much space to fight as possible. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory had quietly spread out, devouring Yu Sang's strength little by little without his knowledge. As long as there was enough time, the advantage on his side would become more and more obvious. When the time came, Yu Sang would die. This guy had deliberately schemed to deal with him, so how could Yang Kai let him off so easily? Now that he had found an opportunity, he naturally had to make him pay the price. Otherwise, he would always be watched by a half-saint in the future, and his life would be uncomfortable. However, things didn't go as he wished. While the battle was in full swing, Yu Sang suddenly retreated, turning into a blood-red light and quickly escaping without stopping. Although the practicing body tried to stop him, it couldn't do anything when a half-saint wanted to escape. It swung its war hammer, but only hit empty air. Needless to say, Yang Kai's speed wasn't much slower than Yu Sang's teleportation. He could only watch as Yu Sang escaped and disappeared from his field of vision. Yang Kai looked in the direction where Yu Sang disappeared with a ferocious expression. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he felt very uncomfortable. "Someone is coming," the practicing body suddenly said in a deep voice, and put away the demonic war hammer. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a streamer not far away. When the streamer came closer, he discovered that it was Baizhua. Baizhua looked at Yang Kai's huge figure in amazement. After carefully examining it for a long time, he vaguely recognized Yang Kai's appearance. He frowned and looked at the chaotic battlefield below, and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Chapter 35-32. He had also heard from his subordinates that there seemed to be some trouble here, so he hurried over to investigate. When Yang Kai left his place, he was heading back here, so he suspected that something had happened here. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. Moreover, judging from the remnant auras here, there should have been a great battle between half-saints. Baizhua couldn't help but take a few more glances at the embodiment. "Yu Sang is here!" Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. "How is that possible?" Baizhua was shocked. "Did you see wrongly?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not so bad as to mistake the person who wants to kill me. But shouldn't he be in the two realms?" Baizhua frowned as he spoke, as if he had thought of something. He nodded slightly and said, "If that's the case, it's not strange that he would come back." Yang Kai snorted coldly as he withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. This made Baizhua feel a little embarrassed. After all, more than 2 hours ago, he had told Yang Kai that Yu Sang stayed behind to guard the Two Realms battlefield. Who knew that Yang Kai would be attacked by Yu Sang as soon as he returned from his place? Fortunately, nothing happened. If something had happened, he would have to bear some responsibility. He couldn't help but laugh and ask, "You're not hurt, right?" Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't be blamed for this. The reason why his expression was a little ugly wasn't because Baizhua's information was wrong and put him in a passive position, but because this guy came too quickly. The reason why Yu Sang decisively retreated was probably because he sensed Baizhua's aura. He probably also knew that once Baizhua came, he definitely wouldn't stand on his side. The two of them already had a grudge, and now he had sneaked back into the demon territory. If Baizhua caught him, he wouldn't let him off so easily. When Baizhua and Yang Kai's embodiment joined forces, he wouldn't be able to escape easily. Yang Kai said in a muffled voice, "It's nothing serious." Baizhua nodded gently. "The Lord will arrive in half a day. Let's clean up here first." Although Yu Sang had already retreated, millions of people were still fighting in the demon race below. If no one intervened, it wouldn't be resolved in a short time. If Yu Meng really came and saw this, it wouldn't look good for anyone. This was already considered an internal conflict, and it would only make the other demon saint laugh at Yu Meng for being incompetent. Yang Kai wanted to kill all of the succubus demon's subordinates, but he knew that since Baizhua had shown up, that idea was somewhat unrealistic. Moreover, he had suffered many casualties on his side. In just a short while, nearly 1/10 of the 2 million troops had died. Anyway, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't run away. Whether it was Yu Sang Dili or the succubus demon, Yang Kai had already nailed them on his list of enemies. As long as they were still working under Yu Meng, sooner or later, he would get back at them. Without saying a word, he rushed down with his Dharmakaya, killing in and out of the enemy's army several times. He directly disintegrated the enemy's fighting spirit and made the enemy's army collapse. Only then did he stop. After that, Lao Ke and the others counted the battlefield, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry about anything. Bai Zhue followed closely beside Yang Kai, probably because he was afraid that Yu Sang would come back and attack. Not long after the battle here, Wind-Chasing Wolf ran back proudly and shamelessly came to Yang Kai's side, looking like he was asking for credit. Yang Kai gave it a beating, scolding it as he hit it. "Did I ask you to chase after them? Who asked you to chase after them? You should change your name to Chasing People, not Wind-Chasing Wolf." If Wind-Chasing Wolf hadn't been distracted by the female succubus demon, maybe Yu Sang would have been killed today. Wind-Chasing Wolf looked wronged and didn't know what was going on at all. Bai Zhue looked at it with fear. He had heard of Wind-Chasing Wolf's name. As the mount of the master of the 100th Spirit Continent, this guy had always been known for his bad temper, and his strength was very terrifying. Seeing Yang Kai scolding him, he was really afraid that Wind-Chasing Wolf would beat Yang Kai to death in anger. What surprised him even more was that Wind-Chasing Wolf didn't fight back, nor did it talk back. It just whimpered from time to express its grievance. After being beaten, it lowered its head and ran to the side to climb down, looking very hurt. Bai Zhue clicked his tongue in wonder. Boya and Li Shiqing had both woken up. The latter didn't have any serious injuries. Seeing Yang Kai safe and sound and smiling at him, Yang Kai felt warm in his heart. They were both from the astral world, so there was a natural closeness. If it wasn't for the disguise, Yang Kai's attitude towards her wouldn't have been so bad. However, they were in the demon territory, so they had to be careful. Li Shiqing's face was pale, but after taking the pill, her injuries improved and there wouldn't be any sequelae. Yang Kai gave them a few words of encouragement, and asked Xiao Wu to take good care of them. Then, he looked into the distance with Bai Zhue. Compared to the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint, the previous conflict here could only be said to be a small fight. The buzzing sound in the sky didn't stop for a moment, and in a very distant location, a burst of light would burst out from time to time, making the world lose its color and the void tremble. No matter who it was, as long as one's strength reached a certain level, they would be able to feel that the laws of this world were beginning to shatter. This was the power of the great emperors and the demon saint. Their every move could really affect the survival of a continent. Most of the half-saint have returned to the demon territory, so what about the two-realm battlefield? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Bai Zhue shrugged and said, "They're like turtles. What else can they do?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and said with a chuckle, "Are the Saint Venerables planning to exhaust one of the great emperors to death with numbers?" Since most of the half-saint had been summoned back and gathered in the Eternal Heaven continent, it could only mean that these half-saint would have to face Mingyu in the end. One or two half-saint might not be of much use in front of Mingyu, but as long as there were enough people, they would be able to kill an elephant with numbers. Bai Zhue frowned and muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Although you can say that, the matter isn't as simple as you think. The Saint Venerables have a more far-reaching plan. Moreover, the matter here is not only a life and death gamble for all the half-saint, but also a great opportunity." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "I'd like to hear the details." Bai Zhue smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You should ask the Saint Venerables about this matter. If she's willing to tell you, then she'll explain it to you clearly. If she's unwilling, then it's not good for me to exceed my authority." Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he didn't ask any more questions. Since Bai Zhue had already expressed his attitude, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. He could understand the life and death gamble. A half-saint facing off against the great emperors was naturally a huge gamble. Maybe they would be killed in a single exchange. But what was this great opportunity? Could it be that killing Mingyu would give them some benefits? The information Bai Zhue revealed made him unable to ignore it even if he didn't want to. The battlefield hadn't been cleaned up yet, but a terrifying aura had already rushed over from the distance. Zhui Feng, who had been crawling on the ground, immediately got up and looked in that direction with vigilance. He obviously felt the pressure, but he quickly crawled back down. Yang Kai and Bai Zhue also looked up at the same time. The latter's expression shook. The Saint Venerables have arrived. Without needing him to say anything, Yang Kai also felt Yu Meng's aura. Sure enough, a moment later, there was a flash of light, and Yu Meng's figure appeared in front of them. Greetings, Saint Venerables. Baizhua quickly cupped his hands, and the army behind him fell to their knees. Yu Meng nodded slightly and glanced around. She couldn't help but frown. What's going on? The smell of blood in this valley was overwhelming. Broken limbs and wreckage could be seen everywhere. It was obvious that there had been a great battle. Even Yang Kai's face was a little pale, as if he had been injured. This scene startled Yu Meng. She thought that the aftermath of the battle between Mingyu and Mingyu had blown over here. Baizhua turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he didn't intend to speak, he sighed in his heart. He could only step forward and tell him the information he had just received from Yang Kai. Hearing that Yu Sang had actually returned from the two-realm battlefield and even attacked Yang Kai here, Yu Meng's face turned white with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Impudent!" She turned to Baizhua and said, "Summon Yu Sang to see this saint." Not only did he return from the two-realm battlefield without orders, but he actually dared to attack Yang Kai here. How could Yu Meng tolerate him? Not to mention that she and Yang Kai were restricted by the Heart Seal secret technique. Yang Kai himself was now the key to the stability of the entire demon territory. Without him, who would protect those unstable realm gates? Who would repair those disappeared realm gates? Whether it was for public or private reasons, Yu Meng had to give Yang Kai a reasonable explanation. Baizhua immediately walked to the side and took out an item. He was probably thinking of a way to contact Yu Sang. Yu Meng turned to look at Yang Kai again, and her expression became gentle. "Are you okay? Is what Baizhua said true?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just that Brother Baizhua only knows a part of it." Yu Meng said. "What else doesn't he know?" Yang Kai lightly sneered. "I have Zhui Feng to protect me, so Yu Sang alone can't do anything to me. However, he obviously knows this, so someone helped him draw Zhui Feng away." "Who?" Yu Meng's pretty face sank. Someone who could draw Zhui Feng away was undoubtedly a half-saint. She really didn't expect that the half-saint's subordinates under her would be so ignorant, and cause trouble for her at this critical moment. "I don't know, it's a female succubus demon," Yang Kai replied. Although he didn't know her, there were only a few half-saint subordinates under Yu Meng. Coupled with her background as a succubus demon, it should be easy to find out her identity. Apart from that, Dilly should have played a part in this as well. "There's also Dilly?" Yu Meng couldn't help but frown. However, when she thought about how the relationship between Dilly and Yu Sang seemed to be very good, she felt relieved. Previously, when she appointed Yang Kai as her king to guard the Cloud Shadow continent, many of the half-saints under her had disagreed. After all, in the demon domain, only half-saints were qualified to rule over a continent. How could a brat from the human race, who had just arrived, be on equal footing with them? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.